I thought betrayal would come from my enemies, not the person I trusted most. Amy's POV. Tomorrow, you'll marry Alpha Daniel Carter. The words cut straight through me. No warning, no build-up, just a bomb dropped in the middle of Mrs. Smith's study. I blinked at her, certain I'd misheard. My chest felt too tight to breathe. She sat there like she always did. Perfect posture, hands folded, shadows from the desk lamp carving her cheekbones sharper than knives. She wasn't just my foster mother, she was the beta's widow, and when she spoke, the whole pack listened. The pack house around us was silent, too silent. My foster siblings were asleep upstairs, wolves tucked safe under their skins. Only the wolf bone clock on the wall ticked, each sound like it was counting down to my execution. Eve stirred inside me, restless. "Trouble," she whispered, her ears pinned back. I swallowed hard. My voice barely worked. "Mary, Alpha Daniel Carter?" Saying his name out loud made the room tilt. Yes. Her eyes didn't soften, not even for a second. "Clara refuses. So you will step in. This isn't a request, Amy. It's decided." I froze where I stood. For a moment, I thought I had misheard her. Eve went still under my skin. I stared at her, trying to make sense of her words. Alpha Daniel Carter. The heir of the richest northern pack. His family controlled the city's council and half its territory, with more enemies than allies. But after the rogue attack 2 moons ago, Daniel had been in a coma, his wolf silenced, his body still, bound under the moon goddess's curse. Everyone whispered he would never wake again. And yet, they still wanted a Luna for him. A wife to carry the title, to stabilize their name, to keep their empire from crumbling by birthing an heir. The plan was for Clara, my foster sister, to take that role. But Clara refused. Of course she did. She had always been good at escaping responsibility when it suited her. She always had her way, and for some reason, Mrs. Smith always let her. As usual, I was the scapegoat for whatever Clara refused to do, and now Mrs. Smith wanted me to replace her. Eve's tail lashed once inside me. "They throw you at a cursed alpha as if you're a scrap." I almost laughed, but the sound died before it could escape. Me? Marry a man who couldn't even look at me, let alone speak. But the seriousness in Mrs. Smith's tone told me she wasn't giving me an option. I wanted to protest, I wanted to argue. But I didn't. Not after the news that had broken earlier that day. Mark Wilson, the man I had loved and sacrificed everything for. The man I believed in when no one else did. The man I thought I would spend my life with. That morning, every pack channel had carried the same announcement. Mark was holding his mating ceremony with Clara Hayes. Clara, his ex, my foster sister, the one who had abandoned him when he lost everything. The one who now returned, weak and fragile with an illness she refused to name. The image of them standing together at the council steps was burned into my mind. Mark had stood tall, his arm around Clara, as if she were his greatest treasure. He had smiled when he said he wanted to comfort her, that it was his duty. His words were for the public, but the details were what destroyed me. The silver band he once promised would mark our mating bond was now fitted for Clara's hand. The Luna cloak I had spent months sewing with my own hands, stitched late at night by candlelight, every seam perfect, was altered to fit her size. And the crest, the moonstone bloodline crest my parents had left me before they died, the only thing I had of them. Mark had promised to return it to me on my birthday. Instead, he had clasped it around Clara's neck. She said she liked it, and he gave it away as if it had no meaning. I remembered the winter night rogues attacked the border. Mark had staggered home with a broken sword, his life hanging by a thread. The council threatened to strip him of his position if he didn't replace it by dawn. I pawned my mother's locket, the last thing I had of her, to buy him another blade. He kissed me then, whispering I was his salvation. Now that same mouth kissed Clara like I was nothing. Another memory seared my chest, standing in front of the council elders, taking lashes for his mistake. My back had burned for weeks, but Mark had smiled that night at the feast, his reputation spotless. He never once thanked me. When I confronted him, he didn't deny any of it. "Mark," I whispered, clutching his sleeve, "you promised me. You swore we would be mates." He peeled my hand away as though my touch disgusted him. His eyes, once warm, were frozen and void of any kind emotions. "You're being selfish, Amy," he said, voice flat. "Clara doesn't have much time left. If you loved me, you'd understand. You'd let me give her this comfort. My wolf whimpered inside me. My throat burned as I choked out, "What about me, after everything I've done for you?" He said nothing. The silence was worse than a blade. That was when it finally sank in. His love had never been unconditional. It always came with terms. And those terms had never once included me. So when Mrs. Smith demanded I marry Alpha Daniel Carter, I didn't nod right away. This wasn't obedience anymore. It was her last attempt to make me feel small, disposable. My knees gave out under me, the folder slipping from my hands as I whispered, "No, you can't. You can't throw me at a cursed alpha like I'm nothing." Mrs. Smith didn't blink. "I already have." The silence pressed until my lungs burned. My pride cracked, my chest caved. I bit down on a sob until I tasted blood, then forced the word out like poison. "As you wish." The next day, I was taken to the Carter estate. Their fortress rose high above the city, carved from precious stone and glass, glowing faintly with protective runes. Guards in wolf armor lined the gates, eyes following me as the car pulled in. The walls carried the weight of both power and fear. Inside, the halls smelled of polished marble and moon oil candles. Servants moved quietly, heads bowed as though speaking too loud might wake the alpha heir himself. The air hummed with dominance, even in his absence. When I entered Daniel's room, the air changed. He was still on the large bed, his body pale but strong. Machines hummed softly beside him, monitoring his vitals. Silver markings glowed faintly on his skin, the last attempts of the healers. To anyone else, he looked gone, trapped in a place he might never return from. But I felt something else, because the moment I stepped closer, an unseen force pressed against my chest. My hand trembled when I reached for his. His skin was warm, too warm for someone supposed to be a ghost of himself. For a brief second, claws flickered at the tips of his fingers before retracting. My breath hitched. Eve stiffened. "His wolf isn't gone," she whispered. "Something's holding him back." I tightened my grip on his hand, leaning closer. My pulse raced, but not from fear, from certainty. His wolf was alive, and it was responding to me. I pulled back quickly, pretending nothing had happened, but the Carters noticed. His mother's eyes narrowed when she saw how long I held his hand. His uncle leaned close to Mrs. Smith later, whispering words I couldn't catch. Their gazes followed me everywhere. It was suffocating. That night, I couldn't sleep. I wandered the halls of the estate, careful to stay quiet. The doors were tall, the ceilings high, and every shadow felt alive with eyes. The smell of iron and incense clung to my clothes. Eve paced inside me, restless. It was near the end of the hall that I heard voices, low and urgent, coming from the study. I moved closer, keeping to the wall. The door was slightly open, just enough for me to hear. "She's the only one who can stir his wolf," a man hissed. "Wake him first, then decide if she lives, or if she's more useful dead." Amy's POV. "She'll do," Daniel's uncle, the pack beta, said. "Her bloodline is the key. It's old, rare. If we bind her to Daniel, his wolf will rise." "And if it kills her?" his mother asked, her voice cold. "Then so be it. The Carter's lineage will continue. That's what matters." I pressed a hand to my mouth, forcing myself to stay silent. My heart pounded so loud I was sure they would hear it. Eve pressed close inside me, tensed. "They don't see a Luna, they see a vessel," she whispered. "They didn't just want me as a stand-in bride. They wanted me as a sacrifice." All my life, I had wondered why I was different, why my blood never matched anyone else's when tested by the healers, why elders sometimes stared too long during moon gatherings. I never understood, and now I knew they did. They believed binding me to Daniel would wake him, even if it cost me my life. I should have run. I should have gone to the council, told them what I heard. But I didn't. Instead, I stayed. Because when I looked at Daniel again, I felt something deep, something calming. He wasn't just a man in a coma. He was an alpha still fighting beneath the curse. His wolf was clawing to return, and somehow I was the only one who could hear his call. And maybe, just maybe, if I could bring him back, I could finally prove I wasn't disposable. Not to Mark, not to Mrs. Smith, not to anyone. I returned home, and the memories came rushing back. I had known for weeks that Mark was slipping away from me, but the way he ran every time Clara called made it unbearable. She had returned to the pack a month ago, sick and frail, and from the moment she stepped foot inside our territory, he chose her over me. That night, her name flashed across his phone again. I sat in the living room, waiting, hoping maybe this time he would ignore it. He didn't. "Mark," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Can't it wait until morning?" He barely glanced at me. "She says she's coughing blood, Amy. I have to go." Eve growled low, the sound rolling through my ribs. He is always picking her, never us. "Do you hear yourself?" My hands shook in my lap. "Every time she calls, you leave. What about me?" He grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. "Don't start this tonight." And just like that, he was gone. No goodbye, no reassurance, just the sound of the door closing behind him. I remembered the nights at his hospital bed after rogues nearly tore him apart, my palms blistered from grinding herbs the healers had already given up on. I whispered prayers until my voice was raw, but when his eyes finally opened, he didn't thank me. His first word was Clara's name. Now he was gone again, and I was left staring at the space he'd abandoned. My chest felt carved out, my ribs too weak to hold what was left of my heart. I pressed my face into my hands, but the sobs broke free anyway, shaking me until my whole body ached. Inside me, my wolf gave a broken howl, the sound so hollow it rattled through my bones. I had sacrificed everything for him, my time, my pride, even risked my standing in the pack when he was accused of negligence after his accident. I fought for him when no one else would. Yet all it took was Clara's weak voice through the phone, and he left me behind. That was the moment I decided I was done. The next morning, with swollen eyes and trembling hands, I forced myself to gather everything that tied me to him. At first, I couldn't do it. My fingers shook as I held the bracelet he once tied around my wrist during the Spring Moon Festival, his wolf howling beside mine while the pack blessed us. I wanted to throw it back in his face, but my wolf whimpered as if tearing it away would kill her too. Still, I ripped it in two, the beads scattered across the floor, clicking against the wood like tiny bones. A sacred token of unity, shattered like us. One by one, I sold the rest. The jewelry he had given me, the car he bought when he said I deserved a princess life, even the gowns I wore at pack banquets by his side. Each sale felt like slicing a piece of myself away. By the end of the day, I had $20 million in my account. Enough to start fresh. Enough to walk away without looking back. But not without scars. I would ensure I married Daniel Carter in a month, specifically on Mark's birthday. It wasn't just revenge, it was a clean break. At Mark's villa, I packed the last of my belongings. The rooms were too quiet, the air heavy with memories I didn't want anymore. The bed we shared, the closet we filled together, the pictures on the wall. When Mark would return home that night, the villa would be dark. He once told me he hated the dark, and for years, I left the lights on for him no matter how late he returned. But not this time. I wasn't there when he walked in, and I never would be again. The villa was dark when I left it, but my phone wouldn't stop buzzing in my pocket. My hands shook as I pulled it out, afraid of what I'd see. A new message from Mandy, the housemaid, flashed on my screen. "Miss Amy, please, can you come back? The alpha is so angry. He smashed the vase, shouting, and now he's on the phone telling someone to find you. I'm scared. I don't know what he'll do." The words blurred as my eyes filled with tears. I bit down on my lips so hard I tasted blood, but it didn't steady me. My wolf pressed against my ribs, whining, terrified. Mandy was right to be scared. Mark wasn't grieving. He wasn't broken. He was furious, and fury meant danger, not just for me, but for anyone near him. I typed back with shaking hands. "Don't be afraid, Mandy. He will not hurt you." Then another notification appeared, a voicemail. My chest seized as I pressed play. "Amy, where are you?" His voice was sharp, stern. Then he paused, breath jagged like he was holding back a roar. "Answer me." Then colder, final, each syllable a blade. "You don't get to leave like this." The message ended, but my body didn't stop shaking. My knees buckled and I pressed myself against the wall of the hotel hallway, gasping for air like I'd run miles. I could still hear his voice circling in my skull, heavy and inescapable. He wasn't begging, he wasn't broken, he was hunting me. The next morning, I handed in my resignation. I didn't want his name over me anymore. I didn't want to be tied to his company, his power, or his shadow. I had dreams of my own, ones I buried for him. Since I was a child, I wanted to be a healer, not just the kind who stitched wounds in a clinic, but one who understood both medicine and the ways of the pack. to study anatomy under bright hospital lights and still know which roots calmed a wolf's fever, which runes steadied a shifting heart. It wasn't glamorous compared to the life he wanted for me, but it was mine. And now I finally had the chance to chase it. When I arrived at the Mark Wilson Group offices, the air shifted. People stared over the rims of their screens, whispering low, their wolves scenting the tension clinging to me. News traveled fast in a pack. They knew something had happened, though none of them dared ask. The company's glass floors gleamed under the lights, every inch humming with power. This was Mark's world. High-rise meetings, council contracts, the empire he built from the ground up with Wilson money at his back. And for years, I had been part of it, his shadow in the boardroom, the one who smoothed every snarl before it could reach him. Now I was packing the last of my files into a single box. My badge, my pens, the notes I kept in neat stacks, all of it felt meaningless. Bella, one of the junior secretaries, stopped me near the elevators. Her voice was careful, almost timid. "Amy, please wait." Her eyes darted to the glass doors behind me, her face pale, Amy's POV, her hands twisted nervously around the folder she carried. "Amy, please," she said softly, "just this once. Deliver this file to Alpha Wilson's office. If it's late, I'll be in trouble." I hesitated. The last thing I wanted was to see him. But Bella had always been kind to me, and a strong voice inside me said this would be the last time I ever stepped into that office. His office, the seat of both a company and a pack. "Fine," I said, taking the file. "But just this once." The corridors hadn't changed, but each step felt like walking through ghosts I wanted to forget. The scent of power lingered in the air, sharp, heavy, impossible to scrub away, like dominance had seeped into the very stone. By the time I reached his office, the door stood ajar, a sliver of darkness waiting for me. I froze. Clara's voice slipped through the crack, soft and fragile. "Mark, I feel so weak," she whispered. I peeked inside. She was draped across his lap, her arms around his neck, her head resting against his chest. Her lips brushed dangerously close to his. And Mark, he didn't push her away. My stomach lurched. The folder nearly slipped from my hands as my fingers went numb. Heat rushed to my face, then drained so fast my knees buckled. Eve let out a broken snarl inside me, clawing at my ribs, but my throat refused to release the scream building there. I remembered skipping meals so he wouldn't go hungry, lying to healers that his wounds were minor, just so his pride wouldn't take another blow. I stayed awake for nights on end, watching over him when fevers threatened to break him, and I silenced my wolf each time she cried at how little he gave back. All the while, I told myself love meant sacrifice. But staring at him now, with Clara in his arms, I finally understood I had only been bleeding myself dry for nothing. And there he was, letting her cling to him like I had never existed. "Clara," he murmured, his voice low, "don't strain yourself." Her face tilted up, lips parting as though to kiss him. My hands clenched around the file until the edges cut into my skin. I should have barged in. I should have shouted. But I couldn't move. My body shook too violently, my wolf howling in my chest. Then something unexpected happened. For the first time in weeks, my wolf stirred. It wasn't a faint hum. It was sharp, sudden, and undeniable. My chest tightened, and a strange pull ran through me. Not toward Mark, not toward the man I once thought was my mate, but toward something else entirely. "He's not yours," my wolf whispered, her voice curling hot against my bones. "He never was. The bond belongs elsewhere." "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "Bonds were once in a lifetime. That's what the elders taught. That's what I built my life around." And yet the pull was there, steady, insistent, dragging me away from Mark, away from the pain, toward Alpha Daniel Carter. Tears blurred my vision as I staggered back from the door, choking on the truth. I didn't understand how. I didn't understand why. But my wolf was certain. I pressed a hand to my chest, steadying my breath. My life had just changed again. I wasn't just walking away from Mark. I was walking toward something far more dangerous, far more powerful. I stepped further back from the door. My first thought was to leave before anyone saw me. But as I turned, I nearly ran straight into Brian, his beta and assistant. He stopped short when he saw me. His eyes flicked toward the office, then back to me, and pity crossed his face. "Amy," he said quickly, his voice low. "Wait." He hurried after me as I walked away. "There's nothing to wait for," I said. You're misunderstanding. Mark still cares about you. You don't know how many times Brian. I stopped, turning to face him. My voice was steady even though my hands were trembling. I don't want that kind of love. Not anymore. I held out the envelope. My resignation is in this file. You can give it to him. Brian's brows drew together. As Beta, he had the authority to accept it on Mark's behalf, but I could see the hesitation in his eyes. His loyalty was divided, his duty to his alpha clashing with his conscience. I should take this to him first, he said quietly. Give him a chance to explain. Do what you want, I replied, handing him the folder. But I'm not coming back. Brian didn't argue again. He just took the envelope, his jaw tight, and walked back down the hall. As I turned to leave, voices spilled into the hallway. Mark's chair scraped hard against the floor, followed by the sharp crack of porcelain shattering. Brian, his voice thundered, raw with fury, find her. My stomach dropped, my vision blurred as I staggered back, pressing a hand to the wall for balance. For years, I had been the one to stir his coffee just the way he liked. 2 sugars, 1 cream, counterclockwise. A ritual steady as a heartbeat. Now it lay shattered across his desk, and with it, whatever remained of us. But my decision had never really been about just walking away from Mark. It wasn't just for myself. Mrs. Smith had already received word from the Carter family. The Carters wanted to move forward with the marriage arrangement fast. The contract between our families would be signed within the month. Unlike Mark, Daniel would never treat me like a pawn. Not like he could. Even from the distance of his coma, he mattered more. His family didn't see me as someone to string along. They saw me as part of a strategy, someone valuable enough to secure a future alliance. It wasn't love, not yet, but it was acknowledgement. And acknowledgement was more than I ever had from Mark. Daniel Carter was not a man anyone could compare to Mark. He was heir to the Carter pack, the wealthiest and most powerful pack in the country. His family's industries stretched into every corner of werewolf society: construction, shipping, medicine, even council seats. When the Carters moved, the region bent. Mark Wilson, for all his arrogance, was nothing in comparison. His influence reached mid-tier packs, enough to swell his ego, but never enough to make him untouchable. Daniel was different, respected, feared, chosen by blood and prophecy both. If I could find a way to wake him from his cursed sleep, we wouldn't just survive, we would rule. And unlike Mark, he had never once made me feel small. Even unconscious, his presence weighed heavier than Mark's entire empire. When I touched his hand days ago, his claws had flickered as if his wolf had recognized me. Mark never stirred like that for me, not once. Mark thought I was bluffing. He believed I was acting out, that I would return once the anger cooled. But he didn't understand. I wasn't angry anymore. I was done. I remembered standing in that office doorway, watching him bend for Clara like she was the center of his world. I remembered Brian's pity. I remembered every time I begged for scraps of affection, and every time he tossed them at me only when it suited him. That chapter of my life was over. I would not cling to someone who didn't value me. Amy. I knew all Mark wanted was trouble when I got his summon. He was too egoistic to deal with the fact that I had left him and would never be needing him again. Perhaps it was my resignation that hit him the most. Or was it the fact that I cut all ties to him? He had asked to meet at the Silver Fang Lounge, knowing very well that wasn't a place I belonged. The second I stepped through the glass doors, the air shifted. Everything smelled of wolf musk layered under expensive colognes. The music wasn't loud, just low enough to thrum under my skin. High-ranking wolves filled the room. As usual, dominance rolled off them in waves. Dressed up in coy smiles and tailored suits, Eve tensed inside me, her growl vibrating at the back of my skull. "This is not a casual meet, it's a trap," she warned me. I followed her warning with my eyes. Mark was impossible to miss. He sat at the head of a curved leather booth like it had been carved just for him. His posture screamed control. His expression was also unreadable. Clara leaned into him. Her laughter sounded light and fake. Their gaze landed on me, but it didn't bother me. It wasn't as if they could hurt me. I was a priceless jewel for the Carters now, so touching me meant big trouble. "Bold of you to show your face," Clara's voice rang out before I reached the booth. Sweet tone and a sharp edge. Her fingers brushed the pendant at her neck, a pendant that used to be mine. Or was it just to steal back what I gave you? Maybe sending rogues to my street last night was your way of distracting me. My hands curled at my sides. I didn't. Clara cut me off, smirking. Jealousy makes wolves do reckless things. Mark's silence was louder than Clara's words. His eyes stayed on me like he could crush me without moving a finger. The others followed his lead. The pack always followed the alpha. Finally, he leaned forward. His voice was low, commanding too. Apologize. The pressure and inner force to obey hit me instantly. Alpha command rolled through my body, crushing down on my lungs. My wolf strained against it, my knees almost buckled. Eve snapped, "Stand up straight. Do not kneel for him." I forced my chin up, even though my body trembled. I won't apologize for something I didn't do. A ripple of laughter spread across the booth. Clara leaned forward, her smile painted in venom. Then loosen up. Have a drink. A server appeared like they'd been standing by, tray in hand. 6 shot glasses lined with glowing amber liquid. Wolf brew, stronger than human alcohol, brewed to knock down warriors twice my size. The tray set down in front of me, each glass shimmering under the lounge lights. 6, not 1. Clara's voice slid across the table. To prove you belong. I felt my pride push against my chest. Walking away would be surrender, and surrender wasn't survival in a place like this. My hand reached out before I could think. I lifted the first glass and swallowed. The fire hit instantly, burning my throat raw, landing heavy in my stomach. My breath caught. I set the glass down, lifted another, and drank again. Eve growled, "Enough. This isn't showing strength. This is their trap to humiliate you, and you're falling right into it." I ignored her. One after another, I downed the shots. By the 4th, my hands shook, my vision blurred at the edges. The 5th nearly slipped from my fingers. Still, I forced it down. By the 6th, I could barely swallow, but I did. The table blurred for a second. My head felt heavy, my legs weaker than I wanted to admit. "Enough," Mark snapped. His voice cut through the air like a whip. For a moment, I thought he was saving me, pulling me out of their game. But when I looked at him, there was no concern. It was just irritation, as though I had wasted his time. I barely had time to process the thought before Clara gasped suddenly, clutching her stomach. She collapsed forward, hitting the edge of the table with a loud thud. "She poisoned me." The accusation ripped through the air. How could I have possibly poisoned her when I literally met them here? Before I could react or even defend myself, Clara's leg lashed out under the table. The kick connected with my chest. I stumbled back, hitting the sharp glass edge. Pain exploded across my head as it cracked against the corner. Warm blood ran hot down the side of my face. The room broke into chaos. Clara shrieked, clutching her stomach dramatically, her voice carrying across the lounge. She tried to kill me. Mark was on his feet instantly, but not for me. He caught Clara in his arms as she clung to him, her wide eyes glistening like she was the victim. I pushed myself up as I struggled through a spinning vision. Blood dripped past my jaw. The taste of metal coated my tongue. "Amy," Mark snarled. His eyes were darker than I had ever seen. "Leave." He did not even give me the chance to defend myself. He just straight up condemned me. Once again, the laughter around the room wasn't loud, but I heard it. Whispered, cruel, meant to sting. My body swayed, but I forced myself upright. My humiliation burned hotter than the liquor still twisting in my gut. Eve's voice rose in the back of my mind, steady despite the storm inside me. "They think they've broken us, but we will rise higher than them." I staggered toward the exit. My head throbbed as blood dripped down my temple onto my blouse. Each step felt like a struggle, but no one moved to help. They just watched. High-ranking wolves, satisfied to see me crawl. The glass doors opened, and the cool night air slapped against my face. I braced my hand on the rail of the rooftop stairs, breathing really hard. "Amy, don't collapse here," Eve growled. "Get out. Get somewhere safe." I forced my body down the steps, one unsteady foot at a time. My thoughts raced, even as my vision blurred. The Carters. Daniel Carter. His name cut through my mind like a lifeline. His wolf had responded to me before. He hadn't judged me, hadn't humiliated me. Even unconscious, his presence had been different. Why was I thinking so hard about him right now? Mark would destroy me piece by piece if I stayed within his reach. Clara would never stop twisting the knife. And wolves like Clara lived for the kill when blood was already drawn. But Daniel... Daniel was the only path left, not out of love or choice, but out of survival, out of something deeper that I couldn't name. Still in my thoughts, I felt my head spin as I reached the bottom of the stairs. My knees buckled. Eve snarled, trying to keep me calm from the inside. And then I heard a howl echo across the city. "That wasn't random," Eve whispered. "That was for us." I gripped the railing. Blood was dripping from my temple. My chest heaved because I was already having difficulty breathing. The last thing I remembered was the hate in Mark and Clara's eyes. Then everything went dark. By the time I regained consciousness, I wasn't outside anymore. I was lying in a hospital bed. The sharp smell of disinfectant filled the air, mixed with faint traces of wolf scent that clung to the walls. My head ached, and when I tried to sit up, pain shot through the side of my skull. There was a panic button fixed to the rail of my bed. I pressed it without a second thought. In less than a minute, the door opened and a nurse hurried in. Her eyes widened when she saw me awake. "You're conscious," she said quickly. Relief was etched in her voice. "Thank the moon. You've been asleep for a while. We were worried that you weren't healing well." I blinked at her, still disoriented. How did I get here, please?" She shook her head gently. "You should rest. You're healing well. That's what matters now." She gave me a small smile, then adjusted the drip attached to my arm. "I'll let the others know you're awake." Before I could ask more, she excused herself and stepped out of the room in a hurry. Everywhere went quiet again, but not for long. The door opened, and a woman walked in with calm steps. I recognized her instantly. Mrs. Carter, Alpha Daniel's mother. My stomach tightened. I pushed myself up a little straighter on the bed and forced myself to speak. "Good evening, Mrs. Carter." Her eyes scanned me with no warmth or sympathy at all. "Amy." She didn't waste time with pleasantries. She moved closer. Her gaze was sharp. I shifted under her stare, suddenly aware of how weak I looked with bandages on my head. She crossed her arms. "Don't mistake my visit for kindness. I'm not here because of affection or because I care about your health." Her voice was cold. "I'm here to make one thing clear. Daniel's safety is what matters. You are not to put him at risk. You are not to put the making ceremony and marriage at risk because of your personal troubles." Her words sank like stones in my chest. I clenched my fists beneath the sheets. She narrowed her eyes. "Now tell me, what happened to you last night?" I held her gaze, but my mind raced. If I told her the truth, Mark and Clara's lies would only spread further. They would twist everything. And this was my fight. I wanted to handle it myself. So I shook my head slightly. It wasn't anything serious. It was just an accident. I can barely remember anything. Her lips pressed into a thin line. An accident. She didn't believe me, but she didn't push. "Very well. But remember, girl, whatever games you're playing, don't drag Daniel or the pack's name into them." With that, she turned and walked out. The air felt heavier after she left. I laid back as I tried to calm my racing. Inside me, Eve whispered, "She thinks you're weak, but we will show them otherwise. Mark and Clara will answer for what they did." I closed my eyes for a while, trying to breathe evenly, but my rest didn't last. The door was pushed open without a knock. It was Brian, Mark's beta. I barely had a moment after Mrs. Carter left, and now Brian just waltzed in like he owned the place. The moment I saw him, my stomach tightened again. He stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him. His posture was stiff, his eyes hard. "You've caused enough trouble," he said flatly. "Clara is shaken, and Mark is furious. Don't make things worse." I swallowed, keeping my voice even. "I didn't do anything to Clara." He stepped closer to the bed. "Then hear me clearly. Never harm her again. If you even think of touching her, you'll regret it." Before I could react, he gripped my hand firmly. His fingers began digging into my skin, and it was beginning to hurt. His strength pinned me down against the bed. "Let go," I said, trying to pull back. He leaned closer. "I'm warning you, Amy. Don't test me. Don't test Mark." His grip tightened even more. Anger flared hot in my chest. "Leave me alone, you're hurting me." I snapped. He didn't. Instead, his hand pressed down harder, and I could feel the circulation of blood cutting off. His dominance pushed faintly into the air, testing, trying to make me cower. Something inside me snapped. I lifted my leg and kicked sharply and straight into his groin. Brian doubled over instantly, shock flashing across his face as he stumbled back a step. I yanked my hand free and glared at him. My voice was steady, even though my body shook with the effort. The time when you and Mark could bully me is over. Don't ever try that again. He stared at me, stunned. Pain was written across his face. His wolf flickered in his eyes for a second, but he didn't move closer again. I lay back against the pillows, still glaring at him. "Get out!" I yelled. For a moment, he didn't move. Then, slowly, he straightened up and adjusted his shirt, trying to regain his composure. His expression hardened again, but I saw the trace of hesitation now. "Amy, you'll regret this," he muttered before turning and walking out of the room. He shut the door behind him, and I exhaled shakily. "Good, we won't let them corner us again," Eve whispered. I leaned back as exhaustion enveloped me. My body was still weak, but something inside me felt calmer. I wasn't the same girl they used to push around. Still, a part of me knew this wasn't over. Brian wouldn't let this slide, and Mark wouldn't either. As I tried to rest, I felt a sudden familiar pull. My pulse quickened. Eve bristled inside me. "That's him," she whispered. "Daniel Carter's wolf is awake. For some reason, he's reaching out to you," she added. I spent the rest of the day resting because I had a very busy day approaching. The next morning, I asked the nurse for my discharge papers. She looked surprised. "Are you sure you're ready?" "Yes," I said firmly. My head still hurt, but I wasn't staying here any longer. Hospitals made me feel trapped, like prey waiting for the next predator to walk through the door. "After all, my cuts are all healed." She nodded and went to prepare the paperwork. A few minutes later, she returned with a file. "All your bills have been covered. You're free to leave once you sign." I paused. "Covered?" "Yes. Everything is settled." She gave me a polite smile. "I didn't ask who paid. I already knew. Mrs. Carter. No one else would do it. Perhaps to her, that was step one to owning me." I signed the papers quickly and left the hospital. The sun outside was bright, and the air smelled nicer than before. My wolf stretched inside me, relieved to be free of the stifling scent of antiseptic and sicky feeling. I had no intention of running back to Mark's side or staying anywhere near Clara. Until the marriage to Daniel was official, I needed space. A new start, even if temporary. That was how I found myself checking into a hotel in the city. It wasn't the most luxurious, but it was good enough. They had clean sheets, hot water, and silence. That was something I hadn't had in weeks. I could afford it now. I had been smart enough to gather some money before everything collapsed. And if I managed my money carefully, it would last until I figured out the next step. That afternoon, I pulled out my phone and went through my emails. One message caught my attention, a reminder for an open audition, a fashion runway. The casting director had left me a personal note, encouraging me to attend. He had told me I had the perfect body for it, and my application to audition has been approved. Eve stirred. "You always wanted to try this path. Take it. Build something that's yours." I agreed. For once, I wanted to focus on something that wasn't tied to Mark, Clara, or the Carters, something that belonged to me. If anyone could convince me, it was Eve. The audition was scheduled for the next day. I decided I would go. The following morning, I went shopping. I needed outfits that would work for casting calls and fittings. The city shops were weirdly crowded, but I moved quickly, picking out clothes that would highlight me without being overdone. Black skinny trousers, a clean white blouse, a fitted blazer. Practical, professional. I also bought a couple of dresses in case the directors wanted something more striking. Carrying the bags back to the hotel, I felt lighter. I wasn't just waiting anymore. I wasn't just someone else's pawn. That evening, I stood in front of the mirror in my hotel room, trying on the outfits. I styled my hair simple but neat, put on a touch of makeup, and practiced my walk across the carpet. My wolf watched from inside, quiet but at alert. "We're stronger than they think," Eve whispered. The next day came fast. I woke early, ate lightly, and headed for the venue. The building was tall, glass walls illuminating the light. Models were already gathering outside, looking all tall and sleek. Some were wolves, some weren't. The mix was unusual, but the fashion world often blurred human, wolves, sirens, witches, and so many supernaturals. Inside, the space buzzed with movement. Staff carried clipboards, stylists shouted orders, and racks of clothes lined the walls. The runway stretched through the middle of the hall, lights already focused down its length. My name was checked off the list, and I was directed toward the prep area. Makeup artists hovered, hairstylists moved fast, and assistants pinned outfits. I sat in the chair assigned to me and tried to calm my breath. My heart raced, but it wasn't fear. It was focus. This was my chance. The makeup artist dabbed at my face, brushing powder across my skin. Another stylist worked on my hair, fixing it into a sleek style. They worked quickly. Their movements were sharp and professional. As they finished, I caught my reflection in the mirror. I barely recognized myself. For a second, I saw a version of me untouched by Mark's cruelty or Clara's betrayal, a version of me that belonged here. Eve hummed softly. "This is good. This is ours." I straightened in the chair and waited for the lineup. The coordinator walked down the row, calling names, checking outfits. I stood when it was my turn and moved toward the staging area behind the runway. The music started low, the hum of the crowd beyond the curtain steady and expectant. "First group, ready," someone shouted. I adjusted the dress pinned to me, took a deep breath, and prepared to walk. Then I froze. Across the prep area, a figure moved into place. Long legs, perfect hair, and that familiar smirk I knew too well. Clara. She was here, dressed in one of the runway outfits, surrounded by stylists adjusting the fabric at her waist. My chest tightened and my fingers curled into fists. Clara wasn't the type to be interested in things like this. She doesn't even like to do anything. Of all the places she could be, of all the roles she could take, she was here, standing in the same show as me. The coordinator's voice rang again. "Models to the runway. Now." I stood rooted to the spot, my eyes locked on Clara. The music swelled, the lights flashed brighter, and the first steps of the show began. Clara glared at me, and her smirk widened. "Amy." Each step I took on the runway was firm. My posture was strong, and I set my chin up. I didn't let my eyes wander to the audience. I walked like I belonged there. I walked like I wasn't the girl who had been humiliated at the Silverfang Lounge, or the girl whose foster sister stole everything from her. Tonight, I was more than that trash they thought of me. When I reached the end of the runway, I paused, turned, and walked back with the same confidence. I heard murmurs from the crowd. It was all approval and interest. My wolf growled softly inside me, not in protest, but in agreement with our progress. The rest of the outfits followed. It was 5 in total, each one heavier, more elaborate than the last. By the 4th, my feet ached, but I didn't let it show. The 5th was a glittering silver gown that shimmered under the lights. I felt the shift in the room. Eyes stayed on me longer. Whispers followed me as I returned backstage. Clara walked after me. Her own gowns were equally expensive, but her steps were different. She pushed too hard, trying to prove something. The judge's expression stayed flat. The final walk was the hardest. All the models lined up side by side, waiting for the announcement. The air was thick with nerves. I clasped my hands in front of me, keeping my breathing even. The host took the microphone. "Tonight, we've seen incredible talent," he said. "But one stood out beyond the rest. The star of this season's fashion show, the face of our campaign, is..." My chest tightened. "Amy Smith." For a moment, the sound around me faded into silence. I almost didn't believe it until the applause broke out. Cameras flashed. My name echoed again and again. I turned my head slightly and saw Clara. Her face froze. The confident smile she wore all night cracked in an instant. Her lips parted, but no words came out. I had never seen her look so powerless. I stepped forward as the winner. The spotlight hit me, brighter than ever. I accepted the bouquet they handed me, nodded to the host, and bowed politely to the audience. I could feel Clara's glare burning into me from the side, but I didn't look at her until it was time to leave. On my way out, I finally turned to her. I smiled, not mocking, not cruel, just in a calm and mature way. The kind of smile that said everything without needing words. She blinked, stunned, as if she didn't know how to process it. For once, she had nothing to throw at me. That was enough. I walked past her and the sound of applause still ringing in my ears. I thought the night was over. I thought I could leave with my head high, my goal complete. Then I saw Mark. He was standing near the exit, half hidden in the crowd, but unmistakable. His posture was as rigid as ever, his eyes sharp and cold, locked on me. My stomach turned. The victory felt suddenly fragile. He didn't clap, he didn't move. He only watched in silence, as if he was waiting for me to come to him. I gripped the bouquet tighter. I had won. My name had already been announced to everyone. They couldn't take that away now. No matter what Mark or Clara tried, the title was mine. But still, seeing him there made my skin prickle. Relief and unease tangled inside me. I wasn't sure which was stronger. I kept walking, refusing to stop, but I knew this wasn't finished. Mark didn't show up without reason, and the look in his eyes told me my win tonight was only the beginning of a new fight. I returned to the hotel with my heels in my hand and a tired smile still sitting on my face. My whole body ached from the long day, but the weight on my chest had lifted. I had done it. No matter what anyone tried, the announcement had been made in front of everyone. My name was already out there as the winner, the face of the show. Clara could frown and Mark could scheme, but neither of them could change that fact now. I pressed the elevator button and leaned against the wall while waiting. A few people passing through the lobby gave me quick glances, probably recognizing me from the stage. I pretended not to notice and slipped into the elevator when the doors opened. My room felt like the only safe place I could breathe. The second I walked in, I dropped my bag on the chair and sat on the bed. My phone buzzed in my hand. I thought it might be June or someone else trying to congratulate me, but when I unlocked it, I saw the email notification. I frowned. It was from the fashion house directly. My finger tapped it open, and I sat straighter as I read through it. Dear Amy, congratulations on being selected as the star model for our upcoming show. I blinked and read it again, slower this time. They weren't wasting any time. The mail was formal, direct, and left no room for doubt. They confirmed my selection, mentioned that I should expect further details on fittings, schedules, and brand requirements. My name was written there in black and white, with their official seal and Raymond's signature. For a moment, I just stared at the screen. After everything, after being looked down on, ignored, and almost replaced, it was finally mine. My fingers trembled slightly as I scrolled to the end of the mail. We are pleased to have you as the face of our brand this season. I let out a shaky breath and fell back against the pillows. A laugh escaped me. It sounded soft and almost disbelieving. It wasn't just talk. It wasn't just applause in a crowded hall. This was official. Even if Mark tried to pull his usual tricks, he couldn't erase this. My confirmation was already logged, already communicated. I placed the phone on the nightstand and closed my eyes for a moment, letting the relief settle in. I was still cautious, though. With people like Mark and Clara, I knew they wouldn't give up easily. They wanted control, and I had just slipped out of their grip. Still, for tonight, I allowed myself to enjoy the victory. I checked the mail one more time, reading every line carefully, making sure I hadn't misunderstood anything. When I was sure it was real, I forwarded it to my private folder just in case. Leaning back, I whispered to myself, "This is just the beginning." The room was quiet, except for the sound of my breath. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I had ground to stand on. They could try, but they couldn't take this away from me. Mark. I had been watching Amy too closely these past weeks. Every move she made carried a kind of defiance that irritated me. She used to bow her head when I spoke. She used to follow orders. But now she looks at me like I was nothing but a shadow in her past. That change unsettled me, but I refused to show it. An alpha doesn't bend, most especially to a woman. When Clara came running to me, upset that Amy had impressed Raymond, I already knew I would have to act. Clara had been promised the spotlight. She was my chosen one, the one who stayed when Amy walked away. Letting Amy take a lead role, to shine in front of the world, meant giving her a platform to grow beyond my reach. I would not allow it. Raymond was not easy to deal with. The man had a sharp tongue and no patience for weakness. But like everyone else in this city, he had a price. Money and influence. Those were the true claws of power outside the battlefield. When I called him into my office, he didn't hide his frustration. "You're pushing too hard, Mark," he said, leaning against my desk. "Amy earned that role. You know how she performed. Taking it away will backfire." I leaned back in my chair studying him. "She won't leave. She has nowhere else to go. You give Clara the role. Consider it an investment deal. My company doubles our contribution to your next show. That should be enough." He narrowed his eyes. "You think money fixes everything. It does, I said simply. And I believed it. Power, money, dominance. It was all the same language. Amy needed to remember who held the leash. Raymond shook his head, but he didn't refuse. I knew he would bend. They all did in the end. Still, he muttered something under his breath about the consequences. I didn't care. Amy would not rise above me, at least not while I was still breathing. Clara was delighted when I told her. She wrapped her arms around me. Her voice was weirdly, sickly sweet and pleasing. Thank you, Mark. You always keep your word. I didn't reply. She didn't need to know the truth. I didn't do it out of love. I did it because I could not stand seeing Amy shine where Clara had failed. Amy had chosen to walk away from me, but she would never walk far. That night, I scrolled through the networks. Clara's announcement was already spreading online. She posted pictures of herself with Raymond, smiling, hinting at the show. The comments praised her beauty, her grace. Some even mentioned Amy, asking what happened to her. Clara ignored those. She wanted all the attention. Brian came in while I was still looking at the posts. He folded his arms, standing in the doorway. You really think pushing Amy down again will end this? I raised an eyebrow. You sound like you doubt me. He shrugged. She's not the same girl, Mark. I saw it when she kicked me in the groin. She's changing. She is now stronger and defiant. Clara might not be enough to keep her down this time. The memory of Amy standing against me, refusing to apologize even under alpha pressure, stung. I hadn't forgotten it, but I pushed the thought aside. She won't go anywhere, I said. She has no family, no allies, nothing but scraps. When she realizes that, she'll crawl back. Brian didn't answer. His silence irritated me, but I let it go. He was loyal. He would do what I asked when it mattered. The following day, Raymond confirmed it was done. Clara would replace Amy. I wired the money, and the deal was sealed. Simple, efficient. But the problem didn't end there. I saw the look on Raymond's face when he left my office. He was uneasy, like he had crossed a line he knew would cost him later. I didn't care about his doubts. What mattered was control. Later that evening, Clara strutted into my study, her phone in hand. Amy must be crushed, she said, showing me the comments online. She thought she could compete with me. Silly girl. I did not say anything. Watching Clara gloat gave me no satisfaction. Something about it felt hollow. It wasn't enough to watch Amy lose a role. What I wanted was for her to regret leaving me. I wanted her to look me in the eye and realize she was nothing without me. Until then, none of this mattered. Brian came again, more insistent this time. Mark, listen to me. You're making mistakes. Amy isn't like before. If you keep pressing her, she'll push back harder. And when she does, you might not be able to control it. I stood up, walked towards him, and paused. Are you questioning me? His jaw tightened. He lowered his head in respect, but his words didn't soften. I'm warning you. Wolves don't stay broken forever. Even the weak ones find strength when you push too far. I grabbed his shoulder and squeezed. She belongs to me. That's all you need to remember. I decide how far she goes. I decide if she stands or falls. Do you understand? Yes, Alpha, he said, but I knew he didn't agree. When he left, I poured myself a glass of scotch and stared out the window. The city lights stretched far, but they felt meaningless. No matter how much I tried to bury it, Amy's face lingered in my mind. The way she looked at me in that lounge, like she had cut herself free, it burned. Clara slipped in behind me, wrapping her arms around my waist. Stop worrying, she whispered. She's gone. I'm here. That's all that matters. I let her cling to me, but inside I wasn't convinced. Amy had always been stubborn, but this time it felt different. This wasn't just about pride. Something deeper was pulling her away from me, and I couldn't name it. Amy. I woke up to the pale light of the break of a new day illuminating the room. My body still felt a little sore from the event at the audition, but I didn't care. I won and got the role. That was all that mattered. I yawned, stretched, and reached for my phone on the nightstand. The first thing I wanted to see was updates, the schedule, maybe more details about fittings for the show. I was still smiling when I unlocked it. My smile froze when I saw a new email. My thumb hovered before I tapped it open. The subject line was short. Important update. I began to read every word carefully, but my chest tightened with each sentence. Dear Amy, we regret to inform you that due to unforeseen adjustments, your selection as star model has been reassigned. Clara will now represent the brand for the upcoming show. We acknowledge your effort and encourage you to continue pursuing opportunities with us in the near future." This had the handwriting of Mark written all over. No one else had the power to pull strings this fast. No one else would even dare. Anger rose inside me so fast, I didn't realize when my hand flung the phone across the room. It hit the wall and dropped to the floor with a dull thud. My breath came sharp, and my hands started shaking as I stood up. The chair went flying when I kicked it, and I grabbed the water bottle on the table and threw it hard enough to spill everywhere. My wolf stirred angrily inside me. Her growl was vibrating through my chest. "Shift," she urged. "Let me out. Let me deal with this." "No," I muttered out loud, clutching the edge of the desk, forcing myself to stay in control. If I shifted now, I'd wreck the whole place, and that was exactly what Mark would want. To see me lose it, to prove I was unstable. But my hatred for him burned hotter than ever. He wasn't just trying to ruin my career. He was humiliating me, trying to remind me that no matter what I achieved, he held the strings. I paced the room, my chest heaving. Every nerve in my body screamed for release. My wolf scratched at the surface, furious, restless. My hands curled into fists as I tried to breathe through it. "This isn't over," I whispered, though my voice shook with rage. Not by a long shot. I sank onto the bed, my nails digging into my palm. My mind raced with what to do next, but before I could even think straight, my phone buzzed from the floor where it had fallen. My phone screen lit up again, and this time it wasn't an email. It was a message from Clara. I didn't even need to open it to know what it would say, but I did anyway. "Guess who's the face of the runway now? You should have known better than to compete with me. Some of us are born to win." Her smugness bled through every word. I stared at the screen, my jaw tight, before locking the phone without replying. She wanted a reaction, but she wouldn't get it over the phone. I headed straight for the bathroom. I had a quick shower in an attempt to wash off some of the tension boiling under my skin. By the time I stepped out to get dressed, I had already decided what I needed to do. If Mark thought he could pull strings behind the scenes and keep me quiet, he was wrong. And if Clara thought she could parade around with her new victory, she'd soon find out I wasn't that easy to push aside. After dressing up, I grabbed my bag and left the hotel, heading straight to Mark's house. My gut told me Clara would be there, basking in her stolen glory. When I arrived at Mark's, I didn't bother with pleasantries when I stepped into Mark's living room. He sat back on the leather couch, glass of whiskey in hand like nothing in the world was wrong. Clara was curled up beside him, wearing that smug little smile that made my blood heat. "You stole my role," I said flatly. "It wasn't enough that you gave her my pendant, all to make her happy." Mark's brow arched, as if I'd just accused him of something ridiculous. "Amy, you're being unreasonable. Clara doesn't have much time left. She's dying, and she deserves every good thing before she goes." I clenched my fists at my sides. "So my life, my dreams, my dignity, those don't matter? You take everything from me and hand it to her, and I'm the one being unreasonable?" My voice shook, but I forced myself to keep my chin high. "You're not honoring her, Mark. You're sacrificing me." Clara let out a delicate cough, one hand pressed dramatically to her lips. When she pulled it away, there was a smear of red. She gave a weak little whimper that made Mark rush to her side instantly. He cradled her like she was made of glass. I almost laughed at how convenient it was. "You see?" Mark's voice hardened. "She can't even stand without pain, and you dare come here complaining about some show and a trinket?" I looked between him and Clara, my chest burning. The hypocrisy was choking. "You don't see her games because you don't want to. You'd rather turn me into the villain than admit she's not as fragile as she pretends to be." Mark stood up. "Enough. You will not disrespect her in my house." My wolf bristled inside me, but I forced control. I couldn't shift here, not when it would only prove their narrative of me being reckless and dangerous. "Listen to me, Mark," I said, my voice low but firm. "I will not waste myself on you. If your loyalty is to Clara, then keep it, but don't expect me to keep swallowing every insult, every theft, and every humiliation. I'm done." "Amy." Clara groaned a little, her head falling against John's shoulder like she was exhausted from the whole display. Poor Amy, always so bitter. No wonder no one stays by your side. Her words stung, but not enough to break me. At least not anymore. I turned toward the door. This is the last time I come here begging for fairness. You've made your choice, Mark. Don't think I'll keep waiting for scraps while you play savior to someone who doesn't even need saving. And as I walked out, my wolf's voice echoed firmly inside me. We won't love the wrong man again. I didn't say anything in response, but I affirmed it. I got into my car and drove back to the hotel to calm myself down. I scrolled through my phone that morning, and the sight of Clara's smug face filled my screen. Her post had already gone viral across all networks. She wore the very dress I had fitted during rehearsal, strutting with forced confidence, her caption dripping with arrogance. Grateful to be chosen as the true star. Some things are just meant for the right she-wolf. I clenched my phone so hard it almost cracked. But it wasn't the post that burned me most. It was the comments. Wolves, pack airs, all gushing over her as if she had actually earned the spotlight. And then, right beneath her post, Mark's comment stood bold and liked by hundreds. I'm proud of you, my dearest. You were always the brighter star. Some wolves can indeed be replaced. Replaceable. That word cut deep, sharper than any claw. He knew exactly what he was doing. He never praised me in public like that, so he knew that it was going to get to me. Eve snarled inside me. We are not replaceable. We are the best. He just can't see it. I turned and made my way to Raymond's office. When I arrived, I slammed the phone on the table. I had no room for patience. The director's assistant hesitated when she saw me storm in. Miss, I'm here for Raymond, I snapped. My voice was low, but even the assistant felt the pressure of my wolf seeping through. She stepped aside. I pushed the office door open without knocking. Raymond sat at his desk, typing quickly, but he froze the moment he saw me. Amy, you replaced me. My voice was flat, but I knew he felt the heat beneath it. You let Mark and Clara buy my spot after I worked, rehearsed, and proved myself. Raymond sighed. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples like he'd been expecting me. Amy, listen. No, I cut him off, stepping closer. You don't get to act like this is out of your control. You chose Clara. You betrayed the audience, the show, and me. He raised his hands in surrender. I was pressured. You think I wanted to? Mark invested a ridiculous amount overnight. The board wanted stability. Clara came with his backing. My hands were tied. I laughed bitterly. Tied? Or just greedy? Don't lie to me, Raymond. I saw the crowd. I heard them chant. They loved me more than her. Even you know it. His shoulders slumped, and for a brief moment his eyes softened. You're right. The audience did love you. Your walk had power, presence. Clara couldn't even hold their attention. But Amy, in this industry, money shouts louder than applause. And Mark's influence. He trailed off, unwilling to say it outright. I leaned forward, staring him dead in the eye. And when Clara fades, when the audience stops clapping for her, what will you be left with? A bought performance that no one respects. He flinched, but didn't answer. Before I could speak again, my phone buzzed. I glanced down. A new post. My stomach turned when I saw it. Clara again. This time, a blurry photo of me leaving rehearsal the other day. The caption read, Some wolves can't handle the pressure. Walking out is easier than standing tall. Sad when you're unprofessional. The comments were already piling up. Unreliable. Unfit for the stage. Wolves and humans alike, all quick to believe the worst. I turned the screen toward Raymond. Do you see this? She's sabotaging me. And you let her. He sighed. I can't control what Clara posts online, Amy. I shoved the phone back into my bag. Then don't expect me to forgive this. You think giving Clara my place will keep your show safe, but it won't. You'll regret it, Raymond. Every wolf and human will see through her. I turned sharply and walked toward the door. His voice followed me. Amy, wait. But I didn't stop. As I stepped into the hallway, Eve's voice growled inside me. She won't stop, Amy. Clara won't rest until you're destroyed, but neither will we. I pushed through the building doors into the sharp air outside. My hands shook, not with weakness, but with restraint. My wolf pressed at the edge of my skin, demanding release, demanding to hunt, but I couldn't afford to lose control. Not here, not yet. I breathed deeply, forcing the shift down. My claws itched, but I stayed in human form. Replaceable, I muttered under my breath. Mark's words burned deeper than Clara's games. He thought I was a pawn he could discard, that I had no one and nowhere else to turn. But he was wrong. I wasn't just fighting for a runway show. I was fighting for my place, my wolf, my survival. The city noises faded as I focused inward. Eve whispered, calm but fierce, "This fight isn't over. They think they've taken something from us, but they only gave us more reason to rise." I nodded to myself, clutching my bag tighter. Raymond might have chosen Clara. Mark might have humiliated me. Clara might have painted me as a fraud. But the audience, they knew the truth. And I would make sure the whole world did too. As I crossed the street, my phone buzzed again. I pulled it out reluctantly, expecting another poisonous post, but it wasn't Clara, Amy. It was an email. Subject line, official confirmation, invitation to Paris Fashion Week. My heart skipped as I opened it quickly. Dear Amy, we are pleased to inform you that based on audience response and influencer reviews, you have been selected as the headlining wolf model for Paris Fashion Week. Details will follow shortly. Congratulations. I froze on the sidewalk, the words burning into me. Headlining, Paris. Clara had stolen one stage, but fate had given me a bigger one. I happily returned to the hotel, but I was too excited to even relax. I was still pacing around my room when my phone rang. The screen lit up with Mrs. Carter's name. For a moment, I wondered if I should even answer. My head was heavy from everything that had been happening lately. Clara's drama, Mark's betrayal, and the way the entire fashion show had been stolen from me. But I picked it up anyway. Come to the Northern Pack House. Mrs. Carter's voice came sharp and commanding, leaving no room for questions. Before I could even ask why, she ended the call. I didn't like being summoned without an explanation, but she wasn't someone I could ignore. Mrs. Carter was known for her authority in the pack, and she carried weight not only as the elder's wife, but also as one of the most respected women in the region. Whatever this was about, it had to be important. I put on a simple outfit and tied my hair back. My wolf was restless, pacing inside me. She didn't like the uncertainty either. When I arrived at the pack house, I froze at the sight before me. The place was unusually busy. Cars filled the parking lot, people moved in and out, and the energy felt charged with preparation. My heartbeat picked up. Something big was happening here. Inside, the main hall was bustling. Several women moved around with fabrics, sewing kits, and measuring tapes. Boxes of materials were being opened, and rolls of cloth spilled out in every color imaginable. The sound of scissors snapping and sewing machines humming filled the air. I stood by the doorway, confused. "What is going on here?" I asked aloud, though no one turned to answer me. Then I saw Mrs. Carter at the far end of the hall, speaking to a group of seamstresses who looked like they had come from the city. She waved me over immediately. "Amy, there you are," she said as I approached. Her tone was brisk, like she had been waiting for me. "We don't have time to waste. Your mating ceremony will be in the next full moon. These are the top seamstresses, and they're here to do your fittings. You must look perfect." Her words hit me hard. I blinked at her, trying to process. "My mating ceremony? Next full moon?" I repeated, my voice low but firm. "Yes," she didn't hesitate. "Everything has been arranged. You are the chosen mate, and the Northern Pack deserves a flawless celebration. The seamstresses will design multiple outfits for you, one for the pre-ceremony, one for the official binding, and one for the evening banquet. You'll also need jewelry and proper shoes. Everything must be ready before the moon rises." I swallowed hard. I had imagined many things these past few days, but not this. A part of me felt cornered. "Mrs. Carter," I started, trying to calm myself. "Shouldn't I at least be told in advance? Shouldn't I have a say in this?" Her expression hardened. "This isn't about what you want, Amy. This is about duty and appearance. Your mate deserves a strong and elegant Luna. That is what we must present to the pack." Her words stung. My wolf growled quietly inside me, not liking the pressure. I clenched my jaw, refusing to show weakness. Two seamstresses stepped forward, carrying tapes and pins. One of them, a sharp-eyed woman in her 40s, looked me up and down as if I were just a mannequin. "Stand straight," she ordered. "We need your exact measurements." I stiffened but obeyed. My mind was racing as the women measured my arms, waist, and shoulders, talking among themselves about fabrics and designs. I caught phrases like royal blue for the banquet and white silk for the ceremony. It all sounded grand, but none of it felt like mine. As the seamstresses worked, Mrs. Carter leaned closer to me. "This is bigger than you think, Amy. Packs from across the region will be present. This ceremony will seal alliances. You must not disappoint." I bit back a sharp response. "And what about Clara?" I asked instead. The name slipped out before I could stop it. Mrs. Carter's lips pressed together. "Clara is irrelevant. This ceremony is about you and your mate. Do not bring up her name again in this house. Irrelevant. That was the word she used. But deep down, I knew Clara wouldn't make herself irrelevant, not with the way she had been trying to destroy me at every turn. The seamstresses finished the first round of measurements and began draping fabrics over me, pinning them to see how they might look. I stood still, my hands clenched at my sides, my thoughts spiraling. Was I really ready for this? Was this even my choice anymore? Mrs. Carter clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "We'll need a fitting room cleared immediately. Amy, you'll try on 3 sample gowns today. After that, they'll adjust for perfection. We don't accept mistakes." I followed reluctantly into the fitting room, where they laid out 3 gowns. One was ivory, another deep crimson, and the last a shimmering silver. Each looked heavy with embroidery and jewels. I tried the first gown. It was beautiful, yes, but it felt like armor. I looked in the mirror and barely recognized myself. My wolf growled again, louder this time, disapproving of the tightness around my chest. The seamstress adjusted the sleeves. "Perfect," she said. "This will suit a Luna," but I didn't feel perfect. I felt trapped. The second gown fit better, but as I stepped out, I caught sight of a familiar face entering the hall. Clara. She walked in as if she owned the place, smiling sweetly at everyone. My jaw tightened. Of course she would show up here too. Mrs. Carter frowned when she saw her. "What are you doing here?" "Amy." Clara's smile widened. "I came to congratulate Amy. After all, such news shouldn't be kept secret from me. Besides, I thought I could help with some of the fashion choices. You know I have an eye for these things." I wanted to roll my eyes, but instead, I stared at her, waiting for the next move. Clara never came anywhere without an agenda. How did she even know where I was, and why in God's name is she here? Mrs. Carter opened her mouth to dismiss her, but Clara stepped forward quickly. "Actually," she said in a louder voice, making sure everyone in the room could hear her, "I think it's strange that Amy gets all of this attention when everyone knows her wolf isn't stable. Do you really want her representing the Northern Pack if she loses control in the middle of the ceremony?" The hall went quiet. Every seamstress, every helper froze, their eyes shifting toward me. My chest tightened, and my wolf pushed harder inside me, ready to respond to the insult. Clara never came anywhere without trying so hard to disgrace and be the center of attention. The disgusting part about what she was doing right now was that she had no business here. Mrs. Carter's face turned dark. "Enough, Clara. Leave." But Clara didn't leave. She folded her arms and looked right at me, her smile sharp. "Go ahead, Amy. Prove me wrong. Show them all that you can control yourself. Or maybe you'll snap right here in front of us." My nails dug into my palms. My breathing became sharp. I wanted to lunge at her, to wipe that smug look off her face, but I was barely holding myself back. I met her eyes and said in a low voice, "You're going to regret this." Clara tilted her head, unbothered. "We'll see." My wolf roared inside me, and for a terrifying second, I felt the shift pulling at me. My vision blurred, my claws threatened to break through. I forced myself to breathe, to push it down, but I knew I was at my limit. Mrs. Carter moved before I could do or say anything else. She walked straight up to Clara, gripped her by the arm, and leaned in close. Her lips moved, whispering something into Clara's ear, but I couldn't catch the words. Whatever she said made Clara's smirk falter for a moment. Clara turned her head just enough to glance at me. Her eyes burned with hatred. The way she looked at me made my skin crawl. If stares could cut, hers would have torn me apart right there. Mrs. Carter straightened, releasing her grip on Clara. Without another word, she turned to the seamstresses. "Back to the fitting," she ordered. Her voice was calm but carried enough authority to silence the entire room. The women quickly went back to their work, pretending as if nothing had just happened. It wasn't just about respect. They looked terrified of her. Then her gaze landed on me. "Amy," she said firmly, To bear the Carter name, you must learn to stand up for yourself. No one will hand you respect. You either demand it or you lose it. Her words were firm, and all she spoke was the truth. I nodded slowly, though inside I was still battling with my wolf. Clara had almost pushed me into shifting, and if that had happened here, in front of all these people, everything would have been ruined. I had my wolf under control, and no one knew. Since my first unexpected shift a few years ago, which made me lose control, I tried really hard to control myself when it came to Clara's intentional provocation. The seamstresses returned to me, pinning the silver gown in place. I stood stiff, trying to focus on their instructions, but I could feel Clara's eyes boring into me from across the room. She hadn't left. That alone was enough to keep my nerves on edge. "Raise your arms," one of the seamstresses said. I obeyed. My wolf was still growling low inside me, refusing to calm down. Every sound felt sharper, every scent stronger. I caught Clara's scent lingering nearby, mixed with that sweet fake perfume she always drowned herself in. Having that and Restless Eve made my stomach turn. Mrs. Carter circled around me, studying the fit of the gown. "Better," she said, adjusting her sleeve. "But it must be tighter at the waist. Aluna must show strength and elegance, not weakness." I clenched my jaw at her words. It wasn't weakness that had me on edge. It was Clara and this damn tight clothing. Why is she still here? I finally asked, my voice low. Mrs. Carter didn't look at me. "She knows her place," she replied. "If she chooses to stay and watch, let her. You should not let her presence affect your focus." Easy for her to say. My wolf wanted to rip Clara apart. The seamstresses finished with the silver gown and asked me to try on the crimson one. I changed quickly and came back out. The gown shimmered under the light, drawing small gasps from the helpers. "It suits her," one of them said softly. Clara laughed from where she stood. "Of course it suits her. She always did love attention. But can she actually carry herself with dignity, or will she just embarrass the Carter name?" I froze mid-step. My nails dug into the fabric of the gown. Mrs. Carter shot Clara a sharp look. "Enough," she snapped. But Clara didn't care. She tilted her head toward me, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. "Careful, Amy. Don't let your wolf slip out in front of everyone again. They'll see what I already know. You're unstable." My chest rose and fell heavily. I was seconds away from losing it. But then I remembered Mrs. Carter's words. To bear the Carter name, you must learn to stand up for yourself. So I looked right at Clara and said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "You can talk all you want, but no one here called you for a fitting. That's because you don't belong and you'll never be that important." "Amy," a ripple of whispers went through the hall. Clara's smile faded, even if just for a second. She didn't expect me to bite back. Mrs. Carter gave the slightest nod, as if acknowledging I had done the right thing. The seamstresses finished with the crimson gown, and I changed into the final one, the ivory. It was the heaviest of them all, layered with jewels and embroidery. As I stepped out, the room quieted. Even I had to admit it looked grand. Mrs. Carter's eyes softened for the first time. "Yes," she said, "that is the one for the binding ceremony." But before the seamstresses could mark the adjustments, Clara clapped her hands together slowly. "Beautiful," she said with fake sweetness. "Almost makes you look like you're worthy." She paused, her eyes locking on mine. "Almost." My wolf surged again, pressing against my control. My breathing quickened, and for a second my claws threatened to push through. Clara was being too obvious, and she had no self-respect whatsoever. For her to still be here, she has a plan. Whatever it was made me terribly uncomfortable. Mrs. Carter's voice cut through the tension. "Amy, hold yourself together. This is your test. Fail here, and the pack will remember it forever." I forced myself to breathe slowly. In, out, in, out. My wolf clawed inside me, desperate for release, but I kept her locked down. Clara smirked, clearly satisfied with the struggle she saw on my face. She whispered something to herself, too low for anyone else to hear, but my heightened hearing picked it up. "You'll never make it through the ceremony." That was it. I turned, stepping toward her, but Mrs. Carter's hand came up quickly, stopping me with a firm grip. "Not here," she said under her breath. "Not now. Save it for when it matters." I froze in place, my wolf howling in frustration. Clara raised her brows mockingly as if she had already won, but she hadn't. Not yet. The seamstresses finished their notes and began packing up. Mrs. Carter dismissed them, then looked at me with an intensity that made me straighten my back. "You did well enough today," she said, "but this is only the beginning. Clara will keep trying. Others will too. If you want to stand as Luna, you must not only endure, you must fight back. Do you understand?" I nodded slowly. "Yes, ma'am," and then I excused myself to leave. I was almost at the door when I felt a sharp grip on my arm. Clara's fingers dug into my skin. I stopped, already irritated. "What do you want now?" Before I could even react, Clara yanked hard, pulling me back. My body twisted, and instinctively, I shoved her off me to protect myself from whatever game she was playing. It wasn't a hard push, it was just enough to free myself. But she stumbled, lost her balance, and fell flat to the ground. The thud echoed across the room, and I froze in shock. Remembering her health status, Clara's head hit the edge of a low wooden stool. She gasped, clutching her hair, and for the briefest moment, I felt a pang of guilt. I hadn't meant to hurt her. I only wanted her off me. I bent down quickly, extending my hand. "Clara, get up, stop being dramatic." But then I saw a sharp flash of silver in her hand, a small pair of scissors. I blinked, confused, until she did the unthinkable. Clara dragged the blade across her own skin, leaving a shallow but bloody cut on her arm. "What the?" I tried to snatch it from her, but she was faster. Clara shoved the scissors into my hand and suddenly let out the loudest scream I'd ever heard from her. "Help, she's trying to kill me." Her voice cracked like glass, carrying across the entire hall like she was really about to die. My heart dropped. "What?" Within seconds, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the room. Mrs. Carter stormed in, followed by two seamstresses who froze at the doorway. Their faces were all pale with shock. Clara laid sprawled on the ground, clutching her bleeding arm, trembling like the victim of an assault. The scissors were still in my hand. The picture couldn't have looked worse if she had staged it for hours. Mrs. Carter's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "What happened here?" She tried to kill me," Clara stammered, pointing at me with tears brimming in her eyes. "Amy, she lost control. She said she pushed me, and then she grabbed the scissors." I stared at her in disbelief. My grip on the scissors tightened, but only because I couldn't believe what was happening. "That's not true," I snapped, my voice shaking. "I didn't hurt her. She cut herself and then shoved this in my hand," I said, stretching out the scissors for them to see. Clara whimpered, leaning against the stool. Her wolf aura flickered weakly, making her seem even more fragile than she already looked. "She's lying. I thought she wanted peace, but she's jealous. She wants me gone." The seamstresses whispered among themselves, their eyes darting between us. I could feel their doubt heavy in the room. Wolves thrived on dominance and strength, and right now, Clara had played her weakness into a weapon. I turned to Mrs. Carter, my chest rising and falling rapidly. "You know me. I would never humiliate myself like this. Clara has always hated me. She's cunning, and you of all people should see through it." Mrs. Carter's face remained unreadable. Her stern gaze flickered to Clara, then back to me. The silence stretched so long I could hear the faint hum of the lights above us. Clara sniffled, blood dripping slowly down her pale arm. "I was only trying to congratulate her, but she hates me so much that she—" "Enough," I cut in sharply, unable to hold it in anymore. I crouched low, meeting Clara's eyes head-on. "You think you'll always get away with this? With your lies, with your little tricks, but you won't. One day, Clara, everyone will see you for what you truly are, cunning, wicked, and pathetic." "Amy," her eyes widened at my words, but she quickly schooled her face into a trembling mask of innocence again. I stood up, dropping the scissors onto the ground with a loud clatter, causing the seamstresses to flinch at the sound. Without waiting for Mrs. Carter's judgment, I turned and walked out. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt, but I kept my steps going. I could feel every stare on my back, accusing, doubtful, curious. I didn't care anymore. Let them think about what they wanted. As I pushed open the heavy doors of the hall, my wolf stirred inside me. Her voice was steady in my mind. "They think they've cornered us, but they don't know who we really are." For a second, I let out the breath I'd been holding, but deep inside I knew something had changed. Clara wasn't just playing games anymore. She was trying to destroy me completely. And the worst part? She was good at it. Still, I wasn't going to let her win. The corridor outside was cold and quiet. The scent of the Carter household was strong in the air. I clenched my fists, forcing myself to walk forward. I could still hear Clara's soft sobs echo faintly behind me. As I reached the front doors, I paused my steps when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and froze when I saw the message on the screen. "We know what she did. Be careful who you trust in the Carter's household." My wolf bristled from the text. Someone was watching me, and it gave me shivers. I checked who the sender was, but it was from a private number. I drove back to the hotel with the radio turned off. The streetlights blurred past like beads. I didn't call anyone. I didn't want anyone to know where I was. My head throbbed from the fight at the Carter house, from Clara's fake blood, from the whole night. I just wanted one place where no one could reach me for a while. I thought the hotel would be that place. When I got into the room, I shut the door hard behind me, kicked off my shoes, and dropped my bag on the chair. The room was dark, but it didn't matter, and for a second I let myself breathe. My body still trembled with adrenaline, and the bruise on my forearm ached where Clara had grabbed me. My wolf growled low inside me, restless and angry. She wanted blood. She wanted motion. She wanted to hunt. I lay down on the bed, fully clothed, thinking I could close my eyes for a minute and let the world stop. My phone lay on the nightstand, screen face down. I didn't want messages. I didn't want more lies. The last thing I needed was another stunt from Clara or another message from Mark pretending he cared. Sleep didn't come. I kept replaying the scene in my head. Clara pushing, then screaming, the scissors, Mrs. Carter watching like a judge. The worst part was how quick everyone had been to believe Clara's pain. It's easy to pity a woman who bleeds. Harder to see the hand that forces the blade anyway. Minutes later, there was a knock at the door, not a polite or tentative knock. It was hard and insistent. 2 or 3 strong raps in a row that made my skin rise. I sat up, my wolf prickled, muscles twitching under my skin. The knock came again, louder. Whoever it was did not sound like a guest. It sounded like someone who meant business. I stood up slowly and crossed the room. My head felt hollow in the places it hurt. I glanced at the mirror and saw the smear of blood on my temple. My fingers shook, but I didn't touch it. I opened the door. They were both there. Mark and Clara, standing too close, looking like they had followed me. My stomach dropped. I had not expected to see them here tonight. "Why are you here?" I asked. The words came out sharp. I held the door with one hand so I could push them out if they tried to step inside. Clara's smile was thin. "We thought you might need company," she said, but the edge in her voice showed the lie. Mark didn't say anything. He stepped forward with that same cold look. Then, without warning, he shoved me. I stumbled. My foot hit the edge of the rug, and I fell hard. My head slammed into the small table beside the bed. Pain shot through my skull. I tasted metal. Warm blood began to run down the side of my face. I blinked, felt the room tilt, and tried to get up. Mark's hand came down on my shoulder and pushed me back. His weight pinned me against the floor. He held me there, flat, like he wanted me to know I could not get away. Clara leaned forward and started hitting me. Her hands were fast and mean. She slapped my cheek, then struck my ribs. Each blow felt like salt poured on a burn. I didn't expect this from him. I hadn't expected him to be that cruel. I'd known Mark for years. He had been angry before, but he'd never held me on the floor while a woman rained down on me. It felt personal. It felt like betrayal. I tried to push Mark off. I twisted my body and grabbed for the arm that held my shoulder. My wolf screamed inside me, wanting to break loose, wanting to shift into something not human to stop the attack. If I shifted, if I let the wolf take over, they would both regret it. But I would lose everything else. I did not want to lose control in a hotel room and give them another story. Mark grunted and pressed harder. "Shut up," he said. His voice was low and ugly. "No one wants to hear you cry." "Amy." Clara slammed her fist into my side. I coughed, tasted blood. I felt weak, but anger rose like fire. I tried to twist out from under him, and for a second his grip loosened. I shoved him away with what I had. He stumbled. In the split second, he was off balance. He swung his fist to hit me back. I moved my head. The fist missed me and hit Clara full in the face. She crumpled backwards, clutching her cheek, a stunned sound tearing from her throat. It was the exact moment I needed. I scrambled up, wiping blood from my face with the sleeve of my jacket. The world shifted around me, heart pounding, and my breathing was uneven. I laughed then. It came out raw and sharp. I knew it sounded awful, but I couldn't stop it. Karma has a sense of balance, I said, the laugh breaking into a cough. The room spun, but for the first time that night I felt a small, cold piece of triumph. Clara had wanted me humiliated. Tonight her plan had turned on her. She stood, face red where Mark's fist had hit, and stared at me like I had committed a sin. Her eyes were wild, and for the first time she looked less sure than before. Mark's expression was not one of shame, it was anger that had teeth. "You think you can laugh?" he barked. He moved toward me with his hands clenched. Clara shoved forward too, but she was swaying, unsteady from the blow. Rage flared in her, and she leapt at me. Her nails dragged across my cheek. Pain burned again. I wanted to shake her off, to make her stop. Instead, I grabbed her wrist and twisted it. She cried out. Mark lunged, and I braced myself. He swung, and I ducked. He lost balance and fell into a chair. For a second, the room was messy. The hotel's thin walls seemed to press in. My chest heaved. I didn't look away from them. I didn't back down. "You two are pathetic," I said, voice shaking but clear. "This is how low you want to go? You break into a woman's room. You attack her. For what? For power? For a show? For a pendant? For what exactly? Why won't you leave me the fuck alone?" I screamed in anger. Clara's face twisted. "There's a right way to behave," she spat. "You won't have the Carter name. You'll never belong." I stepped toward the door slowly. I wanted to leave. I wanted to go where no one could touch me. But as I reached for the handle, a sound cut through the room. A heavy knock, different from the first few. Slow, measured, it had weight to it. All of us stopped. Mark's shoulders tightened. Clara's breathing hitched. My wolf flattened into silence, listening. Another knock. A voice then, low and formal from the other side. "Amy, open the door. It's Garrick. Open up." The name hit me like a cold hand. Elder Garrick. He didn't knock at doors unless it was urgent. He didn't use my name unless it was a matter of pack business. I felt something like ice spread through me. My wolf urged me to pull the door closed, to hide. She smelled danger in the tension that had gathered around Mark and Clara. Her teeth clicked in my skull, a warning I could feel. I didn't move right away. I glanced back at Mark and Clara. Mark's jaw worked. Clara's eyes shone with a mix of fear and cunning. She was still dangerous. The panic in her gaze flickered away quickly and was replaced by a mask of hurt and innocence. She could sell her story when people watched. "Open the door," Garrick said again, his voice calm, but with an edge that said he would not be ignored. I let my hand hover on the handle. Every part of me was screaming. If I opened the door, someone from the pack would see Mark and Clara here. They would see the mess. They might take my side, or they might side with the Carters. I had no idea how Garrick would read it. My fingers tightened. My wolf pressed against my ribs, restless. The hotel air felt thin. I took a breath. I decided to open the door. Before my hand could turn the knob, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I fumbled for it, thumb trembling. A text from an unknown number flashed on the screen. I read it and my blood ran colder. "We're watching. Don't open for him. Not yet." I looked at Mark. I looked at Clara. My wolf howled inside me, loud and wild. Then I looked back at the door, at the name Garrick on the other side, and at the message on my screen. The knock came again, harder this time. I had to choose. Slowly, I let my hand move toward the knob and pulled the door open a crack. A dark figure stood in the corridor. Not Garrick, someone else. Tall, heavy boots, a patrol mark on his jacket. His face was half in shadow. He looked straight at me and pushed his way in without waiting for permission. Behind him, two more figures followed. One of them closed the door and locked it. The click sounded final. I had no idea who they were. My wolf snarled. The air tasted like iron. Mark and Clara stepped back, eyes wide. For the first time that night, I felt very small and very exposed. The tall man came forward and looked me in the face. His voice was low. "We need to talk. Now." The tall man's voice cut through the room. "You two, out. Now." Mark's mouth opened, ready to argue, but the man's glare silenced him. Clara clutched her face, frowning, but even she didn't dare protest. One of the other men stepped forward, his hand resting on the knife at his belt. "You heard him. Leave." Mark scowled, but he yanked Clara toward the door. She shot me a poisonous look over her shoulder, lips pressed tight. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving me alone with the strangers. My chest tightened. Whatever was about to happen wasn't ordinary. Amy. The room was still tense from the chaos that Mark and Clara had left behind after the click of the door. My heartbeat was barely stable when one of the strange men stepped forward. His presence filled the room. He was broad-shouldered, dressed all black, and he had the posture of someone that was trained for defense. The other guy looked slightly younger, but well-built too. The taller one was the first to speak, and I would have sworn I didn't hear him correctly. "Miss Amy, my name is Cole. This is my associate, Ryan," he introduced. "We are your newly assigned bodyguard and driver," he added. For a second, I thought I'd misheard him. "You're my what?" "Bodyguard and driver," Ryan repeated, his voice calm and firm. As I stared at them, I could feel my head still throb. Everything about the day already felt a little too much. The fake accusation, the blood, Mark's punch, and now this? Two strangers showing up in my room claiming they were here to protect me? I blinked, trying to gather my thoughts. "Look, I don't know who sent you, but I didn't ask for a bodyguard or a driver. I don't need one." Cole's eyes flicked to the blood drying near my temple. "With all due respect, ma'am, you look like you do," he said with a gesture to my head. His tone wasn't mocking. It was flat, the kind of tone that carried as matter of fact, like he wasn't giving me an opinion and he was just stating a fact. I sighed and rubbed my forehead. Unbelievable. I turned toward the table where my phone sat, grabbed it, and scrolled to Mrs. Carter's number. Just as I was about to press the call button, the phone buzzed in my hand. Her name flashed across the screen. I answered. "Mrs. Carter, before you say anything, I assume Cole and Ryan have arrived?" She interrupted. Her voice was calm, the same tone she used whenever she wanted to remind me who held control. "I sent them to you this morning." I frowned. "Why would you do that?" "Because you clearly need protection," she replied. "After what happened with Clara, I can't risk any more public scenes or scandals before the ceremony. You're marrying my son, Amy. That makes you part of the Carter family, and the Carter name must be protected and held in high respect by the general public. So this obviously isn't about my safety. It's about your reputation." There was a pause on the line. "It's about both. You'll do well to remember that." I clenched my jaw. "I can handle myself, Mrs. Carter. I don't need guards following me around like some prisoner." She ignored my protest. "They'll be with you at all times, from now until the ceremony. Cole will report directly to me, and Amy, don't try to send them away. They follow my orders, not yours." Before I could respond, the line went dead. I lowered the phone slowly, my stomach twisting. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Mrs. Carter wasn't just trying to protect me. She was trying to control me. When I looked up, both men were still standing there, quiet and in a posture that looked like they were waiting for instructions. "Let me guess," I said, forcing calm into my voice. "She told you to stick around no matter what I say." Cole nodded once. "Yes, ma'am." I folded my arms. "Well, I'm saying I don't need you. You can both leave." Ryan's expression didn't change. "Sorry, ma'am, you don't have much of a choice." That made something in me snap. "You don't get to decide that." Cole's tone remained polite, but his stance was firm. "Our orders are to keep you safe. You can hate it if you want, but we're not leaving." I ran a hand through my hair, trying not to explode. My wolf was pacing restlessly inside me, uneasy about having strangers so close. "This is ridiculous," I muttered. "Maybe," Cole said simply. "But orders are orders." I sank onto the couch, rubbing my temples. For a long moment, no one spoke. The silence was heavy, but not awkward, just tense. These men weren't the talkative type. I could tell they were wolves from the way they carried themselves. Though their scents were faint, restrained, but unmistakable. Mrs. Carter must have chosen them from one of the northern warrior packs, and their scent must have been cloaked. Ryan broke the silence first. "We'll stay outside unless you need us. We'll take shifts guarding your door." I looked up at him. He couldn't have been more than mid-20s. His face looked calm, but there was something watchful in his eyes. "Fine," I said finally. "Do whatever you want. Just don't invade my space." They both nodded and stepped out, closing the door behind them. The moment they left, I let out a long breath and collapsed back on the couch. My head was still spinning from everything. I felt trapped, not just by the Carter family, but by my own situation. I was engaged to a man in a coma, surrounded by people who saw me as either a threat or a pawn. My phone buzzed again, but this time it wasn't a call. A new email notification appeared on the screen. I picked it up absently, expecting it to be spam or another press release about Clara's latest photo shoot. But when I opened it, my breath hitched. My eyes darted down to the message. HR Department, Carter Enterprise Holdings. Subject, Employment Confirmation. Dear Miss Amy, we are pleased to inform you that your employment at Carter Enterprise Holdings has been confirmed. You will assume your new role as Assistant Executive Liaison effective immediately. Your contract details and project assignments will be communicated at the headquarters tomorrow at 9 a.m. We look forward to your valuable contribution to the Carter family legacy. Sincerely, Human Resources, Carter Enterprise Holdings. I stared at the screen, stunned. I hadn't applied for a job there. I hadn't even considered working for them. The Carters already controlled my engagement, my living arrangements, and now they wanted to control my work life too. I sat up. My heart was pounding. This was too calculated to be coincidence. Mrs. Carter had planned everything, from the guards to this job offer. She was building a cage around me, piece by piece. Amy. My wolf growled low inside, sensing the trap. We're not their property, she whispered. We will not bow. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to calm her, but part of me agreed. I was tired of being moved around like a piece on their board. The phone buzzed again. It was another message, but this time from Cole. My stomach sank. Ma'am, your transportation to Carter Enterprise will be ready at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I placed my phone down and stared at the ceiling. I felt the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me, but beneath it was a steady burn of anger. Mrs. Carter might think she could shape me into some perfect mate for her son, but she was wrong. I would play along only long enough to learn what I needed to survive in their world, and then I'd take back control. The sound of footsteps in the hallway made my ears twitch. My senses sharpened automatically, my wolf alert. The air shifted. Someone had stopped outside my door. A knock on the door followed in 3 slow taps. I stood up, my heart beating fast. Cole's voice came through the door. Ma'am, one last thing. I hesitated, then opened it a little. He handed me a sealed envelope. From Mrs. Carter. She said to read it before you come tomorrow. I took it, and he turned away without another word. When I looked down at the envelope, the Carter family crest was embossed in gold across the seal. My pulse quickened. I didn't know what it contained. Maybe another demand, maybe a warning. I sat back on the bed. Everything about this family pulled me deeper into something I didn't understand. And as the moonlight slipped through the curtains, my wolf stirred again, uneasy. Something's coming, she whispered, but I ignored her. I stared at the envelope, hesitating to open it, because deep down I already knew whatever was written inside would get under my skin. I took a deep breath and finally opened the letter and was surprised to see that it was an official letter. It almost looked like a printout email. The Carter Enterprises. Subject, Welcome to Carter Dominion Enterprises. Dear Miss Amy, congratulations on your selection as Assistant Executive Liaison for Carter Enterprise Holdings. Your creativity and determination have not gone unnoticed. You are expected to resume work at our Northern Branch office tomorrow at 8 a.m. Details regarding your department, workspace, and assigned projects will be communicated upon your arrival. Please note, company policies strictly require employee cooperation with assigned security personnel at all times. Your safety is now a matter of high priority under the Carter family. We look forward to working with you. Best regards, Mrs. Evelyn Carter, Executive Director, Carter Dominion Enterprises. I sat down on the edge of my hotel bed, scrolling through my phone and staring at the email from Carter Dominion Enterprises. My supposed first day was tomorrow, and even though I hadn't agreed to any of this, Mrs. Carter had already set things in motion. Typical. If she wanted me to play the part, I'd play it well, on my own terms. I was done looking weak. If I was going to walk into that company, into her world, then I was going to look the part of a Luna. I pulled my wallet from my bag and stood. Shopping was long overdue. The mall downtown buzzed with life, full of humans and wolves alike. My wolf stirred uneasily beneath my skin. She hated crowds, But I ignored her and kept walking until I found a boutique that caught my eye. House of Alara. The kind of boutique that made you feel poor just by breathing near it. The moment I stepped inside, two attendants looked me up and down, assessing my clothes like I was something they weren't sure they wanted to touch. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes. "Good afternoon, ma'am," one of them said politely. "How can we assist you?" I smiled tightly. "I have an important work event. I need to look expensive enough to make everyone uncomfortable." The woman blinked, not sure if I was joking. "Of course, right this way." They brought me silk blouses, tailored pants, blazers that looked like they could pay rent, and heels sharp enough to be used as weapons. Every outfit I tried made me feel stronger and colder, like the version of me who didn't flinch when people whispered about her unstable wolf. When I looked at myself in the mirror, wearing a cream chiffon blouse tucked neatly into black high-waisted pants, I didn't see the broken girl who'd been attacked and humiliated. I saw someone new. "This one," I told them. "Pack it up. I'll take the silver heels too." As I handed over my card, one of the attendants finally smiled genuinely. "You'll make quite an entrance in that outfit." "Good," I said. "That's exactly what I want." By the time I returned to the hotel, the sun was setting. My arms ached from carrying bags, and my head throbbed from pretending to enjoy being in public. I dropped everything near the couch, kicked off my shoes, and collapsed on the bed. My wolf hummed quietly in my head, calmer now. She liked the new clothes, said they smelled like victory. I didn't answer her. I was too tired. I needed to rest if I was going to survive whatever the Carters had planned for me tomorrow. I turned off the lamp and let the silence swallow me whole. For once, sleep came easily. Shopping had drained every bit of energy out of me. Between picking the right clothes, matching heels, and finding a bag that screamed, "I am not to be messed with," I was exhausted. I just wanted to sleep peacefully, quietly, without anyone ruining my night. Tomorrow was my first day at Carter Dominion Enterprises. The thought made my stomach twist. Amy. I didn't want to wake up with dark circles under my eyes, so I forced myself to close them. My wolf was restless, pacing somewhere deep inside me, muttering about how the Carters couldn't be trusted, but I shut her out. I needed rest more than another argument. The morning came faster than I expected. My alarm buzzed beside me, and I groaned before rolling over to silence it. The room was still dim, but I could already smell the faint scent of dew through the open window. I stretched my arms, sat up slowly. I wanted to make a good impression, no, a powerful one. I showered, took time with my hair, and stood in front of the mirror. I'd picked out a soft, cream-colored chiffon blouse, tucked neatly into high-waisted black pants. My silver heels gave me height and confidence. A simple pair of pearl earrings and a wristwatch finished the look. I looked like someone who knew what she wanted and was ready to earn respect. I grabbed my bag, my phone, and took one last look at myself before leaving the room. No matter what they thought of me, unstable wolf or not, I was done playing small. When I got to the company, the building itself felt like power. Carter Enterprise Holdings wasn't some regular company. It was the biggest in the Northern Territory. The glass walls, silver logo, and scent of wealth and dominance screamed the Carters' influence. My heart thudded in my chest as I stepped inside. A young woman with a neat bun approached me. She had a bright smile and nervous eyes. "Miss Amy, I'm Nora, your new personal assistant. Mrs. Carter asked me to take you to your office." "Office?" I repeated, a little stunned. She nodded quickly and motioned toward the elevator. "This way, please." The ride up was silent. I caught my reflection in the mirror-like elevator walls and adjusted my blouse. My wolf hummed softly, sniffing the faint traces of other wolves in the building. Dominant scents, controlled but strong. When the elevator doors opened, Nora led me through a hallway lined with glass offices and serious faces. Everyone we passed gave me a quick glance, some curious, some judging. I straightened my back and kept walking. We stopped at a large office, with my name already printed on a golden plaque by the door. Amy Sinclair, Assistant Executive Liaison. I blinked. This must be a mistake. Nora smiled nervously. "No, it's not a mistake. Mrs. Carter said you'd be taking over that department immediately. She's waiting to speak with you in her office." My heart pounded. That role wasn't just a random position. It meant authority. It meant I'd have to lead teams, approve campaigns, handle the company's public relations, coordination between executives and departments, policy and document handling, crisis management, event coordination, strategic oversight. I wasn't sure whether to be flattered or suspicious. Mrs. Carter's office was twice the size of mine. She stood near the window when I entered, wearing a gray suit and a calm smile. Her aura was commanding, the kind of dominance that came naturally to high-ranking wolves. "Amy," she called out warmly, turning toward me. "Welcome to Carter Enterprise Holdings." "Thank you," I replied, trying to sound calm even though I was still processing everything. She gestured toward a chair. "Sit, please. I've been waiting to have this conversation with you." I obeyed and placed my bag on my lap. Mrs. Carter took her seat behind the desk. "I'm aware things have been chaotic for you lately, but I want you to see this as a new start. The position I've given you isn't small, Amy. Assistant Executive Liaison is one of the most respected roles in this company. You'll be overseeing marketing campaigns, product launches, and most importantly, the upcoming Unity project between our pack and the Southern clans." I blinked. "The Unity project?" She nodded. "A collaboration meant to bring both territories together through shared business and cultural efforts. It's crucial to the Northern Pack's reputation." My throat felt dry. "Why me?" Mrs. Carter smiled faintly. "Because I see potential in you, and because you're going to be Luna in a few weeks. It's time people learn to respect that." Her words hit me harder than expected. The word Luna out loud made my skin crawl. As if reading my thoughts, she added, "Which brings me to the next thing. I'm calling a staff meeting this morning. It's time the entire company knows who you are." My wolf stirred inside me, cautious but proud. Nora returned 10 minutes later to escort me to the conference room. By the time we arrived, almost every staff member was seated. The room was wide, cold, and filled with curious faces. I caught a few whispering to each other when I entered. Mrs. Carter stood at the front, holding a tablet. When she spotted me, she smiled and gestured toward the empty seat beside her. "Good morning, everyone," she began. "Before we begin today's agenda, I have an important announcement to make." The room went silent. Every eye turned toward her. As most of you know, our company has been working closely with the Pack Council to strengthen our ties with allied territories. Today, I'm pleased to introduce the newest addition to our executive board. She turned to me and said, "This is Amy Sinclair, the new Assistant Executive Liaison and Luna to be of the Northern Territory." The words seemed to echo off the walls. A few people gasped quietly. Some clapped awkwardly. Others just stared. I forced a polite smile and gave a small nod. Inside, my wolf was growling lowly, uncomfortable with all the sudden attention. Mrs. Carter continued, "Amy's leadership will play a crucial role in the Unity project and in the future of this company. Treat her with the respect her position deserves." I felt heat rush to my face. Respect was one thing, but being labeled Luna in front of everyone like that? It was too much, too soon. When the meeting ended, I could still feel the weight of their stares following me. I walked back to my office, shut the door, and exhaled shakily. The rest of the day passed in a blur of introductions, files, and orientation briefings. By the time the sun began to set, I was drained. But at least I'd survived my first day without snapping or running out. As I packed up to leave, my phone buzzed. A new email. I tapped it open, expecting something work-related. But instead, the subject line froze me. "Amy Confidential, new project directive, Carter Dominion Enterprises." My heart skipped a beat as I scrolled through. It wasn't from HR or any familiar department. It was from an encrypted source. The message read, "Effective immediately, your position extends beyond Carter Holdings. You will be working directly with the Alpha's recovery program. Details to follow. Do not discuss this message with anyone." The screen blurred for a second as I stared, my pulse hammering in my ears. Alpha's recovery program? I didn't feel like going home yet. Something about the company still felt strange, and I couldn't shake the curiosity building in my chest. Everyone had left for the day, and the hallways were quiet. The scent of wolves lingered in the air, powerful ones. I followed it to the file room at the end of the corridor. When I opened the door, the light flickered for a moment before staying on. Shelves filled the room, stacked with neatly labeled files. My position gave me clearance for most of them, So technically, I wasn't breaking any rules. Still, a part of me knew this wasn't something I should be doing. I started flipping through files related to pack politics, agreements between regions, trade arrangements, border patrol records. The more I read, the more I realized how deep the Carter family's influence ran. They weren't just business people, they practically controlled the entire Northern Pac's administrative system. Then I saw a locked drawer with the label Restricted Access Mating Dossiers. My heartbeat slowed. Mating dossiers weren't supposed to be seen by anyone other than council members. I hesitated, but my curiosity won. I used my clearance card, and to my surprise, it worked. Inside, there were folders with names I recognized: alphas, betas, pack officials. My fingers trembled as I scanned through them, but what made my stomach tighten was seeing my name right there. Amy Smith. I froze. For a few seconds, I just stared at it, wondering if it was some mistake. Then I pulled it out and opened it slowly. The first page had my picture, my date of birth, my rank, everything. It even mentioned my wolf's instability, the same thing Clara had taunted me about. I turned the page, and that's when my blood ran cold. There was a section titled Proposed Mate Bond, classified. The name beside mine was blurred out in the photocopy, but there was a seal stamped with the Carter family insignia. I didn't need to read more to know this was serious. Someone had decided on my mate before I did. I shoved the file into my bag, turned off the light, and walked quickly back to my office. The air felt heavy, and I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. My wolf stirred uneasily, growling low in the back of my mind. "We shouldn't be here," she said. "Something isn't right." "I know," I whispered. When I got to my office, I locked the door behind me and placed the file in my drawer. My hands were still shaking. I didn't understand why my name was there or what Mrs. Carter had to do with it, but I knew I couldn't ask her directly. Not yet. She was too careful, too calm. I sat back in my chair, trying to catch my breath when I heard something slide across the floor. My heart skipped. I looked down and saw a folded piece of paper that had been slipped under the office door. My palms felt clammy as I bent to pick it up. The handwriting was rushed, almost aggressive. It read, "You don't belong here." I stared at it for a moment, my throat tightening. Someone was clearly trying to scare me, but who and why? I shoved the note into my bag, not wanting to give whoever it was the satisfaction of seeing me panic. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The air in the office felt heavy. I grabbed my phone, my purse, and the file I'd hidden earlier. I needed to get out. The lights flickered again as I turned toward the door, and that was enough for me. I didn't wait another second. The hallway was silent except for the faint hum of the elevator. I walked faster, my heels clicking against the marble floor. The whole building suddenly felt too big, too empty. When I reached the elevator, the doors opened and I froze. Cole and Ryan were standing there, both in black suits. For a moment, I almost forgot they existed. Ryan gave me a small nod. "Ma'am, you're working late." "Yeah," I muttered, forcing a small smile. I was just leaving. Cole's eyes flicked to my bag, then back to me. "Good. It's not safe for you to be alone in the building after hours." His tone was serious, and for once I didn't argue. I just stepped into the elevator, and they followed silently. The air was tense all the way down to the parking lot. They walked me to the car without saying much. The moment I sat in the back seat, I finally allowed myself to exhale. Ryan started the engine. "Straight to the hotel, ma'am." "Yes," I replied softly, looking out the window. As the car pulled out of the compound, I caught sight of a figure standing in the shadows near the gate, someone watching us leave. When we got to the hotel, I thanked Cole and Ryan quietly before heading inside. My mind felt drained, but I tried not to overthink the creepy note or the shadow I'd seen near the gate. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone was just trying to mess with me. I locked my door, dropped my bag on the table, and kicked off my heels. The room felt safe. Warm lights, clean sheets, silence. I told myself there was no point losing sleep over things that probably had no meaning. After a quick shower, I slipped into bed and pulled the blanket over myself. My eyes grew heavy almost instantly. Tomorrow was another day, and I'd handle whatever came next. Right now, I just need to rest. As I drifted off, I faintly heard a soft creak near the door, but I was too tired to care. "Amy." I stared at the file again the next morning, still trying to make sense of it. My name was printed in bold across the top, and every time I looked at it, a cold feeling crawled down my spine. I'd gone through every page, every coded note, and I still couldn't understand what it truly meant or why my name was there. The creepy note of, "You don't belong here," that had been slipped under my office door didn't help either. I'd tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was some prank, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Days turned into weeks, and the tension I felt never left. The day of my mating ceremony finally came. I should have felt joy or excitement like any girl would, but instead, I felt a vacuum in my chest. My supposed mate was still in a coma. The doctors called it a stable vegetative state, but for me, it was worse than death. How was I supposed to bond with someone who couldn't even open his eyes or be aware of his surroundings? The grand hall of the Northern Pack Mansion glowed with golden lights, the scent of roses heavy in the air. High-ranking pack members filled the seats, their whispers echoing softly as I walked down the aisle. My wolf stirred restlessly, pacing inside me as if sensing something deeper. Daniel laid motionless at the altar, surrounded by healers and guards. Mrs. Carter stood elegantly beside him, her gaze fixed on me. "Remember, Amy," she said quietly as I approached, "you're doing this for the pack." I nodded, even though a part of me screamed that this wasn't right. The ritual began. The pack priest chanted ancient vows as I placed my hand over Daniel's chest. For a brief second, I felt nothing but just cold stillness. Then suddenly, warmth spread through my palm and my wolf jolted awake inside me. Her voice echoed in my head. "Mate?" My breath becomes slow. It wasn't my imagination. I could feel him, not his body, but his presence. A faint, telepathic pull tugged at my mind, like a whisper that only I could hear. It was strange and comforting all at once. My heart raced. For the first time since I met him, I felt truly connected to him. The crowd gasped when the mark on my wrist glowed faintly. That was proof that the bond had been sealed. The healers whispered among themselves in disbelief. Even Mrs. Carter's expression softened for a second. But my peace shattered the moment I spotted Mark and Clara in the crowd. Clara's smug smile made my skin crawl, and Mark's cold eyes followed every move I made. Their presence was like poison in the air. I clenched my fists, refusing to let them ruin this moment. The ceremony ended with applause, but all I could think about was the faint whisper in my head. The whisper of Daniel's voice, weak but clear. "Amy." The maids led me upstairs, their steps silent against the marble floor. They carried my bags, even though I offered to take them myself, but they refused politely. I didn't argue. Being Luna came with privileges I still wasn't used to. When we reached the room, they pushed the doors open. It was large, neat, and smelled faintly of lavender. The curtains were drawn halfway, and the moonlight spilled onto the pale gold sheets. A fireplace was in the corner, already lit. One of the maids walked to the closet and hung my dress, while another arranged my shoes near the vanity. "You may rest now, Luna," one of them said softly, bowing before they all left the room. I sat on the edge of the bed, enjoying the silence around me. My head was full. The ceremony had gone smoothly, but it didn't feel real. My mate, my husband, was still in a coma. Everyone acted like I was supposed to feel happy or blessed, but I only felt confused. I didn't even know what being mated to an unconscious man meant in practice. I changed into a robe and sat near the window, staring at the moon. The house was silent, except for the occasional sound of footsteps in the hall. I tried not to overthink, but my thoughts wouldn't stop. The whole pack had attended, the elders had given their blessing, and I had completed the ritual, but what now? A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," I said, straightening up. Mrs. Evelyn Carter stepped in, dressed in a simple gown, but still carrying the air of authority she always does. "Amy," she said kindly, "I hope you're settling in well." "Yes, ma'am," I replied, standing out of respect. She gave a small smile. "Good. You've handled today with grace, but there's one more thing you need to do." I frowned slightly. "What's that?" Her tone was calm but firm. "You'll be spending your first night with your husband. It's tradition. A Luna must start her bond beside her mate, no matter his condition." My throat tightened. "You mean, in his room?" She nodded once. "Yes, the attendants will guide you there shortly. You don't need to worry. Just stay by his side tonight." It felt strange, almost wrong, but I didn't argue. I simply nodded. Understood, ma'am. Good girl, she said, giving my arm a light squeeze before leaving the room. When the door closed, I stood still for a moment, staring at the flickering fire. I wasn't sure what I was walking into. The knock came just as I finished fixing my hair. Two maids stepped in and bowed slightly. Luna, we've been asked to take you to Alpha Daniel's room, one said quietly. My heart skipped. Even though I'd known it was coming, hearing it out loud made it more real. I nodded and followed them out. The hallway was dimly lit, quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing. Every step felt heavy. Amy. The maid stopped in front of a tall double door at the end of the hall. One pushed it open while the other stepped aside, gesturing for me to go in. Good night, Luna, they said in unison before closing the door behind me. The air in the room was cool, scented faintly with cedarwood and something else that was just him. Daniel lay on the large bed, still and silent, wires connected to his body. The faint sound of the heart monitor filled the space. I'd seen him a few times before, but standing there now, knowing he was mine, felt different. I hesitated at the foot of the bed. The moonlight from the tall windows fell across his face, highlighting his strong jaw and steady expression. His wolf mark glowed faintly against his skin. It was proof that his wolf inside was still alive, waiting. I took a slow step closer. Hi, I whispered, feeling ridiculous for talking to someone who couldn't answer. I'm Amy, your mate, apparently. No response, obviously. I tried to laugh it off, but it came out shaky. I sat down in the chair beside him, looking at his hand. It was large and firm, even in his sleep. I wondered what kind of man he had been before all this, what kind of alpha. The elders said he'd been strong, ruthless when needed, but fair. None of that showed now. Minutes passed. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for. Maybe something to tell me I wasn't completely alone in this bond. I sighed, leaning back a little. They said I should spend the night with you, I muttered. Tradition, I guess. Don't blame me. The silence was too much. I finally stood up, slipped off my robe, and carefully climbed onto the bed. It felt strange lying next to someone who couldn't even open his eyes, but at least it didn't feel wrong. I shifted slowly until I was beside him, close enough to hear his slow breathing. For a while, I just watched him. His chest rose and fell evenly. His scent calmed my wolf more than I expected. It wasn't forced. It was a natural instinct. My wolf pressed inside my mind, restless and alert. She didn't growl or protest. Instead, she felt drawn to him, almost protective. Fine, I whispered, giving in. I reached out and took his hand. The moment my skin touched his, a low spark shot through me. His hand twitched, barely but enough to make me freeze. The heart monitor beeped faster for a second, then steadied again. I stared at his claws. For a second, they flickered out, sharp and gleaming under the moonlight, then disappeared again. My pulse raced. Daniel? I whispered. There was no answer, but I could feel him. Not just the body in front of me, his wolf. It stirred. It was really faint but real. My wolf whimpered in response, pressing against the bond like she had been waiting her whole life for this moment. That was when I knew. Whatever the pack believed, whatever the doctors said, he was my fated mate. I felt it deep, like a recognition that couldn't be denied. My chest tightened, and for a brief moment, warmth spread through me, settling the unease I'd carried for weeks. I squeezed his hand gently, my thumb brushing against his skin. You can hear me, can't you? I said softly. You're still in there. His claws flickered again, longer this time, then vanished. The air in the room shifted. My wolf leaned forward inside me, howling low. I could sense him trying to reach out, but something held him back, like a wall between us. I wanted to call for help, but my instincts said to stay. This wasn't dangerous. It was a connection and a bond between us. I laid still beside him, listening to his breathing. My eyelids grew heavy, but I didn't want to sleep. I just wanted to keep holding his hand to prove this wasn't all in my head. Then, just as I started to drift off, a deep growl echoed faintly in my mind. It wasn't mine. It was his. My eyes snapped open. His hand tightened around mine. And for the first time since the ceremony, I stopped panicking. When I opened my eyes, the room was still dim and quiet, except for the soft hum of the machines. For a second, I didn't even remember where I was. Then it hit me. Daniel. I turned my head slowly. He was still lying there exactly as before, his face calm and unreadable. My fingers were still loosely wrapped around his hand. I must have fallen asleep that way. A part of me was relieved that he was okay, or whatever okay meant for him, but the other part of me couldn't shake off the memory of last night. The way his claws had flickered, the faint growl that had brushed through my head like a whisper from another world. I had felt him, truly felt him. That had been no dream. I exhaled shakily, gently letting go of his hand. My wolf stirred quietly inside me, almost purring. I didn't know what that meant, whether she was happy or just trying to calm me, but it worked. Before I knew it, I leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to his forehead. It wasn't planned. My body just moved on its own, pulled by something I couldn't fight. I lingered there for a second, eyes closed. When I stepped back, I shook my head slightly. "It's probably just the bond," I muttered under my breath, half convincing myself. "That's all." I turned and left the room quietly, closing the door behind me. By the time I got back to my own room, the maids had already opened the curtains. The morning sun streamed in, lighting up the soft cream walls. I hadn't realized how exhausted I was until I saw the bed. I'd wanted to rest for a moment last night, and now, here I was, waking up in the Alpha's room like it was normal. I headed straight for the bathroom. The hot shower helped clear my mind a bit, but not enough. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still see him. I could still feel that faint spark between us. I tried to shake it off as I got dressed. A knock sounded at the door, just as I was brushing my hair. "Amy, come in," I said. A young maid stepped inside, head bowed respectfully. "Luna, the family is waiting for you downstairs for breakfast." I blinked. Breakfast. With them. Mrs. Carter, probably more people, and maybe even Mark and Clara if my luck was bad enough. I wasn't sure I was ready to sit at a table full of people who looked at me like I was both an asset and a stranger. "All right," I said after a pause. "I'll be there in a minute." She nodded and left quietly, closing the door behind her. I took one last look at myself in the mirror. I didn't look like a Luna. Not yet, but my wolf raised her head proudly, reminding me that I had every right to stand where I was. Still, beneath that calm surface, my stomach churned in anxiety. As I slipped on my heels and reached for the door, my thoughts flickered back to Daniel, to the warmth of his hand, the pulse of energy that had passed between us. I walked into the grand dining room, doing my best to keep my breathing steady. The long, polished table stretched across the room, the kind of furniture that made you feel small, no matter how straight you stood. Mrs. Carter sat at the head, dressed elegantly in white, her posture perfect as ever. When her eyes met mine, she smiled warm enough to look genuine, but cold enough to remind me it was all for show. "Good morning, Amy," she said softly. "Good morning, Mrs. Carter," I replied, keeping my tone respectful. The other seats were already taken. Most of them were Daniel's relatives, a bunch of people I had barely met or had only seen from afar during the mating ceremony. Then I noticed a man I didn't recognize. He looked around Daniel's age, tall, lean, with sharp cheekbones and dark eyes that seemed to cut through everything. "Ah, you haven't met Elias yet," Mrs. Carter said, gesturing toward him. "Daniel's cousin." Elias gave a small nod. No smile, no warmth, just observation. It felt like I was being inspected by someone waiting to find a flaw. I sat quietly and tried not to show how tense I was. The breakfast began, quiet at first, the clinking of silverware echoing through the hall. Everyone seemed at ease, except me. I felt Elias's gaze long before I looked up. It burned into me. When I finally glanced his way, he didn't look away. His eyes were locked in mine for a few seconds too long, and something inside me shifted. It wasn't curiosity in his stare. It was something darker. Disgust? Resentment, maybe. I tore my gaze away and focused on cutting my food, but my appetite was gone. My wolf stirred inside me because she was feeling restless. "Why is he staring?" she growled faintly in my mind. "I don't know," I thought back, "but I don't like it." Mrs. Carter tried to keep the atmosphere light, asking a few polite questions about how I was settling in. I answered softly, choosing my words carefully, but every time I glanced up, Elias was still watching. Even Mrs. Carter noticed. Her throat cleared sharply once, but Elias ignored it. He just leaned back in his chair, eyes never leaving me, as if daring me to react. I gripped my glass of water tightly, forcing myself not to say anything. The silence between us grew heavier and tense until it felt like the air itself was pressing down on me. Mrs. Carter started speaking again. Her tone was crisp and official. As we move forward, Amy will begin to take on her full responsibilities within Carter Enterprise Holdings. She will serve as Assistant Executive Liaison, working directly with the regional councils and ensuring smooth communication between our business and PAC affairs. I nodded politely. It was an important role, one that required both trust and authority. I wanted to prove myself worthy of it. But before I could speak, Elias interrupted. His voice was smooth but laced with poison. "Interesting choice," he said, "giving an outsider such a high position, especially someone whose wolf barely obeys her." The entire table froze. The sound of a fork clattering against a plate broke the silence. Mark smirked from his seat at the far end. My blood boiled. I looked up sharply. "I'm not an outsider," I said. Elias leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Aren't you? You weren't born into this family, into this pack. You were chosen because circumstances demanded it. Don't confuse convenience for acceptance." My wolf growled louder this time, the sound vibrating beneath my throat. I clenched my fists beneath the table. Mrs. Carter's voice cut through the tension. "That's enough, Elias." But the damage was already done. Everyone's eyes were on me. I felt exposed, like every doubt I'd ever tried to bury had just been spoken aloud. I swallowed hard and forced a smile. If I'm not accepted yet, I'll work to change that. Elias tilted his head, mocking. "Good luck with that." Mrs. Carter's face hardened. "Elias, a word after breakfast." He didn't respond, but his eyes stayed on me for one last second before he looked away. I could still feel his words sinking into me. After breakfast, I tried to leave quietly. I just wanted to get to my room and breathe. But halfway through the hallway, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to see who it was, only to see Elias. He slowly walked towards me until he stood just a few feet away. His expression had changed. It carried less anger, more calculation. "Is there something you need?" I asked, keeping my tone cold. He smirked. "Yes, for you to understand your place." My brows furrowed. "Excuse me?" He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "You're a placeholder, Amy. A powerless Luna standing beside a man who can't even wake up. You don't belong in this family or in this pack." I clenched my jaw. "Say what you want, but I'm still his mate. You can't change that." His eyes darkened. "His condition isn't what you think it is. None of this is." Something cold spread through me. "What do you mean?" He smirked faintly. "You'll find out soon enough, Luna." He turned and walked away, leaving me standing in the quiet corridor with a heart racing. "Amy." I stood there, frozen, trying to make sense of his words. My wolf stirred again, uneasy. "He knows something," she whispered. "What could he possibly know?" I asked under my breath. There was no answer, only silence and the faint echo of Elias's footsteps fading down the hall. I decided to rest for the rest of the day. I didn't even have the energy to think. Everything that had happened since the mating ceremony had left me drained. My body was tired, and my mind wasn't far behind. For once, I just wanted peace. The following morning, I woke up feeling lighter. The world didn't feel as heavy as it did the night before. I showered, had my coffee, and scrolled through my tablet, checking the usual pack updates and Carter Enterprise schedules. Nothing unusual until my feed began to flood with new alerts. It didn't take long to figure it out. Clara and Mark had started another mess. Would there ever be an end to this? Their latest stunt was splashed across news blogs and gossip pages. Exaggerated stories about my sudden marriage, fake details about my connection to Daniel, and rumors about me forcing my way into the Carter family for status. I didn't even blink. I'd seen worse. People would always talk, especially when they had nothing better to do. Instead of wasting my time defending myself, I chose silence. I had work to do. I was still the Luna of the Northern Territory, and I still had a job to manage at Carter Enterprise Holdings. Whether they liked it or not, I wasn't going anywhere. Being the assistant executive liaison meant I served as a bridge between departments, handling sensitive communications between the executive board, major clients, and occasionally external PAC affairs. It was a high-pressure position, but it suited me. I liked structure. I liked knowing what to expect. And right now, keeping busy was the only thing that kept my mind from wandering back to Daniel. The rest of the day went by quickly. Meetings, reports, calls. I didn't have time for gossip or pity. People at work were careful around me, though polite but stiff. I could feel the whispers even when no one said a word. Still, I acted as if I didn't notice. That was the best way to deal with them. By the time the clock hit 6, most of the office had emptied. I stayed behind to clear a few pending documents. My desk light casted a warm glow over the papers, and for a while I lost myself in work. The silence helped until I heard a sharp knock on the door. I looked up and saw Clara walk in. She stood there like she owned the building. Her heels clicked as she pushed the door open without waiting for an invitation. She had that smug expression I'd come to associate with her, chin slightly lifted and eyes filled with judgment. "Well, well," she said, crossing her arms. "The new Luna looks so busy. Shouldn't you be out somewhere parading your title instead of pretending to work?" I didn't move from my chair. "If you came here to be rude, you can save your energy. I've had enough noise for one day." She tilted her head. "Noise? Oh, Amy, you really don't understand how things work, do you? Once the media gets a hold of a story, it doesn't just go away. People are talking. They're saying you're a fraud, that you married Daniel to climb the Carter ladder." I gave her a flat look. "And you believe them?" She smiled, pretending to pity me. "I don't need to believe them. I know how women like you operate. You find a powerful man, wrap him around your finger, and then play the victim when things get messy." My jaw tightened, but I refused to give her the reaction she wanted. "If that's all you came to say, you can leave." She walked closer, resting both hands on my desk. "You think you're untouchable because you carry the Luna title in Daniel's name. But trust me, Amy, once he's gone—" I stood up before she could finish. "Watch your mouth." She blinked, surprised by the firmness in my tone. I wasn't yelling, but the weight behind my words made her freeze for a second. "I'm not here to prove myself to anyone," I said quietly. "Not to the pack, not to the company, and definitely not to you. So if you think spreading rumors will scare me, you're wasting your time." Clara scoffed. "You're delusional. You think this family actually accepts you? They pity you, Amy. Everyone knows you don't belong here." I stepped closer until only the desk separated us. "You can repeat that to yourself all you want. But here's the thing. I'm still here. Daniel's my mate. Whether you like it or not, that's a bond you can't undo. So either get used to it or get out of my face." Her eyes flashed with irritation, but she forced a smile. "We'll see how long you last. The Carter name eats outsiders alive." "Then let's hope I'm hard to digest," I said, my voice steady. For a moment, we just stared at each other, two women on opposite sides of the same power line. I could feel my wolf stirring beneath my skin, silent but watchful. Finally, Clara pulled back and smoothed her skirt. "You'll regret speaking to me that way," she said, turning toward the door. "Maybe," I replied, "but at least I'll sleep better than you." She stopped halfway, her reflection in the glass showing the faintest smirk. "You think you're safe here, don't you?" Before I could ask what she meant, she was gone. The clicking of her heels echoed down the hall. I let out a slow breath and sat down. My hands trembled slightly, though I wasn't sure if it was from anger or instinct. Something about her tone didn't sit right. I tried to focus again, flipping through the files on my desk, but I couldn't shake it off. Clara wasn't just being petty this time. There was something more behind her words. Clara. I wasn't about to let that Luna puppet think she'd won. Amy might have gotten lucky marrying into the Carter family, but luck doesn't last forever. Not in this world, and definitely not in mine. The moment I walked out of her office, I could still hear her voice in my head, sounding all calm and unbothered, like she'd actually put me in my place. It made my skin crawl. I drove to Mark's office because he told me that he would be working late. As soon as I arrived at the compound, I went straight to Mark's floor. His secretary tried to tell me he was busy, but I pushed right past her. Mark didn't even look surprised when I burst in. He leaned back in his chair with that usual lazy grin that made people forget he was venom wrapped in charm. "She embarrassed me, Mark," I said, crossing my arms. "That little nobody made a fool out of me." He chuckled, tapping a pen against the desk. "What did you expect? She's Luna now. Everyone in this building and the entirety of the Northern Pack will kiss her feet. So you're just going to sit there and do nothing?" I asked, my voice rising. "She's ruining the Carter image and the North Pack by existing. She's not even one of us." Mark looked at me for a long second, then smirked. Do what you want, Clara. Whatever you decide, I'm behind you. But if you're going to start a war, make sure you don't lose. That was all the permission I needed. By the time I left his office, my anger had turned into something different. Revenge, hate, and focus. I wasn't stupid. I knew I couldn't touch Amy physically, at least not with the title of Luna protecting her. But reputation, that was something I could destroy with a smile and a few whispers. The next morning, I had a meeting downtown for one of my campaigns. The cameras were already waiting outside when I arrived, snapping photos like I was the queen of the city. And in that moment, I realized something. People listened to me now. I was the face of the biggest fashion line in the North. I had millions of followers hanging on to every word I said online. So I decided to use it. When one of the reporters asked about the new mystery woman living in the Carter estate, I smiled like I didn't care, but made sure my words hit just right. Oh, her, I said, pretending to think. She's close to the family. Very close. Some might say too close. But instead, she took advantage and seduced a comatose man and made her way up. The clip went viral within hours. The next day, a gossip blog published a full piece claiming I'd confirmed that Amy seduced Mrs. Carter's son to get her position. I didn't have to say it directly. I knew how to plant seeds. The world would do the rest for me. By the end of the week, every werewolf gossip outlet had something to say. Some called her ambitious, others called her cunning. And I loved every bit of it. Watching her name trend while I smiled at the camera during interviews felt like victory. Still, something about her calm face when she passed me in the hallway pissed me off even more. She didn't react. Not even a glare. She just acted like I didn't exist. I hated that I had to even be in the Carter's building. That wasn't strength, that was arrogance. I wanted to break that calm mask of hers. I wanted to see her flinch. So I kept pushing. I made sure that the models I worked with whispered things when she walked into a room, that the interns at the company avoided her out of fear of being used, like the rumors said. It spread faster than wildfire, and honestly, I started to enjoy it. Being the lead model, I had to be at Carter's Holdings sometimes. Until one night, everything started to shift. I was at a gala representing the Carter brand when I noticed one of the pack guards near the entrance. He wasn't supposed to be there. This was a human event, but he was wearing the Carter crest, which meant he was one of ours. He came straight to me, his expression stiff. Mrs. Carter wants to see you. Now. I froze. Evelyn Carter never called anyone directly, not unless it was serious. I smiled for the cameras one last time before following the guard outside. When I got to the car, Mrs. Carter was sitting inside. Her expression was straight. Get in, she said. I did. The silence was thick. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I heard what you've been saying, she said quietly. The media nonsense. The lies about Amy. I opened my mouth to defend myself, but she held up a hand. Stop. I don't care what personal issue you have with her. You will not drag this family's name into your petty games. Her tone cut through me like ice. Do you understand? I clenched my fists. With all due respect, Mrs. Carter, she's not one of us. She's Luna Supreme, she interrupted. And you'd do well to remember what that means. The Northern Pack already sees her as their leader. If they turn against you, even I won't protect you. I stared at her. For the first time, fear trickled into my chest. Mrs. Carter wasn't bluffing. The car dropped me back at my place, and I sat there for hours, trying to shake off her words. She'd made her point. Amy wasn't just some human wife playing Luna. The Pack truly accepted her. And that scared me. The next day, I noticed the shift. People who used to laugh at my jokes started avoiding me. The press wasn't as friendly. And someone leaked a recording of one of my comments from a closed meeting, twisting my words to make me look like a jealous ex. It was chaos. My manager called, furious. My social media was a mess. My sponsors started asking questions. Amy hadn't done anything directly, but I could feel her presence in all of it, watching everything fall apart without lifting a finger. That night, I stormed into the Carter offices. I needed to see her face to tell her she wouldn't win. The moment I walked in, the air changed. The wolves in the office went still. Their eyes flicked toward me. I wasn't just facing a few she-wolves anymore. I was walking into Luna territory. I found her in her office, signing papers and looking calm as always. You think you can ruin me? I snapped. You think this will make you look stronger? Clara. She looked up slowly, setting her pen down. You did that all by yourself, Clara. Her tone wasn't loud, but it was the kind of tone that makes your wolf hesitate. I took a step forward, but before I could say anything, a low growl filled the air. One of the guards by the door, a beta wolf. He had his eyes on me, his fangs just barely showing. Amy didn't move. She just stared at me with calm eyes and said, "Leave before you regret it." My wolf wanted to snap back, but something in her gaze stopped me. The pressure in the room was suffocating. She didn't even need to raise her voice. Her authority as Luna was enough. I turned to leave, forcing my steps to obey. But before I could reach the door, her voice came again, cold and steady. Clara? I froze. She looked straight at me. Whatever you're trying to do, stop, because next time I won't be this calm. My chest tightened. I didn't say a word. I just walked out, my claws half out from how tense I was. But as I reached the hallway, a thought hit me. Mrs. Carter might protect her now. The pack might obey her now. But power never stays in one hand forever. I just had to wait for the right moment to take it back. And that moment, I swore, was coming soon. Just as I was about to step out, I received an anonymous message on my phone. If you want to take down Amy Carter, I can help you. I stared at the screen for a long moment. The night air was cold, brushing against my skin, but that text made me feel something else entirely. Feelings like curiosity mixed with fear. I wasn't stupid. This could be a setup, maybe even a test from Mrs. Carter to see if I'd defy her again. But the thought of finally getting an upper hand over Amy was too tempting to ignore. I typed back quickly, my fingers shaking a little. Who is this? The 3 dots blinked for a while before disappearing. No reply. I waited, pacing near the parking lot, watching the guards move around like shadows. My heart was thudding harder than I liked to admit. Then my phone rang. It was a call from an unknown number. Who are you? I answered immediately. The voice on the other end was calm, male, smooth, but with a strange undertone that made my wolf shift uneasily. You'll find out soon, he said. If you're serious about meet me at the Velvet Fang Lounge in an hour. Come alone. I froze. That's a restricted zone. I can't just walk in there. He chuckled softly. Tell the guards your access code is Cray. They'll let you in. The line went dead. I lowered my phone, staring at the screen again. The Velvet Fang Lounge wasn't just any place. It was a high-tier meeting ground for elites. Even Mark had bragged once that he'd never been invited there. The fact that this stranger wanted to meet me there, it meant power. Real power. Part of me wanted to ignore the message, go home and forget the whole thing. But another part, the part that refused to bow to Amy, pushed me forward. An hour later, I was standing in front of the lounge. The building was massive and quiet, its black glass walls reflecting the city lights. 2 guards stood at the door, both clearly wolves, their scents strong and disciplined. Name and access code, one of them said as I approached. Clara Lawson, I said, keeping my tone steady. Code name, Cray. The guards exchanged a quick glance before nodding. One of them pressed a button on a small device, and the door clicked open. Welcome, Miss Clara, he said. You may proceed. Just like that, inside the lounge, the air was thick with luxury. Soft music, velvet walls, and the faint scent of expensive whiskey and wolves masking their dominance. Everyone in the room radiated authority. These weren't ordinary werewolves. They were the kind that made packs move and kingdoms shift. I walked slowly, pretending I belonged there. My heels clicked softly against the marble floor as I scanned. No one seemed to be waiting for me. Then my phone buzzed again. Table 9, corner booth. I followed the direction, weaving through the room until I reached the far corner. A man sat there, half in shadow. He was dressed in a dark suit, his posture relaxed but sharp. His scent hit me before his face did. By his scent, I could tell that he was powerful, ancient, but oddly familiar. Clara, he said, gesturing for me to sit. You're right on time. I didn't move immediately. Who are you? He smiled faintly. Let's just say I'm someone who doesn't like Amy Carter as much as you don't. I sat down slowly, my eyes never leaving his. You're going to have to be more specific. People dislike her for different reasons. I dislike her because she doesn't belong in power, he said calmly. because she's not meant to carry the Luna title she holds, and because she stands in the way of something much bigger. I frowned. And what does that have to do with me? He leaned forward slightly. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. The words made my stomach twist. So you want me to be your ally? He nodded. In a sense, you have access to her movements, her habits, the way the pack sees her. You're inside the Carter circle. That makes you valuable. I swallowed hard. You think I'm going to betray my own family? He chuckled. You already did the moment you started spreading those rumors. I was tense. He wasn't wrong, but hearing it said aloud like that made me realize just how deep I'd already gone. What exactly do you want from me? I asked. Information, he said simply, and your silence about this meeting. I'll take care of the rest. His confidence unsettled me. You talk like you already have a plan. I do, he said, leaning back. Amy's presence weakens this pack. You've seen it. Even Evelyn Carter can feel it, the imbalance. Daniel's condition isn't natural, and when he wakes... I blinked. Wait, what do you mean when he wakes? The man tilted his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Did you really think he'd stay comatose forever? The alpha bloodline doesn't fade that easily. When he wakes, he'll remember things. Dangerous things. My pulse quickened. What kind of things? Clara. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a sip of his drink and looked at me over the rim of his glass. Let's just say Amy's little fairy tale marriage won't survive what's coming. And when that happens, people like you will need to choose a side. I stared at him. Every word he said pulled me deeper into a storm I didn't understand. And what do I get out of this? I asked finally. He smirked. Power, position, the respect you deserve. I can make sure the Carter name still stands under new leadership. I hesitated. It sounded too easy, too rehearsed, but there was something in his tone, like the way he said new leadership, that made me curious. Who are you really? I asked again, softer this time. His expression changed slightly, the smile fading. Names don't matter right now. What matters is that we both want the same thing, which is Amy gone. My wolf stirred uneasily, pacing inside me. Something about him wasn't right. He wasn't just some rival from another pack. His presence felt old. I pushed the thought aside. If I agree, what happens next? He slid a small black card across the table. No writing, no logo, just a golden crest pressed faintly in the corner, a symbol I didn't recognize. When the time comes, you'll be contacted again, he said. Until then, keep doing what you do best, playing the perfect model while the real wolves prepare. I stared at the card for a long moment before picking it up. And if I refuse? He smiled again. You won't, because you hate her too much. He stood then, adjusting his suit. Enjoy your drink, Miss Clara. You'll be hearing from me soon. I watched him leave, every instinct in me torn between curiosity and dread. When he disappeared through the back door, I looked down at the black card in my hand. The golden crest shimmered faintly. A crescent moon wrapped around a claw. I slipped it into my bag and stood up, but as I turned to leave, one of the waiters brushed past me and whispered quietly, "You shouldn't have come here." I froze. When I turned around, the waiter was gone. Amy. I didn't even know how long I stared at my phone before realizing what I was seeing. It started with a notification from Snapchat. Someone tagged me in a story, then another, then dozens more. At first, I thought it was about the company gala from last week, maybe one of those Luna fashion pages that kept posting my pictures lately. But when I tapped it open, I froze. It was a video of me, or at least it looked like me. I was in a hotel room, barely dressed, kissing a man who wasn't Daniel. The camera angle, the lighting, it was too real. My heart stopped. The background, my hair, my face, even my small scar near the collarbone, everything looked perfect. Too perfect. The caption read, "So this is the real Luna of the Northern Territory, sleeping her way to the top?" My stomach churned. Within seconds, I opened Instagram, then X. The same clip was everywhere. It was being reposted, cut, slowed down, zoomed in. Every version of it had thousands of comments already. I knew she was fake. Poor Daniel, she's a disgrace. She's just a social climber. I threw my phone on the bed and pressed my hands against my face, trying to breathe. I could feel my wolf stirring inside me, restless and angry. Who did this? Cole knocked lightly before entering my room. "Luna, you should see this." I didn't even have to look at his phone. I already knew what he was showing me. "I've seen it," I muttered, "and it's fake." He nodded. "I know, but whoever made it, they did it well. It's spreading fast." My chest tightened. "Mrs. Carter?" "She's already called a meeting," he said. "She's furious, glad. She's trying to get the media team to shut it down." I took a deep breath, trying to calm the shaking in my hands. "Where did it come from?" "Still checking," he said, "but rumor says the source is internal." That made me freeze. "Inside Carter Holdings?" He nodded slowly. "That's what the IT department believes." I couldn't even process that properly. Someone in the company had leaked a video like that? Someone who worked for us? I stood up. "Get the car ready. I'm going to the office." "Now? It's past 7. "I don't care." Cole didn't argue. He knew better than to try. The drive to Carter Enterprise Holdings felt longer than usual. Every second my phone buzzed with new mentions, new screenshots, new gossip. Clara and Mark's names were already trending with mine. And of course, they'd jump in. I unlocked my phone again, scrolling through the comments. Clara had reposted the clip with 3 simple words: "Can't hide forever," and Mark had liked it. I let out a shaky laugh. Of course. When we reached the building, it was already dark except for the security lights. I walked straight past the guards, flashing my ID. They hesitated, probably unsure if they should say anything, but they didn't stop me. The elevator ride to the 10th floor felt silent. When I stepped out, the entire floor was empty. The offices looked strange without the usual noise and movement. Just the hum of the lights and the faint clicking of the ventilation system. I went straight to the IT department's control room. "Who's on duty?" I asked as I pushed the door open. One of the junior techs almost jumped from his chair. Mrs. Carter. We weren't expecting." "Spare me the greeting. Show me where the leak came from." He gulped and turned to his screen. "We traced it to an encrypted email sent from within the company network. No external source. Whoever did it knows how to cover tracks." I stepped closer. "Show me the IP log." He hesitated, then opened a file. My eyes scanned the list of endless codes and internal user IDs. Then I saw it. User ID 4431A. My position. My login. Amy. I felt my entire body go cold. "That's my ID." The tech looked at me, confused. "Ma'am?" "That's my ID. Whoever sent that file, they used my access." He blinked, then quickly typed a few commands. "It's possible your terminal was cloned or hacked. I'll check for duplication." I turned away, pacing slowly. My wolf's growl was faint but constant now. Someone wanted me destroyed and they were doing it carefully. After a few minutes, he turned back. The upload was done through a physical terminal, not remote. That meant someone inside the building had sat at a company computer using my profile. Someone close enough to know my schedule, to time it when I wasn't around. I pressed my fingers to my temple. "Print every access log tied to my ID for the past 2 weeks." He nodded and started printing. I waited, arms folded tightly. My mind kept racing. Clara? Maybe. She'd do it. But could she even get into the system? She didn't work here. She only came when necessary and was only given visitors' badges. She was too loud for something this strategic. Who else? When he handed me the papers, I tucked them under my arm and left the room. The hallway felt colder than before. Cole called just as I entered the elevator. "Luna? Mrs. Carter wants to see you first thing tomorrow. She's already doing damage control." "I'll be ready," I said quietly. "Do you want me to come get you?" "No, I'll finish something here." "Be careful. The night guards are reporting weird activity on your floor and some systems are rebooting by themselves." I frowned. "Weird how?" "Just random logins. Could be the same person." I glanced at the reflection in the elevator's mirrored wall. "Then I'll catch them." The elevator doors opened to my floor. The lights flickered once, just once, but long enough to make me stop. I walked down the hall, the sound of my heels echoing softly. When I reached my office, the door was slightly open. I was sure I'd closed it before leaving earlier. "Hello?" I called out, but no one answered. The air inside felt different, thicker somehow. My wolf stirred uneasily. "Something's off," she whispered. I placed the papers on my desk, looking around. Nothing seemed out of place. But my computer screen was on. Someone had logged in again. It showed the same video that had gone viral, but this time it wasn't playing on a website. It was open in an editing program. Whoever did this had been here working on it from my system. I backed away slowly. Then a sound followed, faint but clear. The elevator doors shut again. Someone else was still in the building. I walked to the hallway and tried to call Cole, but there was no signal, not even Wi-Fi. My phone screen blinked no service. When I turned back toward my office, the lights went off completely. Darkness swallowed the floor, leaving only the faint glow of the moonlight through the window. I reached for the wall switch, but it didn't respond. Then I heard a faint whisper, almost like a breeze, but clear enough to freeze me in place. Amy. It came through the mind link. My throat tightened. No one was supposed to reach me through that link except Daniel, and he'd been silent. I turned in a slow circle. Amy, the voice said again, softer this time. Daniel? I whispered. No answer. Just the faint sound of the door locking behind me, a click that echoed far too loud in the dark. I ran to the handle and pulled, but it didn't move. Whoever was in the building had locked me inside. I couldn't even catch my breath before something unseen grabbed my arm. It felt cold and firm and yanked me backwards into the shadows of the corridor. I lost my footing and slammed against the wall, my palms scraping the concrete. Let go of me, I shouted, my voice echoing through the empty hallway. My wolf stirred under my skin, snarling and pushing against my control. I tried to shift, but the grip on me only tightened. It wasn't human. No human could hold me like this. The building was still dark, and the silence was heavy, broken only by my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. My claws started to push through, my wolf desperate to protect me. Stop fighting, a deep voice hissed right next to my ear. I didn't recognize it. It wasn't Mark's. It wasn't any guard's voice I knew. I jerked hard, trying to break free. Who are you? I demanded. There was no answer. The force dragged me further down the hall toward the restricted section of the Carter Holdings building. My shoes scraped against the floor as I tried to dig in my heels, but it was like being pulled by air itself. My wolf's growl vibrated in my chest. Let go! I screamed louder this time. My voice echoed through the empty office. That's when I heard a snarl. It was familiar. Heavy footsteps thudded on the floor, and then a voice cut through the darkness. Amy, Cole called out. Where are you? Cole, I yelled back, my voice raw. I'm here. Someone. Before I could finish, the force jerked me again, hard enough to make me stumble, my claws fully extended now, my eyes flickering with the amber glow of my wolf. Cole's scent hit me a second late. He was close. Amy, hold on, he called. The grip on me faltered for a split second, like it had sensed him too. That was all the chance I needed. I twisted my body and raked my claws at the empty air holding me. I didn't hit flesh, but whatever it was hissed and loosened its grip. Cole's wolf came barreling out of the dark, his eyes glowing bright gold. He was halfway shifted, claws out, fangs bared. He lunged toward me, and I fell to my knees as the invisible grip finally broke. Then, with a sharp hum, the light snapped back on all at once. Amy. Cole helped me to the car with one arm wrapped around my shoulders, like he was afraid I might fall apart. My legs still felt heavy, like the floor of that hallway was clinging to me. The night air outside the building was cold, a lot colder than usual, which made me pull my jacket tighter. He opened the passenger door for me without saying a word. I got in quietly, staring at my hands. There were faint red marks on my wrist where that thing had held me. I rubbed them, trying to convince myself I was fine. The drive was silent. The hum of the tires on the road and the sound of Cole's fingers tapping lightly against the steering wheel were the only noises between us. After a while, he spoke. You sure you don't want to call Mrs. Carter? She might need to know what happened. I shook my head. Not yet. I can't tell her until I understand it myself. She'd only panic. Cole nodded and didn't push further. He knew I wasn't in the mood for questions. The mind link whisper still lingered in my head like a faint echo I couldn't shut off. Whoever it was, they knew my name. That alone was enough to make my wolf restless under my skin. When we reached the Carter estate, the guards at the gate straightened immediately. They recognized Cole's car and opened the gates without question. The mansion lights were still on, even though it was late, and I could see Mrs. Paul Carter pacing through the front window. Cole parked and turned to me. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. I'll handle it. I nodded, grateful that he was being helpful. My voice probably wouldn't have come out right anyway. The door opened before we even reached it. Mrs. Carter came out, her eyes full of concern. Amy, what happened? You look pale. I forced a weak smile. Before I could answer, Cole spoke up smoothly. She had a bad headache at work, ma'am. I didn't want her driving home alone. Mrs. Carter's expression softened immediately. Oh, you should have called earlier. I thought it would pass, I said quietly, lowering my eyes. The lie felt small compared to what actually happened, but it was necessary. The last thing I needed was for her to worry about supernatural intrusions in her company. Cole placed a comforting hand on my back. She just needs to rest. I'll make sure she gets inside safely. Mrs. Carter nodded. Good. The house doctor left something for migraines. I'll have the maid bring it up. Thank you, Cole, for bringing her home. Any time, ma'am, he said politely. Then, lowering his voice, he turned to me. Get some sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. I nodded again, too tired to say much. Thanks, Cole, for everything. He smiled a little. You do the same for any of us. Try not to think too much tonight. Easier said than done. I replied dryly. I walked up the staircase slowly after he left, every step feeling heavier than the last. My mind was spinning. The video, the attack, the whisper, it was too much to take in all at once. I didn't even realize where my feet were taking me until I stopped in front of Daniel's door. For a moment, I hesitated. The hallway was quiet, except for the faint ticking of the large clock downstairs. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. I pushed the door open gently and stepped inside. The room smelled faintly of him. It always calmed me in a way I could not explain. The machines by his bedside hummed softly, steady as ever. He laid there, peaceful and still. Too still. Hey, I said softly, pulling the chair closer to the bed. It's me again. Talking to him had become a habit I couldn't break. Maybe he couldn't hear me, or maybe he could. I didn't know, but I spoke anyway. You'd laugh if you knew what happened today, or maybe you'd scold me for not being careful. I tried to smile, but it didn't last. My chest felt heavy. I kicked off my heels, letting them fall to the carpet with a dull thud. The silence of the room wrapped around me like a blanket. You should have been there, I murmured, resting my hand on his. Everything's getting messy, Daniel. Clara, Mark, the company, and now this. Someone's targeting me. His hand was warm. I held it tighter, searching for something I knew I wouldn't find. Movement, a sign, anything. But nothing came. My wolf was quiet, settling as I leaned closer. I laid my head gently against his chest, listening to the faint rhythm of the machines. My eyes burned, but I blinked the tears away. Crying wouldn't fix anything. I'm fine, I whispered, even though it wasn't true. I'm fine, Daniel. You just need to wake up, okay? I can't do this alone forever. The steady beep of the monitor was the only reply. It was strange how that sound had become comforting to me over time. Proof that he was still here, even if he couldn't talk to me. I didn't know when sleep finally enveloped me. 1 second, I was still tracing circles on his palm, and the next, everything faded into silence. When I opened my eyes, the room was darker. The curtains moved slightly, though the windows were closed. For a moment, I thought I was dreaming. But then I heard a faint sound, almost like a whisper. Amy, someone called out my name. I sat up slowly, my heart racing. The same voice from earlier. The same one from the building. It wasn't my imagination this time. I looked around the room, but there was no one there. Daniel was still asleep, the machines still steady, yet the air felt heavier, charged with energy my wolf didn't like. Then I heard it again, closer this time, like it was right behind me. Amy? Amy. I froze when I heard my name again. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. It came from behind me, or maybe inside my head. My first instinct was to turn to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Slowly I shifted, my eyes scanning the corners of the room. Nothing moved, nothing seemed out of place. But then something unexpected happened. My wolf didn't panic. She didn't growl or retreat. Instead, she warmed up, like she recognized something familiar, something safe. That alone was strange because she never reacted like that unless it was toward a mate. Then I felt it. A pull. Stronger than anything I'd ever felt before. My heart started to race as I looked at Daniel lying there, looking all still and quiet, but the air around him had changed. It felt alive. Daniel? I whispered, and then I heard it again, this time from inside my mind. Amy. I stumbled back slightly, eyes wide. His voice wasn't coming from the room. It was coming through the bond. through the mate link. Don't be afraid, his voice said again, calmer now but strained, like it was taking all his strength to speak. Daniel? I said aloud, unsure if he could hear me. Is that really you? It's me. I blinked hard. You're in a coma. How are you talking to me? I don't know, he replied, his tone tight. I've been trying for days. I felt you near me, and now it's clearer. You're my mate, Amy. I didn't know whether to cry or smile. My chest tightened as I pressed a hand to my heart. You can feel it too? Every part of it, he said softly. You're stronger than I expected. The bond, it's keeping me anchored. Without it, I'd have lost myself completely. I swallowed hard. The sound of his voice inside my head was strange but comforting, like it was always supposed to be there. I've been waiting for you to wake up, I admitted. It's been hard here, Daniel. Nothing feels safe. There was a short silence before he spoke again, his tone shifting from calm to serious. You're right not to feel safe. You can't trust everyone here, Amy. I frowned. What do you mean? The family isn't as united as they pretend to be. There's betrayal close by, someone working against you, against us. My stomach twisted. Who? Daniel, who's betraying us? He hesitated. I could almost feel the weight of his silence pressing against my mind. I can't say yet. Something stops me whenever I try. But you need to stay alert. Don't trust them blindly. Not even my mother. That caught me off guard. Mrs. Carter, she's been kind to me. That's what makes her dangerous. She hides her intentions well. Promise me you'll keep your distance until I can protect you properly. My throat felt dry. I glanced at his still body on the bed, the steady rise and fall of his chest. You can protect me even now, I whispered. You're still here. Not enough, he replied. His voice faltered slightly, like it was slipping away. The bond will grow stronger the more time we spend together. For now, I can only reach you when your guard is down, like now. I don't understand, I said quietly. Why me? Why all this? Because you're mine, he said firmly, and because someone in this house doesn't want you alive long enough to find out why. A chill ran down my spine. My wolf growled faintly in my mind, protective, alert. I stepped closer to his bed, gripping his hand tightly. Then tell me what to do. Stay cautious, listen more than you speak. They'll test you, especially Clara, but it's not her I'm worried about. There's someone else, someone closer. Closer, I repeated. Daniel, who? Amy. His voice grew strained again, like static breaking a connection. They're coming. I have to go. No, I said out loud, panicked. Don't go yet, please. The door burst open. I turned sharply. My heart was already pounding. Mrs. Carter stood at the doorway, her face composed but her eyes sharp. Amy? She asked, stepping inside. Who are you talking to? My pulse jumped. I looked from her to Daniel, then back to her. I was just talking to myself, I said quickly. You know, thinking out loud. Her gaze lingered on me for a moment too long. At this hour? She asked softly. I forced a smile. I couldn't sleep. I just came to sit with him for a while. Mrs. Carter walked closer, her perfume filling the air. She looked at Daniel's still body, then at our joined hands. You cared deeply for him, she said. Yes, I replied quietly. He's my husband, of course I do. She studied me again before giving a small, unreadable smile. That's good. He'll need all your devotion when he wakes up. When? I echoed. She didn't answer. She just reached out, gently brushing a strand of hair away from my face. The gesture felt off, too intimate for comfort. You should rest now, Amy, she said in that calm, smooth tone of hers. You've had a long day. I nodded slowly. I will. I'll just stay with him a little longer. Her smile didn't fade, but something flickered in her eyes. It was something cold. Of course. Stay as long as you like. Then she turned and left, the soft sound of her heels fading down the hall. I stood there, staring at the door long after it closed. My wolf stirred again, feeling uneasy. She didn't trust that woman, and neither did I. When I finally sat back down beside Daniel, the link between us was faint now, like a fading echo. Amy? His voice came again, weak but real. Don't let them see your fear. I'm still with you. I squeezed his hand tightly, whispering, Then hurry and come back to me. The monitor beside his bed beeped once, sharper than before. I looked at it, startled, as his fingers twitched slightly beneath mine. And then in my mind, I heard him say one last thing. It was soft but firm. She's listening. The room went still. Amy. Before I left Daniel's room that night, his voice lingered softly in my mind. I'll always talk to you, he said. No matter what happens, Amy, all you have to do is listen. Something about his tone calmed me. It carried strength, the kind that could calm me even when everything else felt unstable. I nodded faintly, whispering, "All right, I'll listen." I didn't know if he could still hear me, but I hoped he could. When I got back to my room, exhaustion finally took over. I didn't bother changing out of my clothes. I just collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling until my eyes grew heavy. For the first time in a while, I wasn't scared. Knowing that Daniel's voice was somewhere in the background, even in silence, made it easier to drift off. The next morning, sunlight shone in my room. I groaned softly, rolling over before remembering where I was in the Carter estate. The house was always quiet in the mornings, almost too quiet. I pushed myself out of bed, showered, and dressed for work. My outfit was simple but neat, a cream blouse tucked into black trousers with my hair tied in a low bun. I didn't want to draw too much attention to myself. I'd had enough of that lately. As I looked in the mirror, I whispered to my reflection, "Let's hope for a peaceful day." It was wishful thinking. Work started out fine. I reviewed a few documents, answered emails, and sat in on a virtual meeting. Everything felt normal for once. But around noon, my inbox pinged again. At first, I didn't pay attention. I thought it was another update about the company's quarterly report. But when I opened the email, my stomach dropped. The subject line read, "Police Inquiry Notice." My hands froze on the mouse. I read it twice to make sure I wasn't imagining things. "Dear Mrs. Amy Carter, you are requested to appear at the Northern Pac Police Department for questioning regarding an ongoing investigation. Kindly report by 5 p.m. today. Sincerely, Investigation Unit." I blinked, trying to understand what could possibly require me to go in for questioning. The last time I'd even been near trouble was when Clara started her nonsense online, but surely that couldn't have escalated to this, could it? I sighed sharply and pushed back my chair. "Of course," I muttered under my breath. "So much for a peaceful day." My wolf stirred inside me, restless. "This feels wrong," she said. "I know," I whispered, "but let's find out what's going on." I left my office and headed straight to Mrs. Carter's. The walk down the hallway felt longer than usual. People greeted me politely, but I could feel their curious eyes following me. News spread quickly in places like this, and I had no doubt the email was already making rounds. When I got to Mrs. Carter's door, I knocked once before entering. She was seated behind her desk, elegant as always, flipping through some documents. She looked up with a calm smile. "Amy," she said smoothly, "you look troubled." "I just got an email," I said, walking closer. "From the police. They're asking me to come in for questioning." Her brows lifted slightly, though her face stayed composed. "The police?" "Yes." I placed my phone on the desk, showing her the message. "I have no idea what this is about, and honestly, I don't even know if I should go." Mrs. Carter leaned back in her chair, her eyes scanning the email before meeting mine again. There was something unreadable in her gaze, something that made me feel both watched and weighed. "Well," she said finally, "if the police requested you, you should go." I stared at her, surprised. "You're not coming with me?" Her lips curved into a faint smile. "No, dear. I think this is something you can handle yourself." "Handle myself?" I repeated slowly. "Yes," she said, her tone smooth but sharp underneath. "You're part of the Carter family now. You're not just an employee or a Luna by title. You represent strength. You'll have to stand on your own and face whatever challenges come your way. That's what it means to be one of us." I wasn't sure if that was advice or a test. Either way, I didn't like the sound of it. "With all due respect," I said carefully, "I don't think walking into a police interrogation alone makes me strong. It makes me a target." She chuckled lightly. "You underestimate yourself, Amy. You're smarter than you think. You'll be fine." The way she said it made my skin prickle. I didn't feel reassured. I felt dismissed. "Is there something you know that I don't?" I asked, narrowing my eyes slightly. She looked at me, calm and unreadable. "If there was, you'd find out soon enough." I frowned, trying to read her expression, but she had already returned her attention to the papers in front of her, like our conversation no longer mattered. "Right," I said quietly. "I'll go then." "Good girl," she said without looking up. "And remember, appearances matter. Keep your composure. Whatever happens, don't show weakness." I turned and left her office, but my heart was racing. Once I was out of sight, I took a deep breath. My wolf was pacing in my head. "She knows something," she said. "I know," I muttered under my breath, "and I don't like that she's pretending otherwise." Back in my office, I tried to focus on work, but I couldn't. My thoughts kept circling around the email and Mrs. Carter's expression. Something about the timing felt off. The fake video had only been out for a few days. What if the police summons had something to do with that? My hands trembled slightly as I opened my laptop again. I tried to trace the source of the email, but it led nowhere. Anonymous sender. No contact number. Just the police department's name and seal. By 4:30, I couldn't sit still anymore. I gathered my things and got ready to leave. Cole would be waiting downstairs as usual, and I planned to tell him everything on the way. "Amy." Just as I stepped into the elevator, my phone buzzed again. Another email, same sender. "Reminder, please do not be late, Mrs. Amy. We wouldn't want to come looking for you." A chill ran down my spine. I read the words twice, trying to make sense of them. Something about the tone wasn't official. It was taunting. My wolf growled quietly. "This isn't right. It's a trap." "I think you're right," I whispered. "But if it's a trap, we'll find out who's setting it." When the elevator doors opened, Cole was there, leaning against the wall near the exit. "Everything okay, Luna?" he asked, straightening up. I nodded stiffly. "I just need a ride to the police department." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Police department? Why?" "I'll explain in the car," I said, forcing a small smile. He gave a quick nod, but I could tell he didn't like it. He followed me silently to the car, his expression cautious. As the car started moving, I stared out the window, watching the Carter building grow smaller behind me. The pit in my stomach deepened. Daniel's voice echoed faintly in my mind. "Be careful, Amy. They'll test you in ways you don't expect." I didn't answer out loud. I just gripped my phone tighter, watching the city blur by, wondering what waited for me at the end of this drive. Cole drove in silence, his hands gripping the wheel like he was trying to keep his anger in check. I didn't blame him. Being summoned to the police station wasn't exactly how anyone wanted to spend their morning, especially after the night I had. The air in the car felt heavy, and I could still feel Daniel's voice lingering in my head, faint but warm. "Listen to me, Amy. Trust what you see, not what they show you." His words played over and over again. It gave me strength, but it also made my stomach tighten. When we arrived at the station, Cole parked in front of the entrance and turned to me. "You sure you don't want me to come in?" I gave a small nod. "I'll be fine. It's just questioning. Mrs. Carter said I should handle it myself, remember?" He frowned, clearly not liking that idea, but didn't push. "Call me if it gets weird." I forced a half smile. "Cole, everything in my life has been weird since the day I stepped into that house." He chuckled softly, but his worry didn't fade. I got out of the car and walked toward the building. The moment I stepped inside, a sharp mix of perfume, sweat, and coffee hit me. The place buzzed with murmurs, papers rustling, and phones ringing. A female officer guided me through a hallway and into a small room that smelled faintly of disinfectant and old wood. 3 officers were already there, 2 men and a woman. The one sitting in the middle had a thick file open in front of him. "Miss Amy Carter?" he asked. "Yes," I said, sitting down. He adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. "You're here today because we received a complaint filed against you by Miss Clara Blake. She's accusing you of harassment, destruction of property, and assault with a deadly weapon." I blinked, pretending to be shocked. "Assault? She claims you stabbed her with scissors during an altercation a few weeks ago," he said. The female officer beside him looked uncomfortable, flipping through the pages of the report. "She also stated you destroyed her wedding gown during that same incident." I leaned back in the chair, crossed my arms, and couldn't help it. I laughed. The sound escaped me before I could stop it. The officers exchanged confused looks. The lead officer frowned. "Miss Carter, I don't think there's anything funny about being accused of assault." "Oh, trust me," I said, wiping the corner of my eye. "It's not funny. It's ridiculous." The female officer tilted her head. "You're denying the claims?" "Of course," I said, reaching into my bag, "but I have something better than words." They watched as I unlocked my phone and scrolled to the video I had saved that morning. I handed it over to the lead officer. You should probably see this before you decide who's lying. He pressed play, and the room went quiet. Clara appeared on the screen, sitting on the floor. She was crying, mumbling things to herself. Then she suddenly grabbed a pair of scissors and dragged them across the edge of her arm, just enough to draw blood. She ripped her own gown, screaming for the camera like she was being attacked. The officers looked stunned. "Where did you get this?" one of them asked. I shrugged. "Security camera. I figured something like this might come up." That wasn't the whole truth, of course. Daniel had warned me about this exact setup that morning before I left for work. His voice in my head had been clear and calm. "Clara will try to destroy you today. Don't let her win. Take the proof." So I had. The lead officer replayed the video twice before sighing. "Miss Carter, I think that's enough. It's clear Miss Blake has issues." The woman beside him nodded, visibly disturbed. "We'll file this as evidence. You won't be facing any charges." I smiled faintly. "Glad to hear that, because I have no patience for liars." The man leaned forward. "One more question, Miss Carter. How did you know she would do something like this? You said it came from a security camera. How did you get access?" For a second, my wolf stirred inside me. I could feel her eyes watching through mine, alert and tense. I forced myself to stay calm. "Let's just say I've learned to trust my instincts," I said. He studied me for a while, but let it go. "You're free to leave." I thanked them, stood up, and walked out of the office with my head high. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, Cole was there, leaning against the wall, phone in hand. He looked up when he saw me. "So? All clear," I said. "Clara's losing her mind." He frowned. "You mean?" "Amy, I had proof. She hurt herself and framed me." Cole exhaled slowly, shaking his head. "That woman's dangerous." "Tell me about it," I muttered as we walked toward the exit. "And she's not done yet." "What do you mean?" I glanced around, lowering my voice. "Daniel warned me this morning. Said she'd pull something like this. I don't know how, but he knew." Cole gave me a sharp look. "Amy, Daniel's still in a coma." I stopped at the door and met his gaze. "I know, but I heard him, through the link." He spoke to me. Cole didn't say anything for a moment. His wolf energy flickered behind his eyes, as if he was sensing something I couldn't explain. Then he finally muttered, "That's not supposed to be possible." I folded my arms. "Yeah, well, neither is half of what's been happening to me lately." "Have you told anyone?" Cole asked me with a terrified look in his eyes. No," I replied. "Then you shouldn't," he said flatly. "Why?" I asked. "That's all I can say as your personal bodyguard. No one should know as long as you want to be alive. My life depends on this too." Nothing made sense from that point on, but as we stepped outside, something felt wrong. Everywhere was too still, too quiet. Cole started the car, but before we could drive off, his phone buzzed. He checked the screen and his expression hardened. "What is it?" I asked. He handed me the phone. The message was short, no name, just a number. "You may have cleared your name today, but you've just made yourself a bigger target." I felt my pulse spike. Cole muttered under his breath, "Who the hell is this?" I looked out the window, uneasy. The world outside looked normal, but my wolf was pacing inside me, growling low. Something or someone was watching us. "We need to get out of here," I whispered. Cole started the engine and pulled onto the road. The farther we drove from the station, the heavier the air felt, like something unseen was pressing against my chest. When we got close to the estate gates, a faint voice brushed through my mind. "Amy." It wasn't Daniel's voice this time. It was unfamiliar, cold, and taunting. The same voice that taunted me at the office that night. It wasn't Mark. This was someone else who enjoyed playing tricks on me. My hand froze halfway to the door handle as I whispered, "Cole, did you hear that?" He looked confused. "Hear what?" The voice came again, sharper this time. "You think it's over?" My entire body tensed up immediately. Whoever that was, they weren't done with me yet. The car lights flickered once, then the engine died completely, right at the edge of the forest road leading to the Carter's estate. Just as Cole was trying to start the car, I heard a low growl coming from the woods, and it sounded really close. My heart thudded loudly in terror as I called Cole in a trembling voice. "Cole?" I called out softly and quietly. He did not answer right away, but his eyes flickered to the side mirrors. A big wolf came out of the woods, and its size terrified me. "Stay inside," he ordered. his tone sharp and cold. "Cole, what's going?" Before I could finish, a large gray wolf slammed into the car door on my side. I screamed and ducked as claws scraped across the glass. Cole jumped out immediately, his body shifting mid-movement. His bones cracked, fur rippled out, and within seconds, his wolf stood there looking all massive, black, and furious. This was a horror movie right in front of me, and I wished I would just wake up from whatever nightmare this was. The gray wolf lunged at him, but Cole met it halfway. The sound of their collision echoed through the empty street. Snarls filled the air, claws tearing at fur, the scent of blood and dust rising. My wolf howled inside me, wanting to come out, but I was too weak to shift fast enough. I opened the door slowly, trying to get a clearer view, even though every part of me screamed to stay down. Cole fought with precision. He did not hesitate, neither did he show mercy. His movements were clean and trained. The gray wolf tried to circle him, but Cole anticipated every move. He was protecting me, and not just as a bodyguard, but like it meant something to him. Every time the attacker came close to the car, Cole forced it back. But then another shadow appeared. It was a smaller, faster wolf. It went straight for me. "Cole," I yelled. He turned just in time to see it leap toward me. He moved, but not fast enough. Its claws caught my arm before Cole tackled it midair and slammed it to the ground. Pain burned through my skin. I looked down, and blood was already soaking my sleeve. I felt dizzy. My wolf snarled weakly, trying to heal the wound, but the burn spreading through my veins told me what it was. "Wolfsbane," I whispered. My hand trembled as I pressed it against the bite. My vision blurred at the edges, but I still saw Cole fighting like his life depended on it. The first wolf was already limping while the second tried to flee, but Cole didn't let it. He tore into it until everywhere went silent. He shifted back halfway, but not fully human, not fully wolf, and ran to me. His eyes glowed bright gold. "Amy, stay with me." "I'm fine," I muttered, but my voice didn't sound like mine. The burning was too strong. "Don't lie to me," he growled. His tone was sharper now, desperate. "You were bitten." "Yeah." My words slurred. "But I'll heal." "No, not with wolfsbane in your system." He lifted me out of the car, his arms strong and warm. "We need to get you to the pack doctor." I wanted to argue, but my eyelids felt too heavy. My head dropped against his chest. I could still hear his heartbeat. It sounded really fast and strong, like it was guiding mine to keep going. "Amy." I blinked slowly, watching the streetlights blur as he carried me. His scent was mixed with the faint metallic tang of blood. "Why are you doing all this?" I asked weakly. "It's just your job, right?" He didn't answer. He just looked down at me with something unreadable in his eyes, something that made my chest tighten. "You should rest," he said instead. His voice was lower now, almost gentle. "I've got you. You need your energy." That was the last thing I heard before everything faded into pitch black. When I woke up, everything was spinning. The sterile smell of antiseptic hit my nose first, followed by the distant sound of voices. I tried to sit up, but my muscles ached. "Don't move yet." Cole's voice came from somewhere near the door. He stepped closer. His shirt was torn and blood-stained. "You're safe now." "What happened?" I asked quietly. "They were rogues," he replied. "Two of them. One is dead. The other got away." Rogues? That didn't make sense. Why would rogues attack me not far the police station of all places? "Did you tell Mrs. Carter?" I asked. "Not yet," he said. "I wanted you to wake first." I nodded slowly. "She'll probably think I'm making things up again." He frowned. "Then I'll tell her myself." I managed a faint smile. "You don't have to." "I want to," he cut in, voice firm. That tone again, all protective, almost personal. It made me wonder if he was just being loyal to his position or if something else was beneath it. Before I could ask, a sharp pain shot through my arm, reminding me of the bite. I hissed quietly and looked down. The wound was bandaged but faintly glowing where the wolfsbane had burned through my veins. Cole noticed. "The healer said the toxin is clearing, but slowly. You should rest another night." "Can I even go home?" He hesitated. "Maybe tomorrow." He looked like he wanted to say something, but his jaw tightened instead. I didn't push. I closed my eyes again, trying to calm my racing thoughts, but Daniel's voice echoed faintly in my mind. "You're not safe there." My eyes snapped open. The room was quiet. Cole had stepped out, and the only sound was the soft hum of the lights. "Daniel?" I whispered. There was no answer, just that lingering, familiar pull through the bond. It was faint, but strong enough to make my heart twist. Then I heard a sound outside the window, a low growl again. I froze slowly. I turned my head toward the window, but there was nothing there. The moonlight barely lit the curtains. Still, my wolf felt tense. Someone or something was watching. I tried to get up, ignoring the pain, and I moved toward the window. My reflection stared back at me for a second before the light flickered and I passed out. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my room. The air smelled faintly of lavender. That was the scent Mrs. Thet Carter always insisted the maids used when cleaning. My head throbbed lightly, but the pain from the bite was gone. I blinked a few times, trying to recall what happened. The wolves, the attack, Cole, everything came back in slow flashes. "You're awake, Luna," a soft voice said beside me. I turned to see one of the maids. Her name was Lila, I think. She was smiling kindly. She looked relieved, almost emotional. "Mrs. Carter will be so happy to hear this," she said. "She's been worried sick. The doctor said you might take longer to recover, but you healed so fast." "Healed?" I repeated slowly, glancing down at my arm. The bandages were gone. My skin looked normal, and there was not a single mark. "How long have I been out?" "2 days," she said. "You lost a lot of blood, but the doctor said it's like you never got hurt at all." Before I could say anything, she excused herself. "I'll go call Mrs. Carter." The door clicked shut behind her. I sat up carefully, my mind was spinning. 2 days, and my wound was gone without a trace? That wasn't normal. Even for a werewolf, wolfsbane took time to flush out completely. My wolf stirred in confusion, restless but silent. A few minutes later, Mrs. Carter entered. Her usual cold expression had softened a little. "Amy," she said, walking over. "It's good to see you awake." I managed a small smile. "I'm fine now." "I can see that," she replied, her eyes scanning me like she didn't quite believe what she was seeing. "The doctors are astonished. They said your recovery was unexplainable." She gave a small, almost forced laugh. "But I suppose that's a good thing. You're stronger than you look." I didn't know what to say to that. Something about the way she said it didn't sound like a compliment. She sat on the edge of my bed, folding her hands neatly on her lap. "Now, Amy, I need to speak with you about something important." I nodded slowly. "Rumors have started spreading about your disappearance and the attack," she said. "We haven't released a statement yet, but people are starting to talk. Investors, staff, even the media. The most important thing for the Carters right now is to appear strong." "You want me to resume work right away?" I asked quietly. "Yes," she replied without hesitation. "Tomorrow morning. I know you've just recovered, but we cannot afford to show weakness. You understand that, don't you?" I met her eyes and nodded. "I do. I'll be there." She smiled faintly. "Good. I knew you'd handle this maturely." She stood up and adjusted the sleeve of her blouse. "You're one of us now, Amy. Remember, that means you don't get to fall apart, especially not in public, not in private." "I understand," I said again, even though something in her tone made me uneasy. "Rest then," she said, heading for the door. "You have a long day ahead tomorrow." When she left, I stared at the closed door for a while. My wolf was quiet but alert. Something felt off about her, but I could not place it. Amy. The next morning, I woke up before sunrise. My body felt new, lighter, and stronger. Whatever happened during those 2 days had reset my entire body somehow. My reflection in the mirror even looked different. My eyes had a faint golden ring around them. My wolf had healed faster than I thought possible. After dressing up in my usual work clothes, I decided to stop by Daniel's room before leaving. He was exactly as I'd left him, unconscious and quiet. His chest rose and fell slowly. The machines beside him beeped steadily, their rhythm calming in a strange way. "Good morning," I greeted softly, pulling a chair close to his bed. "I'm heading to work today." I smiled faintly, watching his face. "Thanks for the warning, the attack. You were right about everything. I can't trust anyone, but I think I can trust Cole. I told him we could talk, that is, you and I." Daniel did not respond. He was still, so still I could not feel our bond. Was something wrong? Was he upset with me? "Daniel?" I tried again. Nothing. Usually, when I spoke to him through the mind link, I'd feel something, a kind of warmth, presence, maybe even a whisper. But today, there was nothing. It felt empty. My wolf shifted uneasily. "He's there," I told myself. "Maybe he's just resting." Still, the silence felt strange. I stood up and smoothed my clothes. "I'll see you later, okay?" I whispered and touched his hand lightly before leaving the room. Cole was waiting outside by the car when I came down. He opened the door for me, quiet as ever. "Morning," I said, sliding in. "Morning, Luna," he replied, taking his place in the driver's seat. For a few minutes, neither of us spoke. The drive was calm. It was the kind that usually made me feel safe. "I never got the chance to thank you," I finally said. He glanced at me through the rearview mirror. "For what?" "For saving my life." His grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. "It's my job." I studied his reflection. "You risked your life. That goes beyond a job." He didn't answer, but I could tell the words unsettled him. His jaw tensed like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. "Cole," I said, trying to catch his gaze. "Was it rogues or something else?" He looked straight ahead. "Rogues." That pause between his words told me it wasn't the whole truth, but I didn't push. Not yet. "Thank you anyway," I said softly. He gave a small nod. "You should be careful today. The pack's been restless since the attack." "I'll manage," I said. The rest of the drive was in silence. The city passed by in a blur, but my mind was back in Daniel's room, thinking about the strange silence between us. When we reached Carter Enterprise Holdings, I stepped out, straightened my jacket, and forced my best professional expression. Every eye I passed seemed to follow me, and whispers trailed behind, but I ignored them. I walked straight to my office and closed the door. My hands trembled slightly when I sat down. I took a deep breath and tried to focus on the stack of reports waiting on my desk, but it was useless. Daniel's silence still echoed in my head. Something was wrong. My wolf stirred, restless again. "He's trying to reach you," she whispered faintly, "but something's blocking him." I froze. "Blocking?" I muttered under my breath. She didn't answer. Before I could think too much about it, my phone buzzed. A message from Mrs. Carter popped up. "Meeting at noon. Don't be late." I typed back quickly. "Understood." I stared at the message for a moment, then shut my phone off. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. I should have felt grateful to be alive, but all I could feel was the weight of everything pressing in. I rubbed my temples, trying to think straight. The time for the meeting finally reached, and I went to the conference room to meet everyone. The conference room was full when I arrived. Everyone went quiet for a moment before the usual smiles appeared. I could tell they were pretending. That was something I had gotten used to. The polished smiles, the polite greetings that carried more curiosity than care. "Good afternoon, everyone," I said, sitting next to Mrs. Carter. She gave me a short nod, the kind that said, "Don't mess this up." The meeting started smoothly. Numbers, reports, projections. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I spoke when I needed to, presented the marketing results and peace treaties I'd prepared last week, and answered a few questions. My voice didn't shake once, which felt like an achievement. The directors praised Mrs. Carter's leadership, and she accepted it all with her usual fake smile. When it ended, everyone stood up and started chatting in little groups. Mrs. Carter turned to me and said, "Well done, Amy. That was a strong presentation. You handled the questions perfectly." "Thank you," I replied, relieved that she seemed pleased. "I knew you would recover quickly," she said softly, picking up her tablet. "Now take the rest of the day to finish up pending work. Tomorrow we'll address the press. I'll decide later if you'll be there." I nodded. "Understood," was all I said in response. After she left, I stayed in the room for a few minutes, trying to release the tension in my shoulders. Everything had gone well, but I still felt like someone was watching me. Maybe it was just the side effect of almost dying or whatever that attack had been. By the time I returned to my office, I was slightly tired. The screen light felt harsh, and my head was pounding lightly. I leaned back and rubbed my temples, trying to ignore it. I wanted to close my eyes for a minute, but then I remembered something that made me sit up straight. The enrollment deadline. I quickly opened my laptop and went to the university website. The summer medical program had been something I dreamed about long before the Carters came into my life. Amy. Becoming a doctor had always been my real goal. The company, the endless meetings were all just a way to fill time and stay useful. But medicine, that was mine. I scrolled through the details and smiled faintly. Summer school would start in June, and if I applied now, I could still make it in. I filled out the online form, entered my details, and clicked submit. It felt strangely satisfying. It felt like I had taken a small step towards something that belonged only to me. Still, part of me wondered if Mrs. Carter would approve. She likes to control everything under her schedule, her plan. But this one? I'd keep it quiet for now. I didn't owe her every detail of my life. I'll tell her when I get the admission. I closed my laptop and leaned back again. The tiredness was spreading, but I didn't want to sleep. I stared at the ceiling for a moment, thinking about Daniel. He hadn't said a single word to me since morning. Normally, even when I didn't reach out first, I could feel him somewhere in my mind. Now there was just an empty, cold silence all day. "Daniel," I whispered under my breath. Nothing. I tried again through the link, focusing harder this time. Still no reply. The silence started to worry me. The last time he spoke to me, he told me he'd always be there if I listened. So why couldn't I hear him now? The clock on my desk read 3:45 p.m. I had some reports to send before the end of the day, but my mind was far away. Cole texted me a few minutes later. "I'll pick you up at 5. I replied quickly, "Okay, thank you." After that, I tried to focus on work. I sent out the pending files, made a few calls, and forced myself to look busy. My colleagues passed by my door, some smiling, others pretending not to notice me. The air felt like everyone was still walking on eggshells. At exactly 5 p.m., Cole called to say he was outside. I packed my things and left the building quietly. The ride back home was silent, just like earlier. Cole's eyes stayed on the road, but I could tell something was on his mind. "Cole," I said finally, "thank you for saving me." I thanked him again, hoping it would get him to say something. He nodded without looking at me. "It's my job, Amy." "I know," I replied, watching his hands tighten slightly on the steering wheel. "But still, thank you." For a few seconds he said nothing. Then in a quieter voice he added, "You should rest more. The attack wasn't random." I turned to him, frowning. "What do you mean?" I asked with my ears pricked. He shook his head. "Nothing. Just be careful. Not everyone who smiles at you means well." That made me stare at him for a while. He looked tense, as if he wanted to say more but couldn't. His wolf instincts were strong. I could sense it even though he tried to hide it. Something about his tone made my stomach twist. When we got home, I stepped out of the car and glanced back at him. "You're not coming in?" He shook his head. "I have rounds to check. I'll be around." "All right," I said softly. The mansion looked quiet as usual, but I didn't miss the faint glint of the guard's eyes in the shadows. Wolves were always at alert, always watching. Inside, the house smelled faintly of disinfectant, like someone had cleaned recently. But what required that much disinfectant? I went straight to my room, changed into something more comfortable, and sat by the window. The moon was faint behind a curtain of clouds. I tried again to reach Daniel, focusing harder. I tried reaching Daniel a few more times, but there was nothing, just silence. It started to frustrate me, so I decided to stop trying for the night. My head still felt heavy, and the quietness in my room was oddly comforting. I laid down on the bed, hoping a short nap would clear my mind. It didn't feel like I had slept long before someone knocked softly on the door. "Mrs. Amy," one of the maids said, peeking her head in. "Dinner is ready." I groaned quietly and sat up, rubbing my eyes. I wasn't hungry, but I didn't want to appear rude. "All right," I said, forcing myself up. By the time I got downstairs, the dining room was already set. Mrs. Carter sat at the head of the table, perfectly composed as always. Next to her sat Elias. Of course. He looked up the moment I entered, that same smug, disapproving expression already fixed on his face. The air around him always felt heavy, like he had a personal dislike for me. I greeted politely, sat down, and tried to focus on my plate. Dinner started quietly. Cole was absent, which somehow made it worse. I could feel Elias's eyes on me the whole time, cold and sharp. He didn't say much, but the few words that came out of his mouth carried enough venom to make me lose my appetite. "You seem to recover fast," he said flatly, cutting into his steak. "Almost too fast." Mrs. Carter shot him a look, but I could tell she wasn't entirely disagreeing with his tone. "I guess I'm just lucky," I said, keeping my voice even. Elias gave a low chuckle that didn't sound friendly. "Lucky. Right." I pushed the food around my plate for a while longer, pretending not to care. But the tension at the table was getting harder to ignore. My wolf was restless under my skin, warning me to stay calm. Finally, I looked up and said quietly, "Mrs. Carter, I think I'll excuse myself. I'm still a bit tired. I'd like to rest." She nodded gently. "Of course, dear. You've had a long few days." I stood feeling Elias's stare follow me until I left the room. All I wanted now was to get upstairs, lock my door, and not see that man again tonight, Amy. I woke up early the next morning and got ready for work like usual. I felt really fine now, completely healed, which was still strange to me. The doctors had said it was inexplicable, but I didn't think much about it. I just wanted to focus on getting through the day. After showering, I dressed in a fitted beige blouse and a black skirt that stopped just above my knees. My hair was still damp, so I tied it into a loose ponytail and dabbed on a bit of lip balm. Nothing too fancy because I wasn't in the mood for that. When I stepped out of my room, the maids were already clearing breakfast from the table. I deliberately did not join them for breakfast because I could not stand starting my day with Elias's face. Cole stood by the car outside, waiting like he always did. He gave me a nod as I walked out, and I returned it with a polite smile before getting in. The drive to the office was quiet. I stared out the window most of the time, thinking about how much had changed in just a few days. Daniel still hadn't responded to me, not even through the mind link. That silence was starting to bother me, but I didn't want to push too much. By the time we reached the Carter Enterprise building, I had already forced my thoughts back into order. I needed to stay professional. The lobby was busy as usual with people moving around, phones ringing and heels clicking against the tiled floor. My PA, Sandra, was waiting near the elevator. "Good morning, ma'am," she greeted, smiling politely as she handed me a thick folder. "What's this?" I asked, taking it from her. "It came from the executive floor. The board finalized your next assignment." I nodded, stepping into the elevator as she followed me in. I opened the folder before the doors even closed. My eyes scanned the front page, and for a moment I thought I'd read it wrong. "Carter Enterprises will be the lead corporate sponsor and event representative for the upcoming Lunar Elegance fashion show," the memo read. I froze. That was the show. The same one Clara stole from me. Sandra cleared her throat softly. "You've been assigned to oversee all company representation, ma'am. That includes branding, VIP coordination, and media coverage." I closed the folder and took a slow breath. "So I'm in charge of the event that Clara is walking in?" "Yes, ma'am." She hesitated, lowering her voice. "The CEO personally approved it." Of course he did. I stepped out of the elevator as soon as it opened. Every step toward my office made my irritation grow. Clara had not only taken my spotlight, but now I had to work to make sure she shined in it. It was almost like the universe was mocking me. When I got to my office, I dropped the folder on the desk and sank into my chair. The window view of the city didn't help much. I could imagine her face and the smug way she smiled when she got that spot at the show. Sandra stood by the door, unsure if she should leave. "Should I inform the PR team you'll be meeting them this afternoon?" "Yes," I answered quietly. "Set it up for 2. She nodded and left. I rubbed my temples, thinking about how messy this could get. Clara wasn't just some random model. She had the influence of Mark, especially with the sponsors. She knew people. That meant she could easily make things complicated for me if she wanted to. I flipped through the folder again, reading over the event details. The show would run for 3 nights, and Carter Enterprises would be hosting the closing ceremony. Every sponsor, investor, and high-profile client would be there. It wasn't just a fashion show, it was a business opportunity. And if anything went wrong, I'd be the one held responsible. My phone buzzed with a text from the PR head confirming our afternoon meeting. I leaned back in my chair and sighed. It was going to be a long day. As I started going through the rest of the documents, I noticed Clara's name again. It was printed in bold under the lead model segment. I frowned. She would be front and center during the final showcase, representing the designer our company had a direct partnership with. Perfect. Just perfect. I shut the folder and rested my elbows on the desk. No matter how much I tried to avoid her, Clara somehow always found her way into my path. It wasn't just frustrating, it felt personal. I still couldn't afford to lose focus. This was work, and I had a role to play. I wasn't going to let her get under my skin, not this time. When lunch came around, I ate in my office, mostly in silence. I needed the silence to think, to plan how I was going to handle the event and her. The Carter name came with enough pressure as it was. I couldn't risk another scandal or rumor, especially now that everyone was still talking about what happened to me. How it leaked to the company's employees, I have no idea. I opened my laptop and began typing out the first phase of the event proposal. As I worked, I caught myself glancing at the small picture frame on my desk. The afternoon moved by slowly until it was finally time for the PR meeting. I gathered my notes in the folder, trying to keep my mind clear. But deep down, I knew this wasn't just business anymore. Clara had taken something from me once, and I had let it go. But if she tried again, if she used this show to humiliate me or undermine me, I wasn't going to stay quiet. This time, I'd fight back and give her a dose of her own medicine. Just as that thought settled, my office phone rang and I answered it. "Ma'am," Sandra said from the other end, her voice a little shaky. "You might want to see this. The Lunar Elegance press team just arrived, and Clara's with them." I froze, gripping the phone tighter. "What do you mean she's with them?" "She's here in the building." That was fast. I hung up, stood up from my chair, and straightened my skirt. My pulse quickened, but it wasn't from fear. It was from the uneasy feeling that Clara was trouble. "Amy." "Mrs. Amy," she said carefully, interrupting my thoughts. "There's a meeting scheduled in 20 minutes with the event board. You, Mrs. Clara, and the rest of the committee members will be going over the Lunar Elegance fashion show plan. It's the first full meeting for the project." I paused. "Clara will be there?" "Yes, ma'am," she replied, lowering her eyes slightly. "This is why she is here," she added. Of course she would be. That woman was like a stain that refused to come out, no matter how many times you washed it. The fact that I had to work with her again after everything that happened made my skin crawl, but I wasn't going to let her win this round. "All right," I said. "Prepare the file summary. I'll be down shortly." Sandra nodded and walked out. I exhaled slowly and rubbed the back of my neck. Daniel still refused to talk to me, and it bothered me. After everything he'd said before, I'd grown used to his voice echoing faintly in my head. Now it was just too quiet. The meeting room was already half full when I walked in. The board members sat around the long glass table, with name tags and folders neatly arranged in front of them. Clara was sitting at the far end, flipping through a tablet like she owned the place. She looked up the moment I entered and gave a smile that wasn't really a smile. "Mrs. Amy," she said sweetly, "I wasn't sure you'd make it. I heard you were recovering." Her tone was loaded, and some of the men at the table exchanged glances. She must be behind the attack on my life, but I could not prove it. "I'm perfectly fine," I replied evenly. "Let's focus on the meeting." Mr. Graham, one of the senior directors, cleared his throat. "Right, let's begin. The Lunar Elegance Fashion Show is our biggest external event this quarter. The company's name will be attached to every aspect of it, from sponsorship to brand representation. Mrs. Amy, as head of operations for this division, you'll be overseeing the project's overall coordination." That part was expected, but Clara's expression said otherwise. Her lips tightened slightly before she spoke. I thought marketing was taking the lead on that. After all, this is more of a publicity-focused event. Mr. Graham looked between us. "Marketing will handle branding, but operations has final oversight. That falls under Mrs. Amy's purview." Clara leaned forward. "With all due respect, Amy's department doesn't handle creative direction. This event is fashion-centered. It requires someone who understands the industry and not just management logistics." The way she said management logistics made it sound like I sorted boxes for a living. I kept my tone calm. The company's partnership with the event means execution must align with Carter Holdings' image and values. I'm confident my team understands that better than anyone. Clara smirked. "We'll see." Her attitude made my wolf stir deep inside me. I felt that slow thrum of warning energy under my skin. It wasn't anger exactly. It was that primal instinct that came alive when I sensed a challenge. My hand tightened around the pen resting in front of me, and I took a deep breath to hold it down. Daniel's voice came faintly through the mind link, soft but clear enough to make me freeze. "Don't let them corner you. Watch Clara's handler. I nearly looked around the room before realizing no one else could hear him. My pulse calmed down a little, and for the first time since the attack, I felt a rush of calmness. He was still watching. Clara continued speaking, trying to get the board's attention with her half-baked ideas about rebranding Carter's aesthetic. I barely listened because she would have no business with Carter Enterprise once this was over. My focus shifted to the man sitting 2 seats to her right. Mr. Boyd, one of the new consultants. He hadn't said a word during the entire discussion, just took notes and occasionally leaned in when Clara whispered something. Handler, Daniel had said. I studied him discreetly. His scent was off, not fully wolf. He masked it well, but to someone like me it was noticeable. A faint trace of wolf, but weaker, diluted, possibly half-blood. That realization made my wolf's ears perk up inside me. The meeting went on for nearly 2 hours, with Clara trying to poke holes in every proposal I made. Each time, I calmly presented figures, logistics, and timelines that shut her down in front of everyone. By the end of it, even Mr. Graham looked tired of her interruptions. When the meeting was adjourned, Clara gave me a fake smile as she packed up. Good work today, she said in that insincere tone of hers. Let's hope we can keep up with your pace. I didn't reply, I just watched her leave with Mr. Boyd. Back in my office, I sat down. I still felt uneasy. Daniel's warning replayed in my head. Watch Clara's handler. I opened the shared company drive to review the event folders. Most files were routine, contracts, promotional drafts, schedules, but one folder caught my attention. It was titled Internal Approvals, Restricted Access. Normally, that label wouldn't show up in my permissions list unless someone had added me by mistake. Curiosity got the best of me, and I clicked it open. There were multiple email threads. Most were between high-level executives, Mrs. Carter, the PR head, and a few external consultants. One of the subject lines stopped me cold. Project Luna Replacement. My name appeared 3 lines down. I clicked it immediately. The message was short but direct. Update: Amy Carter's inclusion in Project Luna has been flagged. Recommendation from marketing: initiate replacement protocol. Forwarding for Mrs. Carter's approval. The timestamp was from last week, before the fashion show assignment. I scrolled down, heart thudding, and found the follow-up. Approved, proceed discreetly. She doesn't need to know yet. No signature, just initials, EC, Elias Carter. I sat back, my jaw tightening. Whatever Project Luna was, they didn't want me in it. And given how much secrecy surrounded this so-called replacement, it wasn't just a business project. The word Luna wasn't lost on me. Amy. The faint hum of Daniel's voice whispered again, barely audible. Now you see it. They're moving faster than I thought. I straightened up, glancing toward the office door as if someone might be listening. Daniel, I whispered quietly, what are they planning? I didn't get any answer from him, so I closed the folder, locked the computer, and leaned back in my chair. My wolf was restless again, pacing in my head. I barely had a chance to settle down in my office the next day when Mrs. Carter called me into her office. Her tone was calm but tense as usual. I want you to attend the pre-fashion gala tonight, she said while reviewing a stack of event documents. You'll go as Daniel's wife. The Carters must remain visible, especially now. I understood what she meant without her having to explain. The family's image mattered more than anything else, and with Daniel still in a coma, someone had to stand beside his name. I nodded quietly. Yes, Mrs. Carter, I answered. She finally looked up. You'll represent us well, Mrs. Amy. The press will be there. And remember, people will be watching how you carry yourself. Don't give them any reason to talk. That last part lingered in my head as I left her office. Sandra later brought me a file with the gala's schedule and security arrangements. I pretended to read it, but my mind wasn't on logistics. I didn't feel like dressing up and smiling for cameras. Not when everything around me still felt so uncertain. Still, I had no choice. By evening, I was ready. The stylist arranged my hair into a sleek bun and zipped me into a deep blue gown. It was elegant, simple, and very Carter-approved. I looked at my reflection for a long time before leaving the house, telling myself to stay composed no matter what the night brought. When I arrived at the event venue, the flashing lights nearly blinded me. Reporters shouted questions, photographers rushed forward, and security guided me through. I smiled when I had to, waved politely, and entered the grand ballroom. Inside the place glittered. Chandeliers hung from high ceilings. Tables were dressed in gold, and the air smelled of money and perfume. I tried to focus on breathing normally. "Mrs. Amy Carter, lovely to see you," one of the board members greeted. "Good evening," I replied politely. And then, of course, Clara came in. She walked in wearing a gown nearly identical to mine. The same shade of blue, same neckline, same pattern of crystals. I felt my jaw tighten. She smiled sweetly when our eyes met. "Oh, what a coincidence," she said, feigning surprise. "We must have similar taste." I smiled back. "Yes, coincidence." The people around us sensed the tension, I could tell. It was the kind of silent hostility that didn't need words. Mrs. Carter's warning replayed in my head. For the first hour, attendees were shaking hands, greeting business partners, smiling for photographs. But my wolf was restless. I could feel her pacing within me. She was at alert and uncomfortable. Then I heard two werewolves near the bar were whispering. Their voices were low, but with my hearing I caught every word. The Luna who shouldn't have been chosen. I heard she wasn't the real mate. The bond's unstable, they say. My stomach churned. They were talking about me. I tried not to look in their direction, but my wolf growled faintly in my mind. I took a sip of water and calmed myself, reminding her, not here, not now. And then I felt that familiar tug inside my head. It was a flicker of Daniel's faint but unmistakable voice in my head. His voice came through the mind link. "Don't let them corner you," he warned. I froze, trying not to react outwardly. "Daniel?" I called back silently. No response, just the faint hum of the link, then silence again. I wanted to find somewhere quiet to reach him properly, but before I could, Clara approached again, holding a champagne glass. "You seem tense," she said casually. "Still not used to being the center of attention." "I'm fine," I replied flatly. She leaned closer. "You know, people are starting to wonder why the great Daniel Carter chose you. Some say it wasn't the mate bond at all, just convenience." My wolf flared, claws pressing against my control. I gave her a hard look. "You're crossing a line, Clara." She smiled. "I always do." Then she turned and walked away. I forced myself to breathe and moved to the quieter side of the hall. My head started to ache slightly. The light seemed brighter than before, and I felt dizzy for no reason. Sandra came up beside me. "Mrs. Amy, are you okay?" "I'm fine," I lied, but my heartbeat felt off. My vision blurred slightly. I gripped the edge of a table to steady myself. Around me, the noise of the gala faded to a distant echo. I heard Daniel again, faintly, almost like he was fading in and out. "They're testing you," he said. "Daniel, what's happening?" I asked through the link. The words sent a chill down my spine. My knees weakened, and before I could say another word, the room spun. I heard someone calling my name. Maybe Sandra, maybe Mrs. Carter, but it all sounded far away. I tried to speak, but my lips wouldn't move. The last thing I remembered was a voice, unfamiliar and deep, whispering near my ear. "It's starting." Then everything went dark. I woke up to the faint sound of the air conditioner humming. My head felt heavy, and the back of my neck ached like someone had pressed a hot iron against it. When I lifted my hand to touch the spot, my fingers brushed against a bandage. It was damp, and I felt a sting beneath it. Cole was sitting on the chair beside my bed. His sleeves were rolled up, looking exhausted. His eyes lifted when he saw me move. "You're awake," he said quietly, standing to pour water into a glass. "Amy, what happened?" My voice came out dry. I was still weak. He handed me the glass. "Drink first." I took a few sips. The cool water quenched the dryness in my throat. Then I looked at him again. "Cole, what happened to me?" He hesitated before answering. "You were poisoned." My stomach tightened. "Poisoned?" He nodded slowly. "It was a wolfsbane-infused toxin. They mixed it with something else, something synthetic. It was meant to paralyze your wolf permanently." For a second, I couldn't speak. I just stared at him, trying to piece everything together. The gala, the whispers, Daniel's faint voice, the sudden dizziness. It all clicked, and dread spread through me like cold water. "Who did this?" I asked. "We don't know yet," Cole said. "The doctor thinks the poison entered through a small cut or puncture. It wasn't in your drink or food. It was direct contact." I turned my head slightly. The bandage on my neck throbbed. "Someone at the gala." He nodded. "Most likely." Before I could ask more, the door opened and Mrs. Carter walked in. Her perfume filled the room before she even spoke. She looked immaculate as always, a pearl necklace, neat bun, and a calm face. "You're awake," she said softly, moving closer to the bed. "Thank goodness." I tried to sit up, but Cole stopped me. "Take it easy," he said, adjusting the pillow behind me. Mrs. Carter glanced at him before sitting on the edge of the bed. "The doctor said it was an allergic reaction," she said, her tone firm, like she was already shutting down any further discussion. I frowned. "An allergic reaction?" "Yes," she continued, smoothing the blanket over my legs. "It must have been from the flowers or one of those scented sprays. You've always been sensitive, dear." Cole shifted uncomfortably. "That's not what." Mrs. Carter's eyes darted toward him. "Thank you, Cole. You may leave now." He looked at me, silently asking if I wanted him to stay. I gave him a small nod. "It's fine," I said, even though it wasn't. After he left, Mrs. Carter turned back to me. Her expression softened. "Amy, the last thing this family needs right now is scandal or unnecessary panic. You fainted, that's all. I've already made sure the press won't get wind of it." "Mrs. Carter," I said quietly, "Cole said it was wolfsbane. Someone tried to hurt me." Her eyes flickered with irritation. "Cole is loyal but dramatic. You're overthinking, dear. You've had a stressful week. Don't let your mind run wild." I looked at her, trying to read her face. Her calmness wasn't comforting. It was fake, and I knew when someone was hiding something. She stood up, adjusting her pearl necklace. "Focus on recovering. The company needs you at your best." Then she walked out, her heels clicking against the floor like nothing had happened. As soon as she was gone, I exhaled and closed my eyes. That's when I heard Daniel's voice. It was faint, like a whisper from a distance, but it was him. "You need to find the traitor in the pack before the next full moon." "How?" I whispered, but there was only silence. My heart raced. It wasn't my imagination. I knew it wasn't. His voice was weaker than before, but it was there. I swung my legs off the bed and stood up slowly. My body ached, but my mind was clear. Someone had poisoned me. Someone close. And now Daniel was warning me again. By afternoon, I was back in my office. Cole had wanted me to rest another day, but I couldn't sit still. The company felt tense, more than usual. Every passing employee looked away quickly, like they didn't want to meet my eyes. I didn't even know if staying back at home would have been better. When I logged into the company portal, the first thing that popped up on my feed made my stomach twist. Clara had posted a new photo of her standing on a balcony, wearing an expensive gown, with the caption, "Some of us are meant to shine. Others are just standing in the light." It didn't take a genius to know who that was meant for. "Subtle as always," I muttered. A knock came on the door, and I quickly minimized the post. My assistant peeked in, holding an envelope. "This was dropped off for you, ma'am. No sender listed." "Thanks," I said, taking it from her. When she left, I turned the envelope over. It was plain white, no markings. Inside it were photographs. My hand froze. It was me and Cole, in the police station parking lot, the day of the investigation. One photo showed him touching my shoulder. Another captured the moment I leaned toward him while talking. From the right angle, it looked intimate. There was no note, just one small piece of paper with typed words. "The board deserves to know who's keeping Daniel's seat warm." I stared at it, my hands trembling. Someone was trying to set me up. I sat back slowly, my mind was racing. Clara's post, the poisoning, the way the board members had looked at me during the meeting. This wasn't random, it was calculated. I picked up my phone, tempted to call Cole, but stopped myself. If someone was already watching, reaching out to him would only make things worse. Instead, I locked the photos in my drawer and leaned back in my chair. Daniel's words echoed in my head. "Find the traitor in the pack before the next full moon." The following morning, the tension inside Carter Enterprise was unbearable. The atmosphere had changed. It was quieter, colder. Whispers followed me everywhere I went. Eyes that used to look at me with respect now turned away in hesitation. I could feel the shift, the doubt, the judgment. Mrs. Carter's secretary appeared at my office door. Her expression said everything before she even spoke. "Mrs. Carter would like to see you in her private boardroom," she said. "Immediately." "Amy." My stomach nodded, but I kept my voice as calm as possible. "Thank you. Tell her I'll be right there." I took a moment to compose myself before leaving because I knew this must be about the photos. Whoever had sent them had done their job well. The boardroom was already full when I entered. Every member was present, all 12 of them, seated in silence around the long oak table. At the head sat Mrs. Carter, dignified as ever. Elias, her nephew and one of the senior board members, sat to her right. Clara was there too, pretending to scroll through her phone, her lips twitching into something that wasn't quite a smile. I honestly had no idea what Clara's business was here, but whatever it was, I hoped not to get entirely smoked. Mrs. Carter gestured toward the empty chair opposite her. "Sit, Amy." Her voice was damn stern. I did, keeping my back straight and my hands on the table. I was told this meeting was important. Elias spoke before she could. "It is." His tone was sharp, impatient as ever. "We've received certain information that concerns both the company's reputation and the Carter name." "Information?" I asked calmly. He pulled a brown folder from the table and slid it toward me. Inside were printed copies of the same photos I'd found in the anonymous envelope. My chest tightened, but I didn't flinch. "I see," I said quietly. Elias leaned back. "Care to explain why the CEO's wife was being intimate with her bodyguard? The photos suggest something inappropriate." I looked him directly in the eye. "Cole was assisting me with a matter concerning a private matter which Mars Carter is well aware of. He's been assigned to monitor the recent threats to the company. Everything in those photos was business-related." Clara let out a low laugh. "Business-related? In a parking lot after hours? You have an interesting definition of professionalism, Amy." I turned to her slowly. "You seem awfully interested in my private affairs, Clara. I still don't know why you are here, or why they allowed you to be seated here, but then should I be worried about how you got access to confidential police locations?" The room went silent for a moment. Clara's smirk faltered, and Elias cleared his throat. "That's enough," he said. "We're not here to play games. The board is concerned. The Carter name stands for strength, unity, and loyalty. We cannot afford another scandal, not with Daniel still unconscious." Mrs. Carter finally spoke, her tone calm but firm. "Amy, this situation has raised questions about your judgment, about how you're handling the responsibilities left in your care." I met her gaze. "You think I'd risk everything I've worked for? Risk Daniel's name? The Carter's name by frolicking with my bodyguard and driver?" Elias leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "We think your recent behavior has been concerning. You've been secretive, defensive, and now this." He tapped the folder. "Public image is everything. The Carter family cannot be seen as unstable." I took a slow breath. My wolf stirred beneath the surface, feeling restless and angry. I could feel the low rumble of her growl vibrating in my chest, though no sound escaped my lips. "I've done nothing to dishonor this family," I said. "And if anyone here thinks otherwise, maybe they should question why someone is going out of their way to make me look guilty." Clara scoffed. "Oh, please, always the victim, aren't you?" I turned to her again, my patience wearing thin. "You've had an issue with me since the day Mrs. Carter put me in charge. Maybe you should admit what this is really about. Control." Elias slammed his palm on the table. "Enough!" His voice boomed through the room, startling even Clara. "This is not about control. This is about order. We cannot have chaos at the top of this company." The air thickened. My wolf pushed harder, warning me. Every instinct screamed to stand, to assert my place, not just as Daniel's wife, but as his Luna. I could feel the heat rise in my chest, my senses sharpening, my pulse quickening. Then, just as the room seemed ready to implode, I heard Daniel's voice. This time it was clear. "They want you to break. Don't give them what they want." My fingers clenched against the table, calming myself. The air in the room shifted slightly. My wolf calmed down, and she was no longer itching to claim control. I straightened my posture and spoke clearly. "If this board wishes to review my behavior, then by all means do so. But I will not be intimidated or silenced by false accusations. I've done everything within my power to protect Daniel's legacy and this company. The real threat isn't me, it's whoever's working behind the scenes to divide us." Mrs. Carter's expression softened slightly, though she didn't speak. Elias looked unconvinced, and his jaw tightened. "You'll need to stay quiet for now," he said finally. "No public appearances, no interviews. Let this die down." "I'm not hiding," I replied. "You don't have a choice," he said coldly. Until we clear this up, your authority here is suspended, effective immediately. Mrs. Carter exhaled. It's temporary, Amy, just until we manage the situation. I nodded slowly. Fine. But when this is over, I expect the same energy when we find out who set me up. No one spoke as I stood up. As I walked toward the door, Clara's voice followed me. You know, Amy, some of us were born for this life. Others just stumbled into it. I stopped and turned to face her. Maybe, but those who stumble tend to stand stronger once they've learned where the traps are. Her smile faded, and I left before she could reply. Outside the boardroom, I let out a slow breath. Daniel's voice still echoed faintly in my mind again. Don't give them the satisfaction of overpowering you. They wanted to see me fall, to watch me unravel, but I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. If they wanted a war, I'd give them one quietly, strategically, and on my own terms. Because one thing was clear, whoever poisoned me wasn't done, and whoever sent those photos was getting desperate. That meant I was closer to the truth than they wanted me to be. Mark. The sound of Clara's phone broke the silence between us. She was lying next to me, half covered by the sheets, scrolling with a grin that looked too pleased for this early in the day. I didn't think much of it at first, but then she started laughing quietly and meanly. Baby, you should see this, she said, tilting the phone toward me. Looks like your ex Luna's been busy. I frowned and took the phone from her hand. My stomach tightened when I saw the screen. Dozens of photos of Amy and Cole plastered all over social media. They looked like surveillance shots. Amy stepped out of a car, Cole opened the door, another one of them talking too close in what looked like a parking lot. The captions were cruel. The comments were worse. The Luna's already cheating? She's been married for 5 minutes, and she's out here like a slut. Guess the Carter money couldn't keep her legs closed. I stared at the screen for a long time. My chest felt heavy, but I couldn't decide why. Clara was still beside me, smiling to herself. She's getting what she deserves, she said. After everything she's done, karma's fast. I handed her the phone back. You seem really happy about it. Of course, she said, propping herself up on one elbow. Amy always acted so perfect, like she can never make a mistake, so untouchable. Now everyone sees the truth. I didn't reply. I just sat up, rubbing the back of my neck. The comments kept flashing in my mind. I wasn't sure what I felt, if it was anger, pity, or confusion, maybe all three. Clara moved closer, her fingers tracing my arm. You don't have to pretend to care, Mark. She moved on without you. Married another alpha like you never existed. This is what she chose. I looked down at her. Maybe, but that doesn't mean she deserves this. Her smile faded slightly. You still feel something for her? I didn't answer right away. I feel something about seeing anyone dragged through mud like this. You wouldn't understand. Clara leaned back on the pillows, crossing her arms. I understand perfectly. You're defending her again, even after she humiliated you. I sighed and stood from the bed, pulling on a shirt. I'm not defending her. I just know how these things work. This kind of smear doesn't happen on its own, and if we do too much, we would attract the Carters' attention to us. I don't need that, Clara. We need to tone down on these thins. She made her bed, Clara said flatly. Let her lie in it. I ignored her tone and looked out the window. The morning light had barely touched the skyline. The whole city was already buzzing with gossip, and I could imagine spreading Amy Carter, the fallen Luna. Something about it didn't sit right. I hated how fast she seemed to move on after me, how easily she slipped into another man's shadow, but I also knew Amy wasn't stupid. She wouldn't risk everything on something this careless. Whoever leaked those photos knew what they were doing. Clara stretched behind me, her voice softer now. Come back to bed, Mark. Forget her. She's not your problem anymore. I turned toward her. Maybe not, but she's still part of the same world we live in. If this scandal blows up, it'll affect everyone connected to the Carters, including us. She rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. Maybe, I said, but I've seen how public shame destroys reputations. It starts like this. Some pictures, a few lies, and before long, people believe it. I picked up my phone and stared at Amy's number. I hadn't called her in months, not since the last fight where she told me to stay out of her life. Still, something pushed me to dial. I'll be back in a bit, I said quietly, already heading for the door. Clara's voice followed me. You're seriously going to call her? After all this? I didn't reply. I just went downstairs. I sat on the edge of the couch and called. It rang longer than I expected before she answered. Her voice was cold. What do you want, Mark? I saw the photos, I said. They're all over the internet. I wanted to make sure you're okay. There was a short laugh on her end, but it wasn't amused. You called to pretend you care? That's new. I'm not pretending, I said. This is bad. I can help you figure out who's behind it. Whoever did this. Whoever did this? She cut in sharply. Don't start that act with me. We both know where this came from. You and Clara must be proud. I rubbed my forehead. Amy, listen. I had nothing to do with those pictures. You expect me to believe that? Yes, because I know how this looks, and I also know you wouldn't be reckless like that. That's why I want to help. She was quiet for a second. You want to help now? After standing by while your uncultured wife tried to ruin my life? I didn't know what to say, so I just stayed quiet. Mark, she said finally, her voice low but hard, I don't need your fake sympathy or your sudden conscience. I need whoever's behind this to pay, and if that turns out to be you or Clara, I won't hesitate. It's not me, I said. And if you're right about someone trying to bring you down, you're going to need allies, not enemies. I have allies, she replied. Real ones, not people who destroy others for sport. Amy, you don't have to. She interrupted again. Stop pretending to care. You're only calling because you feel guilty. Don't bother. The line went dead right after. I sat there for a moment, staring at the screen. I wasn't sure what I'd expected from that call. Maybe a truce, maybe just her voice without all the anger. Instead, I felt worse than before. I leaned back on the couch and let out a slow breath. I didn't believe she'd done what those pictures showed, but admitting that out loud felt strange. Mark, I was supposed to hate her, not defend her. But something about seeing her face dragged through every news feed made my chest ache in a way I didn't want to think about. My feelings were conflicting, and I had no idea why. I heard Clara moving around upstairs. She was probably still scrolling, still enjoying the chaos. I didn't go back up. I stayed there, trying to make sense of the guilt sitting in my stomach. Maybe Amy was right. Maybe I was just pretending to feel sorry for her. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something about all this felt wrong. I opened a few of the gossip posts again, studying the photos more carefully this time. The angles and the timing weren't random. Whoever took them had been following her for days, waiting for the right moment. That wasn't amateur work. That was planned. Clara's voice came from the stairs. Still thinking about her? I looked up. I'm thinking about what kind of person stages something like this, she smirked. Someone smart. Someone who knows how to win. I held her gaze. You didn't, she shrugged. Why would I waste my time? Because you hate her, I said quietly. Her smile didn't fade. Hate is a strong word. I prefer putting people in their place. I didn't argue. There was no point. I turned off my phone and slipped it into my pocket. Where are you going? Clara asked. To the office, I said. There's something I need to check. About her? I paused at the door. About the truth. I had just reached the door when I heard Clara scream. It was sharp and sudden, cutting through the silence of the house. I turned back fast and saw her standing halfway down the stairs, one hand clutching the rail, the other pressed to her chest. Before I could move, she slumped forward and hit the floor. Clara! I ran back to her. She didn't respond. Her eyes were half open, but she wasn't moving. I knelt beside her and checked for a pulse. It was there, but faint. Her skin was cold and her breathing shallow. I called her name again, shaking her shoulder lightly. Nothing. My heart raced as I lifted her into my arms and carried her out to the car. I didn't waste time calling anyone. I just drove straight to the hospital. The drive felt longer than it should have. The whole way, I kept glancing at her in the passenger seat. Her head was tilted against the window. Her face looked really pale. I tried to talk to her just to keep her awake. Clara, stay with me. You're fine. We're almost there. When I got to the hospital, I parked near the emergency entrance and carried her in. A nurse saw me right away and called for help. 2 attendants rushed over with a stretcher, and I laid her down. What happened? One of them asked. She just collapsed. 1 minute she was fine, then she screamed and fainted. They wheeled her away before I could say anything else. I followed until a nurse stopped me at the double doors. "You'll have to wait outside, sir." I nodded and stepped back. My hands were shaking. I didn't even realize until then that I hadn't stopped moving since I picked her up. The waiting area was nearly empty. The smell of disinfectant filled the place as a hospital usually would. I sat down, elbows on my knees, trying to think. Clara's health had been fragile for months, but she always acted like she was improving. Lately, she'd been eating better, laughing more, even working on some charity projects. I thought maybe she was finally getting stronger. An hour passed before a doctor walked toward me. He looked tired but calm. "Mr. Wilson?" "Yes," I said, standing quickly. "How is she?" He adjusted his glasses. "She's stable for now, but her condition has worsened. Her blood pressure dropped dangerously low, and her oxygen levels were unstable when she came in. We've managed to get them back up, but it's temporary." I frowned. "What's causing it?" The doctor sighed. "Her immune system is failing faster than we expected. We've done several treatments before, but her body isn't responding the way it used to. I'm afraid we're reaching a point where the options are limited." My chest tightened. "You mean she might not recover?" He nodded slowly. "We're doing everything we can, but you should prepare yourself. The next few days will be critical." I rubbed my forehead, trying to take it in. "Can I see her?" "Yes, but only for a few minutes." I followed him to her room. She was lying on the bed, hooked up to monitors and IV lines. Her face looked even paler under the hospital lights. For a moment, I just stood there, unsure of what to say. When I finally moved closer, I sat beside her and held her hand. "You scared me," I said quietly. "One second you were fine, then this." She didn't open her eyes, but her fingers twitched slightly. I wasn't sure if she could hear me. The doctor came back in with a clipboard. "We'll keep her under observation tonight. You can stay if you want, but she needs rest." "I'll stay," I said. He nodded and left the room. Hours passed with the machines beeping steadily. I sat there watching her chest rise and fall, trying to make sense of everything. The argument earlier, the photos, the call to Amy all seemed far away now. None of it mattered at that moment. Clara stirred slightly and opened her eyes halfway. "Mark?" she whispered. "I'm here," I said, leaning closer. "What happened?" "You fainted. The doctor says your condition got worse. They're keeping you for tests." She looked confused for a second, then frowned. "I told you I was fine." "You weren't," I said. "You've been pushing yourself too much." She shook her head weakly. "I just wanted to feel normal again." I didn't answer. I didn't know what to say. She looked at me again, her voice barely audible. "You called her, didn't you?" "Amy." I hesitated before answering. "Yes. I wanted to make sure she was okay." Her expression changed. "You still care." I sighed. "It's not like that, Clara. She's been dragged through something ugly. I don't have to love her to see that it's wrong." Before she could say anything else, she passed out again. Clara. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was the white ceiling above me. A light hung overhead. It was very bright, and it felt like everything smelled like medicine. My head was heavy, and I didn't know where I was for a moment. Then I could hear the soft beep of a monitor beside me, and felt something cold running into my arm. I turned my head slowly, and I saw Mark sitting in the chair next to my bed, his elbows resting on his knees, his eyes looking down at the floor. He looked really tired. His shirt was wrinkled, and his hair was messed up like someone who hadn't slept a wink. A small smile crept across my lips. "You stayed." He looked up immediately. The surprised expression on his face faded quickly into a slight smile. "You scared me," he said quietly. "You just fell down." "I didn't mean to," I said, my voice sounding weak. "What did the doctor say?" "He said things were worse." He paused and turned away for a beat. "They're keeping you here until they find out how to stabilize things." I nodded slowly. The news wasn't shocking. I had known for a little while now my body was not winning the fight. I simply didn't want to admit it. Mark stood up and poured some water into a cup. "You should try to drink a little." I reached for the cup, and he held it in place for me. His hands brushed against mine. It felt warm and strong, and for a brief moment, it reminded me of when things were simple. But that feeling didn't last. I could tell something was up with him. He sat down, but he wasn't really looking at me anymore. His eyes wandered somewhere else. I quietly watched him observe the sparkle of a nightlight across the room. The way his jawline tightened, it seemed he was thinking too hard. "You're awfully quiet," I said. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," he said too quickly. "Don't lie." He sighed, rubbing his neck. "I'm just tired. It's been a long night." I looked at him closely. "You mean you're tired of being here, with me?" His brows furrowed. "That's not what I said." "You didn't have to," I said. "I can tell." He leaned back in the chair. "Clara, please, let's not start an argument. You just woke up." His tone was gentle but distant, and it made my stomach twist. I had heard it before. It was the same tone he used when he was trying to end a conversation he didn't want to have. "You've been thinking about her," I said quietly. He looked at me. "Who?" "You know who," I said. "Amy." He hesitated. "This again?" I turned my head away. "You called her yesterday. I heard you before I fainted. You still care." "She was being attacked online," he said. "I called to make sure she was okay. That's it." I let out a small laugh, though it came out more like a cough. "You expect me to believe that? You've always been soft when it comes to her." He didn't answer. His silence said enough. I felt a dull ache in my chest, and it was not just from the illness, but from knowing I was right. "Do you regret it?" I asked. "Regret what?" "Choosing me instead of her." His face hardened. "Don't start this. You're avoiding the question," I said. "I can see it in your eyes. Every time you talk about her, you get this look, like you wish things were different." "I don't," he said firmly. "You're my wife." "Then act like it," I snapped. The words came out sharper than I meant. My hand trembled slightly, and I tried to calm it. I could feel my pulse rising, but I didn't care. Mark stood up, looking frustrated. "Clara, you almost died yesterday. This isn't the time to pick fights." "I wouldn't have to if you'd just be honest," I said. "You're here with me, but your mind is somewhere else. I can feel it." He ran a hand through his hair. "I'm not thinking about her the way you think I am." "Then how are you thinking about her?" I pressed. "Because from where I'm lying, it looks like you'd rather be fixing her problems than sitting here with me." His eyes met mine, and for a moment I saw the frustration give way to something else. Guilt, maybe. "I'm trying to help someone who doesn't deserve what's happening to her. That's it." "Right," I said quietly. "Always the savior." "Clara?" "I'm not finished," I said, cutting him off. "Do you know how it feels to be the one who stayed, who tried to be enough, but still had to compete with a ghost of the woman who left you? Even now, when she's gone from your life, she's still winning." He sighed and sat back down. "No one's winning anything. You're sick, Clara. You need to calm down." The way he said it made me angrier. "Don't talk to me like I'm some patient you're tolerating. I'm your wife. You don't get to pity me." "I'm not pitying you," he said, his voice rising slightly. "I'm trying to keep you from stressing yourself." "You're failing," I muttered. He stood up again, pacing a little. The sound of his shoes against the floor was the only noise in the room. I could tell he was biting back words. That was his problem. He never said what he felt. He'd rather sit there, pretending everything was fine while I burned inside trying to guess what he was thinking. "Why can't you just admit it?" I asked, my voice shaking. "You wish it was her. You wish Amy had stayed and I hadn't come back." He stopped pacing. "That's not true." "It is," I said. "You may not say it, but I see it. You look at me and you see the mistake you made." "That's enough," he said sharply. The monitor beside me beeped faster, but I ignored it. "Go ahead. Walk out like you always do when you don't want to face the truth." "I'm not walking out," he said, his tone softening, "but I can't argue with you while you're in this state." I pressed my palm against my chest. My heart was pounding hard now. I felt dizzy. "Don't act like you care now. You stopped caring a long time ago." He moved closer, his face full of concern. "Clara, stop. You're getting worked up. Because you make me feel like I'm invisible," I said louder, "like I'm just a replacement for what you lost." The monitor alarm went off, shrill and sudden. I gasped for air, clutching my chest. My vision blurred for a moment. "Clara!" Mark shouted for the nurse to come help, and two of them rushed in. One adjusted the IV in my arm while the other checked the monitor. "Her blood pressure is spiking," one said quickly. "Clara, breathe slowly," Mark gently urged me, holding my hand. His voice was calm now, almost pleading. The nurse gave me something through the IV, and after a few minutes, the noise from the monitor calmed down. My chest still hurt, but the pain was easing. Mark didn't let go of my hand. He just sat there quietly, his thumb brushing over my fingers. I could tell he wanted to say something, maybe an apology, but he didn't. When the nurses left, I turned my head toward him. "You can go if you want," I said weakly. "You don't have to stay." He shook his head. "I'm not leaving you here alone." I closed my eyes. "Then at least try to look at me the way you used to." He didn't answer. The room went quiet again, and the only sound left was the steady beep of the monitor beside me. The next few days passed in slow motion. My body felt weak, and every small movement drained me. I hated how helpless I had become. The doctors came and went, whispering in low tones about new test results. I could tell from their faces that things weren't getting better. Mark was there through all of it. He barely left the room. Every morning when I opened my eyes, he was either sitting by the bed or standing near the window with his phone in his hand. He'd put it away the moment he saw me awake. I'm sure it was to ensure that he does not make me overthink. Every day was beginning to feel the same at the hospital. One morning, I watched him pour water into a cup and place it beside me. "You should drink," he said softly. "I'm not thirsty," I replied. He pulled up a chair. "You need to stay hydrated. The doctor said—" "I know what the doctor said," I interrupted. "I'm not a child, Mark." He sighed, but he didn't argue. "At least eat something later. You've barely touched anything since yesterday." "I can't keep it down," I said. "It makes me feel worse." He leaned back in the chair. "Then tell the nurse to adjust your medication. You can't keep skipping meals." I stared at him. "You sound like my doctor." "Maybe I should be," he said, forcing a small smile. I didn't smile back. "You're only acting like this because you feel guilty." He frowned. "Guilty for what exactly?" "For not being here before." "I've been here," he said. "Physically, maybe, not mentally. You have been drifting away from me." He looked down at his hands. "I'm here now, Clara. That's what matters." I didn't reply. The truth was I could feel he was trying. He didn't talk about Amy anymore, not once in the last few days. But the silence that came with that felt annoying, like there were things he wanted to say, but wouldn't. The nurse came in to check my blood pressure. She frowned at the monitor and adjusted the IV line. "It's still unstable," she said quietly. Mark looked up quickly. "What does that mean?" "It means she needs to rest," the nurse said, "and avoid stress. Her body is under a lot of pressure." After she left, he turned to me. "You heard her. You need to take this seriously." I laughed weakly. "You're lecturing me again." "I'm worried," he said. "You almost stopped breathing. I thought—" He stopped mid-sentence and rubbed his forehead. "You thought I'd die," I finished for him. "Say it, Mark. It's not a secret." "Don't joke about that," he said quietly. "I'm not joking," I said. "It's just reality." He shook his head. "No, you're going to get better. I won't let anything happen to you." "You can't control it," I said. "I can try," he replied. "I talked to the doctors this morning. They're looking into a new treatment. It's expensive, but I don't care." "You don't have to spend more money," I said. "We both know how this ends." "Stop talking like that," he snapped. I turned my head toward the window. "I'm being honest." "Well, don't be," he said. "Not like that. You're going to fight." I looked back at him. "Why are you suddenly so determined now?" He hesitated. "Because I can't lose you." I blinked. "You've lost me before, just not this way. That's not fair," he said. "Neither is life," I muttered. He leaned closer. "Clara, listen to me. I know I haven't been perfect. I've made mistakes, but right now, all that matters is you." "Is that what you tell yourself to feel better?" I asked quietly. "No," he said firmly. "That's what's true." I didn't answer. My chest felt tight, and I didn't want to argue anymore. He reached out and took my hand gently. His grip was warm but cautious, like he was afraid I'd slip away. "Do you remember when we met?" he asked suddenly. "Of course," I said. "At the council gala." "You were wearing that blue dress," he said. "The one with the silver straps." I smiled faintly. "And you spilled your drink on it." He chuckled. "You yelled at me in front of everyone." "I did," I said. "You deserved it." "I probably did," he admitted. For a while, neither of us said anything. It felt strange remembering better times. It made the room feel smaller, quieter. The door opened, and the doctor came in with a clipboard. "Mr. Wilson, May I speak with you outside? Mark stood up. Can't you say it here? The doctor glanced at me, then back at him. It's better if we step out. I squeezed Mark's hand. Go, I'll be fine. He hesitated before nodding and followed the doctor out. I could hear their voices in the hallway. They sounded low and serious. I didn't need to guess what it was about. When he came back, his face was pale. He tried to hide it, but I could tell. What did he say? I asked. Nothing new, he said too quickly. Don't lie to me, I said. I've been sick long enough to know when doctors give bad news. He pulled the chair closer. They just said you need rest. That's all. Mark, he looked at me and then away. They said your organs are weakening terribly. They're not sure how long your body can handle it. I stared at the ceiling for a moment. So it's getting close. Don't say that, he said. It's the truth, I replied softly. You should accept it. No, he said. I'm not giving up. Clara. He stood suddenly and paced the room. There has to be something else they can do. Another treatment. Another doctor. There isn't, I said. You've already tried everything. He turned to me. Then I'll find something new. I watched him move to the window again. His shoulders looked tense. His both hands were clenched. It hurt to see him like that, but it also hurt to know that part of him was doing this out of guilt, which was why I was being overdramatic about the whole thing. Sit down, I said gently. He turned back. I can't just sit here. You can, I said, and you should. Just be here. He hesitated but finally sat. You think I'm wasting my time? No, I said. I think you're trying to make up for lost time. He sighed. Maybe I am. We stayed quiet for a while. The monitor beeped softly beside me. Mark, I said finally, I need to ask you something. He looked at me. What is it? If I don't make it, promise me you won't spend the rest of your life feeling guilty. He shook his head immediately. Don't talk like that. I'm serious, I said. Promise me. I can't promise that, he said quietly. Because I will feel guilty. I already do. I closed my eyes. You shouldn't. He leaned forward. You're saying that because you're tired. But I mean it. I should have been better. I should have been there before this. I opened my eyes again and looked at him. You're here now. That's enough. He took my hand again. It's not. It is, I said. You think love is about fixing things. It's not. Sometimes it's just sitting in the same room and not leaving. He looked down at our hands. Then I'll sit here for as long as you need me to. Good, I said softly. The emotional blackmail was working and he was slowly forgetting about helping Amy out of her shame and scandal. Deep down, I hoped that the Carter would annul her marriage with their son and leave her like a dog on the street. Hours passed, and then the nurses came in to check my vitals again. Each time they did, Mark watched them like he was afraid they'd say something bad. When they left, he went back to adjusting my pillows, making sure I had water, asking if I wanted anything. At one point, I said, you should go home and rest. I'm fine here, he said. You're not, I said. You look exhausted. I don't care, he said. I'm not leaving you alone. I sighed. You'll make yourself sick. He gave a small shrug. Then we'll both be in hospital beds. I laughed a little. You're impossible. He smiled faintly. That's what you liked about me. Sometimes, I said. He sat back in the chair again and looked at me. You'll get through this, Clara. I know you will. I didn't argue this time. I just nodded in agreement. It was easier to let him believe it. The room grew quiet and the lights dimmed as evening came, and the sound of distant footsteps echoed from the hallway. Mark stayed right there beside me, his hand still holding mine. Every few minutes he would look up at the monitor, then back at me. I could see the worry in his eyes, but he tried to hide it with small smiles. Visiting hours are over soon. The nurse said softly as she switched off the light. I'm not leaving, Mark said. She looked at me. It's fine, I said. Let him stay. The nurse nodded and left. After she was gone, I turned my head toward him. You don't have to do this every night. Yes, I do, he said. I'm not going anywhere. I didn't answer. My eyes grew heavy and I let them close. The last thing I felt was his thumb gently brushing over my hand. He didn't speak, but I knew what he was thinking. He was afraid to lose me. And for the first time, I realized I was afraid to lose him too. Mark had finally fallen asleep in the chair beside my bed. His head rested against the armrest, his arms folded loosely. He looked worn out, like the last few days had drained every bit of energy from him. The steady sound of his breathing filled the room, and for the first time in a while, things felt really calm. Then my phone buzzed on the side table. The vibration was loud against the metal, and I froze. I reached for it quietly, but the IV line tugged at my arm. The phone kept ringing, causing Mark to stir half awake, and before I could stop him, he picked it up and handed it to me. "It's ringing," he said groggily. "Do you want me to answer it?" "No," I said quickly, taking it from him. "I'll get it." He nodded and closed his eyes again, drifting back to sleep. I looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. My stomach tightened. I pressed the phone to my ear and whispered, "Hello?" A man's voice came through. It was low and annoyed. "You were supposed to send the rest of the payment yesterday as agreed." I froze. "Not now. I'm in the hospital." "That's not my problem," he snapped. "You wanted those pictures up and I did my part. You said I'd get the full amount after it went viral." My eyes darted to Mark, who was still asleep. I turned slightly, lowering my voice. "I told you I'd handle it. I just need more time." "You'd better hurry," he said. "If I don't get paid soon, I'll make sure everyone knows who asked for the job." I felt my throat tighten. "Don't call me again. I'll send it tomorrow." He muttered something under his breath before hanging up. My hands were shaking as I put the phone down. I glanced at Mark, still asleep, and exhaled slowly. A moment later, his eyes opened slightly. "Who was that?" I forced a small smile. "Just someone from work," I lied. "They wanted an update on the upcoming event." He rubbed his eyes. "At this hour?" "They're in a different time zone," I replied quickly. "Go back to sleep." He nodded, still half asleep, and leaned back again. I turned my face toward the window, my heart pounding and relieved he didn't press further. "Amy." Daniel's room was quiet. It was the kind of silence that made every sound louder than it should be. The afternoon light slipped through the curtains. I dipped a clean cloth into the warm water bowl beside the bed and wrung it out before wiping his arm gently. His skin was warm. It has been a few days since the scandal of my photo with Cole. I had not gone to the office because I was instructed by Mrs. Carter to stay at home until everything is fixed. I talked to Daniel sometimes while I cleaned, even though I wasn't sure if he could hear me. It was my new schedule and a way of caring for him. It made the room feel less empty. "You'd probably hate how much attention you're getting right now," I said quietly. "Your mother's been calling meetings every day, trying to fix the damage. Elias won't stop talking about the company's image. They all think I ruined everything." I rinsed the cloth again and placed it back on the bowl. I started adjusting his blanket when the door swung open without warning. Elias walked in, no knock, no greeting. "You seem comfortable," he said. His voice was laced with sarcasm. I stood up straight, facing him. "You should learn to knock, Elias. This is Daniel's room." He ignored what I said and looked around, his eyes stopping on me again. "I see you're still here playing the loyal wife," he said. "Impressive, considering the photos everyone's seen." I kept my tone calm. "I don't know what you're talking about," he smirked. "Come on, Amy. Everyone knows. The pictures of you and that bodyguard Cole, right? It is everywhere. The company's public relations team has been working overtime to clean up your mess. You've managed to embarrass yourself and the Carter family in one move." I took a deep breath to control myself. "If you came here to insult me, you can leave." "I came here to remind you that this isn't just about you," he said, stepping closer. "This is about the company, the family name, everything Daniel built before you came along. We can't afford scandals, especially not ones involving our Luna." "You mean your cousin's wife," I corrected. "I'm not one of your employees, Elias. You don't get to walk into this room and talk to me like that." He raised an eyebrow. "Cousin's wife, yes. But let's not pretend the marriage is real. Daniel's been unconscious since the day you arrived. How much of a wife can you really be?" The sting of his words hit, but I didn't let him see it. "You're crossing a line," he shrugged. "Someone needs to. You've been walking around this house acting like you belong here, when truthfully you were only chosen out of convenience, a temporary fix for a political problem. Don't let the title fool you." I folded my arms. "You talk a lot for someone who depends on his cousin's last name to stay relevant." His expression hardened. "Watch your mouth, Amy." "Then watch your tone," I said evenly. You came into my husband's room without knocking. That's not only disrespectful to me, but to Daniel as well." He laughed once dryly. "Disrespectful? You think you can lecture me about respect after what you've done to this family's reputation?" I stepped forward. "You don't get to use that word. You don't know the truth about anything, Elias. You believe whatever rumor makes you feel powerful." "Rumor?" he repeated. "There are photos, Amy. Proof. The board had to hold a meeting because of you. Half the investors are already calling for a new Luna representation. If you're so innocent, maybe explain why the bodyguard you're so close to hasn't been seen in days. Maybe he's hiding from embarrassment." I clenched my jaw. "You sound disappointed that I haven't fallen apart yet." He smiled faintly. "It's only a matter of time. The Carters have survived worse scandals, but this one is personal. You brought chaos into a house that was already fragile. I think part of you enjoys the attention." "That's enough," I said sharply. "You will not come in here again without knocking. This is Daniel's space, and if you have an issue, take it to the board or Mrs. Carter, not me." He crossed his arms. "You think because you wear his ring that you're untouchable?" "I think because I am his wife, I deserve basic respect," I said. "You've done everything but show that since the day I stepped foot in this house." He took a step closer, lowering his voice. "You're not as important as you think. Don't mistake temporary power for permanence. When Daniel wakes up, and that's if he ever does, he might not even remember you. You're a placeholder, Amy. A name on paper." I met his gaze. "Say what you want. You still came here to see me, didn't you? Maybe it bothers you that I'm not as weak as you expected." His jaw tightened. "You're playing a dangerous game." "Maybe, but so are you," I said. "You've been moving around this house, whispering to people, making calls you don't think I know about. I notice things, Elias, and when I find out what you're doing, you'll regret ever trying to disrespect me." He narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" "No," I said calmly. "I'm promising you that I won't be bullied." For a moment, the air between us went still. He stared at me, trying to read if I was serious. He finally smirked. "You've got more attitude than brains. Be careful how you use it. Daniel's mother might tolerate your defiance for now, but that patience runs out fast." "I'll handle Mrs. Carter," I said. "What I won't tolerate is you barging in here again. Next time, I'll make sure security stops you at the door." He scoffed. "You really think you have that kind of authority?" "I don't think it," I said. "I know it." He shook his head slowly. "You've got the nerve, I'll give you that. But let's see how far it takes you when the truth about those photos comes out. You'll be lucky if the council doesn't strip you of your Luna position." I met his gaze. "Let them try. I've faced worse than gossip and power-hungry relatives." He gave a short laugh. "You really don't understand how this family works, do you? You'll find out soon enough." "I already have," I said. "And I've also learned that people who talk the most usually have the most to hide." That made him pause. His eyes flickered slightly. The confidence in his voice faltered for just a second. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Amy." I took a short step forward. "Maybe I don't. Not yet. But I will." He glared at me for a long moment before finally turning toward the door. "You should focus on keeping your image clean instead of poking into things that don't concern you." "Everything that happens in this house concerns me," I said, "whether you like it or not." He stopped at the door and looked back. "You'll regret this little burst of confidence, Amy. Sooner or later, everyone does." "Then I'll deal with it when it comes," I said. "Now leave." He stared at me for another second, then pushed the door open and walked out without another word. When he was gone, I sat back down beside Daniel's bed. My hands were still slightly shaking, but I forced them to calm down. I picked up the cloth again and continued wiping his arm. "I guess your cousin doesn't like me very much," I said quietly, glancing at Daniel's still face. "But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." The machines hummed steadily beside me as I dipped the cloth back into the bowl, wrung it out, and continued my work, ignoring the echo of Elias's words. Elias had barely closed the door when I heard footsteps in the hallway again. I turned, expecting one of the nurses, but it was Mrs. Carter. She entered without hesitation. Her posture was straight as usual, from one poison to the other. "Today isn't my lucky day." She stopped near the end of the bed, her eyes moving from me to the closed door. What was that about? She asked. Her voice was level, but I could hear the authority behind it. Nothing I couldn't handle, I said, setting the cloth back in the bowl. She observed me for a moment. Elias has a way of saying too much when he feels challenged. I hope you didn't let him get under your skin. I didn't, I replied. He came in here to throw accusations. I told him to leave. Mrs. Carter gave a short nod, then walked closer to Daniel's bedside. Her hand brushed against his arm as she adjusted his blanket. You've kept this room clean by yourself, she said. I like it that way, I replied. She turned to face me fully now. Good. You'll need that same discipline back at the office. You're cleared to resume work tomorrow. I blinked. Tomorrow? Yes, Monday morning. The board has agreed to move past the incident. The matter has been cleared. Officially, it never happened. I frowned. That was fast. Fast is how we survive, she said simply. The family name is intact and the company or the pack won't suffer. The situation is behind us. Her tone made it sound final, but there was something in the way she avoided my eyes when she said it that made me pause. That's good news, I said slowly. It is, she replied. But let me be clear, Amy. You and I need to have an understanding. I crossed my arms lightly. What kind of understanding? She gave a dry smile. One built on honesty. I don't appreciate surprises, and I don't like secrets. If anything happens, anything that could threaten this family or the company, you come to me first. Not the board, not Elias, me. I understand, I said. Her gaze hardened slightly. Do you? Because you're still new here. You don't seem to realize that I can either make you or break you. I didn't flinch. I'm aware of your influence, Mrs. Carter. Good, she said. Then don't test it. I may have defended you during the board meeting, but my patience has limits. You were given a second chance because I said you deserved one. Don't waste it. I won't, I said quietly. She looked at Daniel again. He would have wanted peace, not scandal. That's the only reason I'm allowing this to fade away. If it happens again, no one, and not even your husband's influence, will be able to protect you. I kept my tone as calm as possible. It won't happen again. Mrs. Carter studied me for another moment, as if searching for any sign of weakness. Good. You'll return to your regular duties in the main office. The assistant will send you your updated schedule tonight. I nodded. I'll be ready. See that you are, she said, turning toward the door. But before she reached it, she paused. And Amy, she said without turning around, don't ever mistake my kindness for care. I protect what benefits the Carters. Keep that in mind. I did not say anything in response. She finally walked out, closing the door behind her. The room went quiet again. I stood there for a while, staring at the door, thinking about the way she said, "It never happened." That kind of problem doesn't just disappear overnight. Someone had cleaned it up too efficiently. Either Mrs. Carter had paid to bury it, or she was protecting someone else in the process. I looked at Daniel. Your mother's hiding something, I said softly. I don't know what, but I'll find out. The steady beeping of the monitor was the only reply. I sat back down and adjusted the sheet on his shoulder. After a few minutes, I pulled out my phone and scrolled through old messages. There was one from Cole I hadn't answered yet. It was a short text from the day the photos went public. Stay low. Don't respond to anyone until I say so. I read it twice. He hadn't reached out since then. Cole always kept things close to his chest, even with me. I trusted him, but he didn't always return it. I needed to change that. I pressed the call button and waited. It rang twice before he answered. Ma'am, he said, his tone formal as ever. Cole, I said, are you still in town? Yes, ma'am. I've been checking the perimeter around the Carter estate. Good, I said. I'll need you to drive me to the office tomorrow morning. Mrs. Carter cleared me to return. There was a pause. That's unexpected, he said. Apparently, everything's been handled. His voice dropped a little. That usually means it's been covered, not solved. I figured as much, I said, which is why I need your help. With what? Amy. I want to know who leaked those photos, I said plainly. I don't care what the official story says. Someone set me up, and whoever did it is still out there. My best bet is Claire and Mark, but I have no solid proof. He was quiet for a moment. I thought you didn't want to dig deeper. I didn't, I said, but it's getting worse. People inside this house are turning against me, most especially Elias, and Mrs. Carter is not telling me everything. She rarely does, and he replied, You think she knows something? I think she knows a lot, I said, and I think she's protecting the wrong person. Cole sighed. You're walking into dangerous territory, Amy. These people play politics with knives. If you push too hard, you'll end up cut. You are just a simple girl with a simple life. Leave it to remain that way rather than fighting a war that isn't yours. I'm already bleeding, I said flatly. Might as well know who's holding the blade. My life stopped being simple from the moment I was given to this family. I would rather swim than drown. I think I would prefer to fly. He was silent again. Then he spoke in a low tone. All right, I'll look into it. But you'll have to trust me, even when I don't tell you everything. That's exactly the problem, Cole, I said. You don't tell me enough. I'm protecting you, he replied. I can protect myself, I said. He gave a small chuckle. You always say that, but I am obligated to protect you. And I always mean it, I replied. He didn't argue. Fine. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning, same time as before. Dress formally. If Mrs. Carter's really letting you back into the office, it's probably to keep you where she can see you. That's fine, I said. Let her watch. I'll be watching too. He hesitated. Amy, be careful. I always am, I said. When the call ended, I set the phone down and looked at Daniel again. The light from the window illuminated his face just enough to make it look like he was almost awake. I don't know who's lying yet, I said softly, but I'll find out, and when I do, no one will see it coming. The machine beeped steadily beside him, and I let the sound fill the silence. Tomorrow would be a new start, but not the clean kind Mrs. Carter wanted. It would be the beginning of a search, and for that I needed Cole to trust me. Because something about this family didn't add up, and I wasn't going to stop until I knew why. For some reason, Cole would lay down his life to protect me, and I want to know why. I decided to go to bed earlier than usual. After cleaning up Daniel's room, I sat beside him for a while. I leaned forward and brushed his hair back with my fingers. Tomorrow's a big day, I said softly. Your mother wants me back at work. I'm sure you'd laugh if you saw how they all look at me now. I pressed a light kiss on his forehead. Good night, Daniel. I turned off the side lamp and left the room quietly. When I got to mine, I didn't stay awake long. Sleep came quickly, though it wasn't deep. I kept turning in bed, thinking about everything that had happened, mostly because it all made me restless. By morning, I was up before the break of the sky. I went straight to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. My eyes looked tired, but I felt really determined. I took a long shower, changed into a fitted black dress, and spent time doing my makeup properly. I wanted to look professional. When I finished, I picked out a pair of red-bottom heels. They weren't new, but they stood out. I fastened the straps, grabbed my purse, and looked at my reflection again. I didn't look broken anymore. I looked ready to face whoever wants to bring me down. Downstairs, the house was quiet, except for the faint clinking of dishes from the dining room. Mrs. Carter and Elias were already seated when I entered. Their conversation stopped the moment I walked in. Good morning, I greeted, pulling out a chair. Mrs. Carter's eyes moved from my hair to my shoes. You're up early. I wanted to have breakfast before heading out, I replied. Elias leaned back in his chair, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. You're dressed like you have a press conference. I'm going back to work, I said. I thought I should look like it. Mrs. Carter sipped her tea slowly. Confidence suits you, Amy. Just remember, it's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. I'll be careful, I said, but I think people have seen enough of me looking defeated. Elias let out a small laugh. You think a new outfit will make people forget the scandal? I looked at him evenly. No, but it reminds them I'm not hiding and I am not the slut they think I am. That made him pause, and Mrs. Carter gave a slight nod, not disapproving. Sit down and eat, she said. You'll need your energy at this rate. I took a plate and started eating quietly. The silence at the table was thick, but I did not feel uncomfortable. I could feel their eyes on me, observing every move, every bite, every word I didn't say. Halfway through breakfast, Mrs. Carter spoke again. You'll be meeting the communications team first thing when you arrive. They've prepared a statement if anyone asks about the situation. I don't plan to talk about it, I said. She raised an eyebrow. It's better to stay ready. I understand, I answered, keeping my tone neutral. Elias folded his arms. You sound confident. Let's hope you can keep that up when the board members start asking questions. I gave him a small smile. I've handled worse. He didn't reply, and Mrs. Carter didn't interfere. The rest of the meal went on quietly. When I was done, I wiped my mouth with a napkin and stood. Thank you for breakfast. Mrs. Carter nodded slightly. We'll see how the day goes, Amy. I'm sure it'll go well, I said, meeting her eyes before leaving the room. Cole was already waiting by the car, and he opened the door as I stepped out. You look ready for war, he said under his breath. Amy. Something like that, I replied as I got in. The drive to the office was calm. I looked out the window, watching the city come alive. The traffic, the people, the noise. It was strange to think how much had changed in just a few weeks. By the time we reached the Carter building, I had already gone over everything I planned to do. When the elevator doors opened to the executive floor, the chatter around the office stopped for a moment. I could feel the eyes on me as I walked out. Some people looked curious while others looked awkward or guilty. I didn't let it bother me. I smiled politely at a few familiar faces and kept walking. Sandra, my assistant, appeared at the end of the hall. She looked surprised but quickly composed herself. Good morning, Mrs. Amy, she said. Morning, Sandra, I replied. It's good to be back. Yes, ma'am, she said, falling into step behind me as we entered my office. Everything looked exactly the same as I had left it, neat and untouched. I placed my bag on the desk and sat down. Sandra stood near the doorway. Would you like me to get you some coffee? Yes, I said, and bring me my schedule for the week. I'll print it out and have it ready in 10 minutes, she said. Good, I replied. And Sandra, please make sure I'm copied on all internal emails from the boardroom. No filters. She nodded quickly. Of course, ma'am. When she left, I leaned back in my chair and looked around the office. The view from the window showed the city skyline. It was calm. Cole's words from earlier replayed in my mind. They play politics with knives. He wasn't wrong, but this time, I wasn't walking in blind. A knock sounded at the door, and Sandra stepped back in with a folder in her hand. Here's your schedule, she said. I opened it, flipping through the pages. Meetings, conference calls, internal reviews. It was a full day, exactly what I needed. Thank you, I said. She hesitated before leaving. It's good to have you back, ma'am. People missed your presence here. I smiled slightly. Let's just make sure we give them something better to talk about. After she left, I sat quietly for a moment. The hum of the office filled the background. It felt strange being back in control of my space again, but it also felt right. I opened my laptop, checked my emails, and began to go through them one by one. There were messages from clients, updates from departments, and one short note from Mrs. Carter's office confirming that all public matters had been settled. Settled didn't mean safe, but for now, it meant peace, and I would take it. I looked toward the elevator through the glass wall of my office. Somewhere beyond those doors, Elias was probably watching, waiting for me to slip again. But I wasn't planning to. One thing I hate the most about this place is its glass walls. There was no single privacy. I adjusted my seat, smoothed out my clothes, and began typing. Today wasn't just about showing up. It was about reminding everyone, including Mrs. Carter and Elias, that I belonged here, and that no scandal could erase that. I was halfway through clearing my inbox when a new email notification popped up on my screen. It was from the head of the communications department, Thomas Reed. The subject line read, "Final draft for your approval. Public statement." I opened it immediately. The message was short and professional. Mrs. Carter, attached is the finalized version of your public statement. It has been reviewed by legal and PR. Once you approve, please post it directly from your verified X account. Timing is key, so we advise doing it today before noon. Thomas Reed. I clicked on the attachment and read through the short write-up. The wording was careful, polished. Over the past week, misleading photos and claims about my personal and professional life have circulated online. These claims are false and part of a deliberate attempt to discredit me and Carter Enterprise Holdings. An internal investigation is ongoing, and we are confident the truth will prevail. I remain fully committed to my responsibilities and to upholding the values this company and PAC stands for. I read it twice. It struck the right balance. No drama, no emotion. Exactly what Mrs. Carter would want. I logged into my X account, copied the message, and posted it. Within seconds, notifications started pouring in, likes, reposts, and comments. I ignored them all and logged out. The damage control had begun. Just as I was closing my laptop, my phone rang. I checked the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number, but something about it felt official. I answered. Mrs. Carter, a man's voice said, polite and businesslike. This is Daniel Hale. I have been officially appointed to handle event coordination for the Carter Foundation Charity Gala. We've been preparing for the annual fundraising gala, the one you've been planning with Clara. Yes, I remember, I said. How can I help you? The board just confirmed the date, he said. It'll be held exactly 2 weeks from today. I'll need to meet with you sometime this week to go over final details like guest lists, security arrangements, and press coverage. I nodded even though he couldn't see me. That's fine. I'll check my schedule and get back to you by tomorrow. Perfect, he said. We want this event to run smoothly, especially after recent news. I understand, I said evenly, and it will. He thanked me and hung up. I stared at my phone for a moment, thinking about how fast everything was moving again. 2 weeks. That wasn't much time, but it was enough to make things right. By late afternoon, I wrapped up the remaining reports and signed off a few pending emails. My head was already elsewhere. It had been a long day and I needed a reset. I shut down my laptop, grabbed my purse, and decided to head to the salon for my hair, nails, and pedicure. Mark. The Carter Foundation Charity Gala had finally begun. The grand hall was filled with lights, music, and people dressed like they had stepped out of a magazine. Waiters moved around carrying trays of champagne, and the sound of hushed conversations filled the air. Everything looked perfect, and for once, even I was impressed. Amy stood at the center of the stage, speaking into the microphone. Her voice filled the place with just enough warmth to capture everyone's attention. Tonight, she started, is not just about charity. It's about responsibility, community, and the reminder that our strength lies in how we lift each other. The audience clapped softly. I couldn't look away. She stood there in a deep emerald gown that glistened whenever she moved. Her hair was neatly done, her posture straight, and she spoke with so much confidence. I had known Amy for years, but I had never seen her like this. She didn't look like someone recovering from a scandal. She looked like someone in control. She did not need my help after all. I found myself smiling before I realized it. Elias was standing a few seats away, expressionless, but even he couldn't hide the fact that Amy had taken control of the night. Mrs. Carter watched her too. Her face was unreadable, but I could tell she was pleased with the turnout. Amy continued, "This foundation stands for hope, and as long as we keep giving, we keep building something greater than ourselves." Applause followed, and I joined in, though a part of me wasn't clapping for the speech itself. I was clapping for her. Somewhere inside, a thought I didn't want started forming. I wished she was mine. It was stupid, maybe selfish, but watching her like that brought it back the way she used to talk, how easily she could hold her ground, how much I used to love that about her. I looked down for a second, pretending to adjust my cufflinks. I hated that I was even thinking this. Clara was here tonight, too. She was supposed to be the star model of the evening, the face of the campaign, but all I could focus on was Amy. Amy thanked the sponsors, then smiled toward the front row before stepping off the stage. The crowd started talking again, drinks clinking, conversations resuming. Then Clara appeared beside me. She looked beautiful. She always did, but she didn't look healthy. Her makeup covered most of it, but her skin still looked pale, and her hands trembled slightly when she fixed the strap of her gown. I tried to convince her not to do this, but her inner hate for Amy wouldn't let her rest. "You're quiet," she said. "I'm just listening," I replied. "Listening?" She gave a dry laugh. "You mean staring. You've been watching her since she got on stage." I looked at her briefly. She's giving the welcome speech. Everyone's watching. "Not like you are," Clara said. "You haven't looked away once." "I was paying attention," I said, keeping my voice calm. "She's the host of the event. She's literally leading it." "She's always leading something with you," she muttered. "You think I don't notice?" "Clara," I said quietly, "don't start this here." "I'm just asking," she said, her expression tight. Are you proud of her or just obsessed again? Her tone annoyed me, but I didn't answer right away. The truth was somewhere in between. I was proud, genuinely proud. I had never seen Amy handle herself with that much poise, not even when we were together. She didn't flinch, didn't try too hard. She just owned the room. I'm proud, I said finally. That's all. Clara tilted her head. Proud of her after everything? She's doing her job, I said, and she's doing it well. Her eyes narrowed. You're defending her again. I'm not defending anyone, I said. I'm making an observation. She scoffed. Observation, right. I didn't argue. There was no point. Clara's insecurities were more these days, and her illness only made them worse. I felt guilty even standing there next to her. You could at least pretend to cheer for me, she said after a pause. I'm the face of this event, remember? I know, I said, turning toward her. You look great. You always do. She looked at me for a long moment before saying, You didn't even notice the new dress I had made for tonight. I noticed, I said softly. I just didn't say anything yet. She crossed her arms, because you were too busy looking at her. I let out a deep breath. Clara, please. This isn't the place for this conversation. You never want to talk about it, she said, her voice trembling slightly. You think if you avoid it long enough, it'll go away, but it doesn't. Nothing's going to happen between me and Amy, I said firmly. You know that. Do I? She asked, eyes narrowing again. Because sometimes I think you're only with me out of pity. That's not true, I said. She gave a bitter smile. Then what is it? Duty? Guilt? You feel sorry for the sick woman, so you stay? I didn't answer. My silence said more than anything else could. Her face softened, but not in a kind way. That's what I thought. Clara, I said quietly, you're making this harder than it needs to be. I'm not making it hard, she said. You are, because you can't decide what you want. I already decided, I said. Then stop looking at her like that, she said. You think I don't see it? The way your face changes when she walks in a room? Before I could respond, someone from the event staff called her name. She straightened her posture immediately, switching from anger to poise. They want me for photos, she said shortly. All right, I said. Go on. She looked at me for one more second. You can admire her all you want, Mark, but remember, she's not yours to admire anymore. I didn't reply. She turned and walked toward the cameras, her gown trailing behind her. I stood there, watching her pose, smiling for the photographers, while my mind drifted back to Amy. She was now talking to a group of donors near the stage, laughing politely,